Testing, testing.
All right. Welcome everyone to the regular council meeting of July 9th. Just a few housekeeping items before we start. If you have a cell phone, if you can please turn it to off or to vibrate. During the public hearings, you can address council. If you're presenting at a public hearing, please come forward. The mic will be live. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, and then council may have some questions after or during the public hearing. Please note that the council meetings are being live streamed, recorded, and retained. All personal information collected will be managed in accordance with the Access to Information Act. And with that, I will start with introductions, and I'll start with Ryan, please.
Good morning, Ryan Morrison, Director of Operational Services.
Good morning, I'm Chris Ratchin. I'm Director of Legislative, Community and Agricultural Services.
Good morning, Margareta Bloom, Director for Planning and Development Services.
Jeff Holmes, Chief Administrative Officer.
Good morning, Greg Harris, Division 2 Counselor.
Good morning, Jennifer Letts, Division 7 Counselor.
Good morning, Angela Albers, Division 5 Counselor in Reeve.
Good morning, Peggy Johnson, Division 6 Counselor.
Good morning, Tiffany Nixon, Division 4 Counselor.
Morning, Dwayne Fulton, Division 1 Counselor.
Good morning, Laura Campmans, Executive Assistant.
Good morning, Mariah Schnell, Planner.
Good morning, Jessica Ross, Assistant Director of Planning and Development Services. Good morning, Shelley French, Communications.
And thank you. And Councillor Miller is not joining us today. He is returning back from a much well-deserved vacation. So with that, we have an agenda in front of us. Are there any changes to the agenda? Seeing none, could I have a motion to adopt the agenda, please? Made by Councillor Harris. I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. And we do have a delegation at 1 p.m. today. So of course, wherever we are in the agenda, we will stop and try and accommodate that delegation at the appropriate time. So we have previous minutes of June 25th, the council meeting. Is there any errors or omissions in those minutes? Seeing none, I'll look for a motion to adopt those minutes. Moved by Councillor Lutz. I'll call the question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. So that will take us right into our first public hearing. And this is agenda item 4.1. And this is bylaw number LU 2225, being a bylaw of Mountain View County in the province of Alberta to amend land use bylaw number 1024 affecting the Northwest 1429-5 west of the 5th pursuant to the Municipal Government Act. This received first reading on June 11th, 2025. And with that, I will open the public hearing and turn it over to planning, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The presentation starts on page 25 of the agenda. The applicant and landowner is Rick Hugenboom. The application is proposing to redesignate an approximate 5.31 acres from agricultural district to country residential district. This slide shows the location map. The subject lands are located in the rural community of Water Valley Winchell Lake. The proposal is approximately 1 mile south of the Water Valley Community Center. The next slide shows the Figure 3 growth management conceptual strategy of the MDP. This map shows that the subject quarter is located within the potential multi-lot residential development area and within the Water Valley Winchell Lake growth center. Page 28 of the agenda shows the Figure 4 future land use concept plan from the Water Valley Winchell Lake area structure plan. This map shows that the subject quarter is located within the medium density area of this ASP. The following slide shows the redesignation site sketch. The application is seeking to redesignate an approximate 5.31 acres to the country residential district. The subsequent subdivision would be looking to create the third title for the quarter. An existing country residential parcel was subdivided from the quarter's southwest corner in 1999. This slide shows the surrounding land use map and shows that the subject quarter is surrounded by primarily agricultural land uses. There is an existing country residential parcel within the subject quarter, and the quarters to the southwest, northwest, and north contain an additional 12 country residential parcels. The quarter to the southwest also contains the Water Valley RV Park, and the quarter to the southeast contains the Water Valley Golf Club. These two parcels are zoned Parks and Recreation District. The next slide shows the oil and gas facilities map. The only oil and gas facilities within the subject quarter are Cochrane Lake Gas Co-op lines, which service development within the quarter. The necessary facility operators were notified during the referral process and did not respond with any concerns. Page 32 of the agenda shows the topography and water map. There are no rivers or creeks located within the subject quarter. However, there is one unclassified creek immediately north of the subject quarter and proposal. Stony Creek also flows through the quarters east and south of the subject quarter. The next slide shows a closer view of the subject quarter. The proposal appears relatively flat but slopes gently north towards the unclassified creek. There is a drainage ditch along the western side of the proposal, and the applicant noted a spring within the northern portion of this drainage ditch. The proposed remainder appears most elevated at its southwest corner and slopes gently to the north and east. According to Agrisid, the landform of the quarter is considered hummocky low relief. The following slide shows the environmental scan map. No wetlands have been identified within the subject quarter. Most of the subject quarter does not contain any environmentally significant areas. However, small strips of land along the south and east edges of the quarter have been identified within a Level 1 ESA. This ESA extends to adjacent quarters and surrounds Winchell Coulee and Stony Creek. The proposal does not contain any environmentally significant lands. This slide shows a zoomed out version of the environmental scan map. The provincial FIERA report identifies the quarters to the west, northwest, north, and east as containing environmentally significant areas. The Summit report identifies the quarters to the east and south as containing a Level 1 ESA, and the quarters to the north and northeast as containing a Level 3 ESA. Page 36 of the agenda shows historical aerial images of the subject quarter. The development on the proposal has existed for many years, and you can see from these aerials that minimal changes have occurred on the subject quarter. The 2008 aerial shows additional outbuildings, including a garage and barn, which have since been removed from the property. The next slide shows soil information for the subject quarter. Canada Land Inventory notes that the quarter contains Class 5 soils. According to Agrisid, the soils in the quarter have very severe limitations due to temperature. The farmland field sheet notes that most of the quarter contains soils with a farmland assessment rating between 32 and 34%. However, there are also small areas with a 9.5% farmland assessment rating. These lower rated areas primarily surround the treed areas in the quarter. Most of the proposal is also located within this 9.5% rated area. The following slide is the site dimension map showing the proposed country residential parcel in the northwest corner of the subject quarter. The proposal is configured across from another subdivision in the quarter to the west. This slide shows views of the proposal. Photo A faces east, showing the proposal's approximate eastern boundary and the hay shed beyond, which is within the proposed remainder. Photo B faces the trees on the northern boundary, and photo C faces north, showing the approximate eastern boundary. The next slide shows additional views of the proposal south of the development. Photo A faces southeast, showing how the proposal's boundaries follow an existing fence line. Photo B was taken in the proposal's southeast corner and shows a panoramic view looking northwest. You can see the proposal's approximate southern boundary on the left, and the proposal's approximate eastern boundary is located behind the trees on the right. Page 41 of the agenda shows views surrounding the dwelling and drainage ditch. Photo A looks northwest towards the dwelling. Photos B and C show the dwelling and its proximity to the drainage ditch and spring. Photo D faces west and shows the proposal north of the drainage ditch. The following slide shows images of development within the subject quarter. Photos A, B, and C show development within the proposal, which consists of a dwelling and 2 sheds. Photo D shows a hay shed, which is within the proposed remainder. The next slide shows agricultural uses within the proposed remainder. This remainder consists of pasture land, which can be seen in photos B and C. Photo A once again shows the hay shed, which the applicant is leaving with the remainder to support its agricultural uses. This slide shows the existing approach and sight lines into the proposal off of Range Road 52. The next slide shows the existing approach and sight lines into the proposed remainder, once again off Range Road 52. Page 46 of the agenda discusses residential land use policies from the Municipal Development Plan. Since the subject quarter is within the Water Valley Winchell Lake ASP area, this ASP will provide additional guidance and direction. Policy 4.3.3 discusses criteria for low-density residential subdivision. 4.3.3a notes that low-density residential subdivision should only be allowed if the landowner has held the title for a minimum of 5 years. The landowner has held the title since June 7th, 2024, for a period of just over 1 year. This application is seeking council's consideration to allow for the creation of a new residential parcel, despite this recommended time period not being met. The applicant indicated that he did not need the home site along with the agricultural land, and that he would prefer to see someone else own the home and become a member of the community. The proposal is able to comply with policy 4.3.3G, which states that high-quality forage lands should not be subdivided for low-density residential development. The farmland field sheet notes that most of the proposal contains soils with a 9.5% farmland assessment rating, which is the lowest within the subject quarter. The proposal is also configured surrounding an existing home site and will not take any agricultural land out of production. The proposal is also able to comply with policy 4.3.3L, which notes that community consultation should precede residential applications beyond the first parcel out. The applicant conducted this consultation on April 5th, 2025, and submitted a list of signatures from the neighbors that he was able to contact. No concerns were noted by adjacent landowners during this pre-application consultation. Since this application is proposing the 3rd title within the quarter, it will be subject to municipal reserves. Administration recommends cash in lieu, which would be calculated as the value of 10% of the land being subdivided and would become a condition of subdivision should this application be approved. The following slide discusses relevant policies from the Water Valley Winchell Lake Area Structure Plan. According to Figure 4, future land use concept, the subject quarter is located within the medium density area. This is a policy area that can accommodate up to 15 titles per quarter section, with residential parcel sizes between 3 and 15 acres. This application is proposing the 3rd title of the quarter with a parcel size of approximately 5.31 acres, which complies with policy 4.2.3. Section 5.5 of this ASP discusses roads and utilities. Policy 5.5.3F notes the frequency of access points should be limited, which this application is able to comply with. There are existing accesses to both the proposal and proposed remainder, and no additional accesses are proposed. Should the application be approved, these accesses will need to meet the county's current access management policy in alignment with policy 5.5.3H. Administration can support a resolution of approval for this proposal. The proposal is within the parameters described in the municipal development plan, the Water Valley Winchell Lake Area Structure Plan, and the land use bylaw. During the circulation process, there were no concerns received from referral agencies or adjacent landowners. The proposal complies with the policies of the statutory plans and the regulations of the land use bylaw. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't believe the applicant is in the gallery, but I'll just ask if the applicant would like to add any new or additional information. And we do not have the applicant online either. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. So I will ask if there is anyone in the gallery who would like to speak in favor of this application. Is there anyone in the gallery who would like to speak in opposition to this application? Is there anyone online who would like to speak either in favor or in opposition to this application? Just checking with administration to see if there's anyone online. No? Okay, so we have no one online. So with that, I will open the floor to questions from council. No questions? Thank you. So I will ask planning if you have any closing comments.
No closing comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And because the applicant isn't here, the applicant won't be providing any closing comments. So with that, I will close the public hearing and I will look for a motion, please. Councillor Harris.
I'll move the council give second reading to bylaw LU 22/25, redesignating the lands within the northwest of 1429-5 west of the 5th.
Thank you. Any further discussion? No, I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. And Councillor Harris.
I'll move the council give third reading to bylaw LU 22/25, redesignating the lands within the northwest 1429-5 west of the 5th.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. We will move on to 4.2, agenda item 4.2. And this is bylaw number LU 2125, being a bylaw of Mountain View County in the province of Alberta to amend land use bylaw number 1024 affecting the southeast 1634-5 west of the 5th pursuant to the Municipal Government Act. This received first reading on June 11th, 2025. And with that, I will open the public hearing and turn it over to planning, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The presentation for item 4.2 starts on page 70 of the agenda package. The applicant is Tom King on behalf of landowners Kent and Veronica Pashko and Cassandra Pashko. This proposal is in Division 5. The application proposes the reassignation of 76.62 acres to Agricultural 2 District in order to split the quarter in 2 areas. This will create a first parcel out from a previously unsubdivided quarter section to Community Hall, a public facility within this quarter section does not count in the parcel density as defined in the municipal development plan. Surrounding land uses are predominantly agricultural district with the exception of a few residential parcels. The James River Community Hall has an institutional district zoning. And an adjacent landowner submitted a letter outlining concerns regarding the proposal's potential impacts on property values, aesthetics, and tranquility. The applicant has provided a response to these concerns and is included as a separate attachment for council's review. The proposal is located in the rural community of James River, north of the town of Sundre and adjacent to Clearwater County. The topography in the area is rolling with moderate slopes, generally facing north towards the river. Soils are predominantly Canada Land Inventory Class 5 with Agri-Seeds Land Suitability Rating System Class 4 as first dominant and codominant, and soil rating ranges from good pasture to fair arable. The James River is a medium-sized water course that is approximately 3 miles upstream from its confluence with the Red Deer River at this location. The James River is identified by the 1991 Sweetgrass Report as a floodplain, and the area adjacent to the river, the riparian areas, are identified in the 2008 Summit Report as an environmental significant area level 1. County records demonstrate that this property was subject to flood events in 1969 and 2005. Within the proposal, there are natural gas lines, HBP butane lines, and HB product lines. The proposal is already developed and no comments of concern were received from pipeline operators. The proposal as submitted is to split the quarter section in 2 areas. The proposed east half is developed with services. County records indicate that development within the proposal was not affected by either the 1969 or the 2005 floods. Subject to council approval in accordance with county's policies at the subdivision stage, the proposal will be required to comply with policies 4005 and 6009 with regards to access management and environmental protection. The historical aerial photographs shows the erosion of the river banks, especially on the outside of the meander bend, and the relocation of the community hall due to the 2005 flood event. In accordance with Figure 3 of the Municipal Development Plan, this property is in the potential multi-lot residential area. However, the proposal for the consideration of an agricultural first parcel out was considered in accordance with the policies of Section 3, the agricultural preservation area. The application with the additional letters of support from neighbors is in compliance with Policy 3.3.7. These are sidelines looking north and south from Range Road 53, a chip seal surface road, as well as the existing access approach to this proposal. Existing development consists of a dwelling unit, a shed, an arena, a Quonset, and several other accessory buildings. As confirmed by Development Services, the arena complies with the provisions of the land use bylaw. However, future changes to the building may require additional permits. These are pictures looking at the north area to the driveway, which contain pens used in connection with the arena. These 2 pictures are looking at the pasture area located to the north. The existing access to the remaining area is directly off Township Road 342, which is a gravel surface road. And this is a view of the potential building site for the remaining land located above the floodplain area. Planning and Development is in support of this proposal as it complies with the policies of the Municipal Development Plan and the regulations of the Land Use Bylaw. The applicant and the landowners are in the gallery if council has any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the applicant have any new or additional information they'd like to provide? Thank you. No, you're fine. Laura, can you just oh, thank you. Thank you, Shelley. And Mr. King, if you could just state and spell your name for the record, just to make sure that we have it as part of the record correctly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Tom King, K-I-N-G, T-O-M-K-I-N-G, and I'm representing the Pascos. And I just want to be here in case you have any questions. And Dolu pretty much said just about everything that was to be said. I did address the concerns of Mr. Stallworth. He did have some concerns about aesthetic things that will never be touched because Cassie has no intention of doing anything there other than there is an existing driveway in, and Dolu showed the proposed building site, which is cleared and everything, and there is a buffer between Mr. Stallworth's property and this property, so. And the Pasco's bought the James River Horse Palace, as it's known by everybody in the community, years ago, and with the intent of running it as a family, but Cassie's vision and their vision have changed, and Cassie has moved on to something on her own, and Veronica and Kent are looking at their options for the future. So that is why they're requesting this subdivision.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. King. So with that, council will ask you if they have questions once we go through the rest of the public
Okay.
hearing. Thank you.
Thanks.
So with that, I will ask if there's anyone in the gallery who would like to speak in favor of this application. And I will ask if there's anyone in the gallery who would like to speak in opposition to this application. Okay, and I will ask if there's anyone online who would like to speak either in favor or in opposition to this application. Okay, and I'm seeing from administration, we do not have anyone online wishing to address council at this public hearing. And so with that, I will open the floor to questions from council. No? Okay, seeing no questions then, I will ask if planning has any closing comments.
No closing comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And does the applicant have any closing comments? Okay, thank you. The applicant waived. So with that, I will close the public hearing and I will look for a motion, please. Councillor Nixon.
I move that council gives second reading to bylaw number LU 2125, redesignating the lands within the southeast 1634-5 west of the 5th.
Thank you. And is there any discussion? No? Thank you. And so I appreciate that we do have a letter of concern regarding the adjacent property owner, but I think it's important for all property owners to understand that there is a land use bylaw, there is policies in place, and we do allow additional development. And sometimes it may affect adjacent landowners with their sight lines and such, but this council fully believes that everyone has the opportunity to bring forward their applications on their own properties and to develop them within the scope of what our land use bylaw and what our policies are. And then council considers everything very, very closely. So we do appreciate the feedback. So if there's no further comments, then I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. And Councillor Nixon, please.
I further move that council give third reading to bylaw number LU 2125, redesignating the lands within the southeast 1634-5 west of the 5th.
Thank you very much. And any conversation? No. So with that, I will call to question. All in favor? And that is carried. That motion is carried. So we'll move on to 4.3. This is bylaw number LU 2325, being a bylaw of Mount View County in the province of Alberta to amend land use bylaw number 1024, affecting the southeast 1329-4 west of the 5th pursuant to the Municipal Government Act. This received first reading on June 11th, 2025. And with that, I will open the public hearing and turn it over to planning, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The presentation for item 4.3 begins on page 111 of the agenda package. The applicants and landowners are Perla and Ronald Brandenburg, and this proposal is in Division 2. The applicant is proposing the reassignation of 3.03 acres to Country Residential District in order to create a third title with the remaining land as the fourth title. Note that the existing community hall has not been included in the parcel density count as per the definition of unsubdivided quarter sections in the municipal development plan. As a result of this application, the remaining land is also proposed to be redesignated to Agricultural 2 District to comply with the land use bylaw regulations. This proposal is located in the rural community of Dog Pound, southeast from the village of Cremona. Surrounding land uses are predominantly agricultural and a few residential parcels. The Dog Pound Community Hall, zone as institutional district, is located in the southeast corner of this quarter section. The topography is irregular and sloped towards the Dog Pound Creek. Land south of the creek are low-lying, in contrast to the considerably higher banks north of the creek. Most of this property has Canada Land Inventory Class 3 and 4 in the south central area. Agri-Seed's land suitability rating system is mostly Class 4 as first dominant and codominant, and Class 3 in the northwest and northeast of the quarter section. The proposal is in an area rated as fairly good to good arable. The Dog Pound Creek flowing in this area is a Class C water body that is tributary to the Little Red Deer River further to the north. The Dog Pound Creek is identified by the 1991 Sweetgrass report as a floodplain. South of the creek is densely vegetated and with wetlands as identified by the Alberta Merge Wetland. This quarter section, with the exception of the northwest area, is identified in the 2008 Summit report as an environmental significant area level 2. Oil and gas relates to natural gas lines servicing residents in the area. An AltaLink power line crosses this property diagonally. The applicant's justification for this proposal is based on a long-standing family practice of transferring land to their children to provide security for the next generation. The applicant wishes to subdivide the farm site approved in 1998 for estate planning reasons. The historical aerial photographs shows that by 2005, there were 4 dwellings and 1 small agricultural parcel without counting the Dog Pound Community Hall. By 2020, there were 3 dwellings and another subdivision as a result of an approval in 2015. The intended purpose of the 2015 subdivision was to allow the reconstruction of the 1935 dwelling that was damaged by flood for another family member. No permit has since been issued for a dwelling unit on this parcel. In accordance with Figure 3 of the Municipal Development Plan, the subject property is in the agricultural preservation area, which policies only support first parcel out from previously unsubdivided quarter sections. The subject quarter section was subdivided first in 1992 and again in 2015. The proposal with the intent to create a third title with the remaining land as the fourth title is outside the intent and scope of the agricultural preservation area. These are lines looking east and west along Township Road 292, as well as the existing access approach to this proposal. The proposal consists of a dwelling unit, garage, and some accessory buildings. The top picture is looking at the eastern pasture area that is within the proposal. And the bottom picture is looking north at the western area that is adjacent to the driveway. Here on this picture, we're looking at the proposal from the southeast corner. These are the existing access approach to the remaining land, and also that is also directly off Township Road 292. Development within the remaining land consists of a developed yard with services, Planning and Development cannot support this application with the intent to create a third title as the proposal exceeds the maximum parcel density allowed in the agricultural preservation area. In addition, the subject quarter section already accommodates 4 dwellings, including the potential dwelling on the north parcel. This number represents the maximum allowed number of dwellings for lands located outside of identified growth centers. In accordance with the provisions of the land use bylaw, no new subdivisions shall be created and no new development permits shall be issued for additional dwellings within this quarter section. This concludes my presentation. The applicants are in the gallery if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the applicant have any new or additional information they would like to provide? Okay, thank you very much. So the applicant waits. Is there anyone in the gallery who would like to speak in opposition or in favor to this application? Is there anyone online who would like to speak either in favor or in opposition to this application? And administration is saying we have no one online wishing to address council. And so with that, I will open the floor for questions from council. Councillor Harris.
Just a question for the applicant.
If I could ask the applicant to come forward, please. And if I could just ask you to state and spell your name for the record, if you don't mind, just make sure we get it accurate.
Brandenburg, Pearla, Brandenburg, Brandenburg.
Thank you so much. Councillor Harris.
Perla, can you give us a brief rundown on the family history and how this has been a family piece of property that's come down generations?
Yes, my great-grandparents purchased the property. Don't have the exact date of the purchase, but anyways, they immigrated here in about 1905 and had 3 quarters at that time. And this is the last remaining quarter. And then my grandparents, of course, took that on, and my mom and dad, and I had 2 sisters and a brother also that were on the property. And so subsequently there have been some subdivisions to allow them to remain on that quarter, just keep it within the family. It's been a very important piece of property for our legacy and for our family. We're all very tied to it.
Okay, can you tell me why, I mean, the other siblings did subdivisions. Can you tell us why this one didn't back at the time?
Well, unfortunately, yes. I mean, when there was a development permit, so that the house was placed, was built to help support the family farm at that time, to help my mom and dad at that time, actually. And for some health reasons, my sister, even though during the development side of it, it said that there would be no subdivision allowed for 5 years, which kind of implies there would be a subdivision allowed after 5 years, but for health reasons, she didn't attend to that. Both for her and her husband at that time had some health issues. And more recently, she has had further health issues and had to get some equity so that she and her partner could actually move somewhere else where they could share a property title. And so in order to keep it in the family farm, my husband and I purchased that piece from her so that she could take care of her own health and her spouse.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I wondered when I looked at this, if you had considered a legal life lease as an option to subdivision for this parcel of land.
Well, I considered that, but that's not really what we had intended. So, I mean, I have 2 daughters that I'm trying to, that are also very tied to this property, and grandchildren. And so we are trying to make it so that it is more of a a separate entity and separate title so that they could have anonymity and definitely some security in what they've got as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there any other question? Thank you very much for coming forward.
Okay. Do you want me to stay in case?
No, I think I think that's all the questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there any other questions for planning? No? Seeing none, then I will ask if planning has any closing comments.
No further comments.
Thank you. And as I've just sent you back, does the applicant have any closing comments? Thank you. Sorry. The applicant has no closing comments to add. So with that, I will close the public hearing and look for a motion, please. Councillor Harris.
I'll move that council give second reading to bylaw LU 23/25, redesignating the lands within the southeast of 1329-4 west of the 5th.
Thank you. Any discussion? Councillor Harris.
Rules are in place for a reason, but they don't cover every situation. And what we have here is a multi-generational family farm that's, things were done the way things were done back in the day, and they were approved by the county. Many times we see residences built on properties that allow them to keep the family together and for the family to work the farm. Then rules change and it puts them in a very awkward and difficult position. This house has been there a long time, and it's not going to change the agricultural viability of that land if this was to have a separate title, as was planned by the family many, many, many years ago. I think this is one case where the situation doesn't necessarily fit the rules, and it would be the right thing to do would be to give them that subdivision and allow the family to keep their presence on that property, as was intended by the great grandparents years ago.
Thank you. Any other discussion? So I've had many discussions with residents in my area as well that would like to do estate planning, that they have planned for generations, and the rules changed, and I've had to say the rules have changed and it's just the way it is. Part of council's mandate is to not have to consider things like estate planning or financial considerations in land use decisions. And with the reason being is it becomes very, very difficult to determine who should be financially benefited versus those who should not. And it adds an element for long use land planning that is inappropriate, I think, for council's decisions. We have turned down many applications that have come forward based on people just requiring financial assistance and wanting to subdivide additional parcels that don't comply with the current land use bylaw. And that land use bylaw and the policies are set by council. So as much as I sympathize, estate planning is just not a consideration for land use planning. And I really feel if we make exceptions to the policies where it's very difficult to make exceptions other than the fact that someone would like to do it for estate planning, it opens the question as to how do we go back to policy. So I don't see anything in this one that makes me think that there is a policy need to be adjusted. So I won't support this one. Councillor Johnson.
I think about all the time that we spend working on the land use bylaw and the municipal development plan to create policies that everybody on council can support. And that gives me pause. I do think that legal life lease is an option to this subdivision. And so I think there are options available.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Okay, so with that, I will call to question. All in favor? And opposed? And so that motion's lost. Okay, so we will move on to 4.4. And this is for bylaw number LU 2425, being a bylaw of Mount B County in the province of Alberta to amend land use bylaw number 1024 affecting the southeast 2532-5 west of the 5th. Pursuant to the Municipal Government Act, this received first reading on June 11th, 2025. And with that, I will open the public hearing and turn it over to planning, please.
Thank you. The beginning of the presentation starts on page 140 of the agenda. The applicant and landowner is John Nyland. The application is proposing to redesignate an approximate 120 acres from Agricultural District A to Agricultural 2 District A2. This next slide is the location map. The subject lands are within the rural neighborhood of Eagle Hill, Westward Ho, approximately 3 kilometers southeast from the town of Sundre. The subject property is also located within the Southeast Sundre Area Structure Plan area. This map is the Figure 6 map from the ASP and shows that the lands are within the agricultural area. The next slide is the Figure 3 map from the Municipal Development Plan and shows that the proposal is within the growth center that surrounds the Southeast Sundre ASP area. Page 144 of the agenda is the redesignation site sketch. You can see that there has been one 40.01 acre agricultural lot that was previously subdivided from the quarter's southeast corner. This current application is seeking to redesignate the remaining lands within the quarter to Agricultural 2 District A2. This slide shows the subdivision site sketch. The proposal is seeking to create a 45.11 acre agricultural lot within the quarter's northeast corner, as the remaining lands to the west would be less than 80 acres that are required for Agricultural District A parcels. The application includes redesignation of these lands. Should the subdivision application be approved, it would create the third title for the quarter. This next slide is the surrounding land use map and shows that the subject quarter is surrounded mostly by agricultural zone land. The quarter to the northwest does contain one residential zone lot, and there are a few smaller agricultural lots within the neighboring quarters. 4 of the neighboring quarters are currently unsubdivided, 3 contain 2 titles, and the quarter to the northwest contains 3 titles. This next slide is the oil and gas facilities map. Facilities are concentrated to the east and west of the subject quarter. To the west, there is a natural gas pipeline, and you can see that the west portion of the quarter is within TC Energy's pipeline assessment area. During the circulation process, TC Energy responded that they had no concerns with the proposal. The next slide is a closer view of the quarter. You can see that other than a Foothills Natural Gas co-op line that's used to service development, the subject quarter does not contain any other oil and gas facilities. This is a topography and water map for the area. According to AgriCID, most of the quarter has a landform that is considered undulating high relief. The quarter has a gentle slope to the north, and Eagle Creek flows north of the subject quarter. This next slide shows the environmental scan map. There are no streams or water bodies within the subject quarter. Also, no environmentally significant areas have been identified in proximity to the proposal. The closest ESA is located over half a mile to the south and surrounds forested lands. This next slide shows historical aerial images going back to 2008. You can see that the proposal area surrounds a farmstead site and a field that has been farmed as one piece. The manner in which the land is being used hasn't changed during this time. This slide reviews soil information. According to Canada Land Inventory, the quarter contains Class 5 soils. According to AgriCID, the majority of the quarter contains soils that have moderate limitations to produce spring grains due to temperature, while the northwest corner of the quarter contains soils with some additional limitations due to drainage and soil pH. The farmland field sheet shows that most of the quarter contains soils with a farmland assessment rating that ranges from 31 to 42%. The cultivated field within the proposal does contain most of the higher quality soils. This next slide is the site dimension sketch showing the proposed parcel within the quarter's northeast corner. You can see that it has direct access to Range Road 50 and surrounds the farmed field and some trees along the quarter's north boundary. Starting on page 154 of the agenda are images of the proposal area. Photo A was taken from the southeast corner of the farmed field. There are two fence lines that run along the proposal's south boundary. Photo B was taken from the northwest corner of the previous subdivision looking to the northeast. You can see that the cultivated field has been fenced and the proposal is adjacent to a previously subdivided agricultural parcel. This next slide shows the southwest and southeast corners of the proposal. Photo A shows how the farm field has been separated from the surrounding pasture land by a fence line and a few trees. The southeast corner in photo B shows the south boundary located just north of a tree stand that is within the previously subdivided agricultural lot to the south. This slide shows development within the proposal, which consists of a dwelling from 1985, an archway warehouse, an agricultural building, a frame and fabric building, paddocks, and several sheds. This next slide shows some views of the proposed remainder. Photo A shows the pasture land just west of the proposal, and photo B shows views of the south portion of the remainder. This slide looks at access and sight lines. The left side shows access to the proposal from Range Road 50, while the right side shows access to the remainder from Township Road 324. You can see that both county roads are hard surfaced and access and sight lines seem to be of no concern. Subject to approval, one condition of subdivision would be to ensure that both accesses meet the county's current access management policy. This slide looks at the agricultural land use policies from Section 3 of the Municipal Development Plan, as well as the applicable policies from the Southeast Sundre ASP. The subject lands are within a growth center that surrounds the ASP, which is a policy area that can consider a maximum of 4 titles within the quarter. The application is seeking to create the third title from the quarter as a new agricultural parcel and complies with the parcel density requirements of the statutory plans. Policy 337 outlines that the preferred minimum parcel size for new agricultural parcels should be 40 acres and parcel configuration should reflect existing conditions and use of the land. The proposed parcel appears to meet this policy as it contains the homestead and a field that has been farmed as one piece. Historical aerial images also show that the agricultural use of this field has been separated from the surrounding pasture land. The proposed parcel and remainder also have direct access to a county road. In accordance with the Municipal Government Act, the proposed parcel would not be subject to municipal reserve as it will be used for agricultural purposes and is greater than 39.5 acres. The ASP supports and encourages the continued agricultural use of the lands within the plan area and may allow for up to 4 titles within the quarter. The proposed future use of the lands are not intended to change and the proposal should have a minimal impact on surrounding land uses. Administration can support a resolution of approval for this application. The proposal is within the parameters described in the Municipal Development Plan, the Southeast Sundre Area Structure Plan, and the Land Use Bylaw. During the circulation process, there was one letter of support that was received from an adjacent landowner and is shown on page 139 of the agenda. Agricultural operations within the subject quarter are intended to continue, and the proposal should have a minimal impact. That concludes my presentation, and the applicant is available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the applicant have any new or additional information they would like to provide? No? Thank you. The applicant waits. Is there anyone in the gallery who would like to speak either in favor or in opposition to this application? Is there anyone online who would like to speak either in favor or in opposition to this application? Seeing none, I will ask council if you have any questions. No? Seeing none, I will ask planning if you have any closing comments.
No, I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. And does the applicant have any closing comments? No, the applicant waits. So with that, I will close the public hearing and look for a motion, please. Councillor Folsom.
I'll move that council give second reading to bylaw LU 24/25, redesignating the lands within Southeast 25, 32, 5 west of the 5th.
Thank you very much. Is there any discussion? No. So with that, I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. And Councillor Fulton, please.
I'll further move that council give third reading to bylaw LU 24/25, redesignating the land within Southeast 25, 32, 5 west of the 5th.
Thank you. Any discussion? I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. And we will move on to 4.5. This is bylaw number LU 2525, being a bylaw of Mountain View County in the province of Alberta to amend land use bylaw number 1024, affecting the southeast 1331-6 west of the 5th pursuant to the Municipal Government Act. This received first reading on June 11th, 2025. With that, I will open the public hearing and turn it over to planning, please.
Thank you. The beginning of this presentation starts on page 173 of the agenda. The applicants are Jessa and Christopher Kay, and the landowners are Calvin and Judy Hill. This application proposes to redesignate an approximate 25.25 acres from Agricultural District A to Agricultural 2 District A2. This next slide shows the location map. The subject lands are in the rural neighborhood of Bergen, just over 14 kilometers southwest from the town of Sundre. This next slide is the Figure 3 map from the MDP. You can see that the subject corridor is located within the intermunicipal development plan area that is shared with the municipal district of Bighorn. The image on the bottom left shows a close-up view of the corridor, and you can see that according to the MDP, the subject corridor is within the potential multi-lot residential development area. The subject property is also located within the Bergen Area Structure Plan area. The map on this slide shows Figure 6 of the ASP and that the lands are within the agriculture and stream corridor policy areas. Page 177 of the agenda is the redesignation site sketch. The application is proposing to redesignate the proposal area to Agricultural 2 District A2. The subsequent subdivision application is seeking to create the second title for the corridor. This next slide is the surrounding land use map and shows that the subject corridor is surrounded mostly by agricultural zone land. There is one residential zone lot in the corridor to the southeast. The corridors to the south and southwest are both within the jurisdiction of the MD of Bighorn. During the circulation of this application, all landowners within a half mile of the subject corridor were notified about this application. 6 of the neighboring corridors are currently unsubdivided. 1 contains 2 titles and 1 contains 3 titles. This next slide shows the oil and gas facilities map. You can see that other than an abandoned well in the corridor to the northwest, there are no facilities in proximity to the proposal. This next slide is the topography and water map for the area. You can see the area consists of hillsides and valleys. Bergen Creek flows south of the proposal and is mapped to the southern edge of the subject corridor. Looking closer, you can see that the corridor's west boundary is more elevated and slopes down moving eastward. The southeast corner of the corridor is also more elevated and slopes down to the north. Bergen Creek bisects the southeast corner of the corridor and represents the lowest elevation. You can see the proposal south boundary is configured to ensure that the creek would be entirely within the proposed balance of the corridor. This next slide shows the environmental scan map. According to the Summit report, most of the neighboring corridors have been identified as containing ESA lands. However, no ESAs are identified within the subject corridor. The nearby ESAs surround mostly forested lands and some minor waterways. This slide reviews soil information. Available data shows that the subject corridor subject lands have limitations to produce spring grains, however, are suitable to be used as pasture land. The soils with the greatest limitations mostly appear to surround the areas of Bergen Creek. This next slide shows the site dimension sketch showing the proposed parcel. You can see that the north boundary includes the internal driveway to the residential site, but follows along the southern edge of a shelter belt. The south boundary follows a small division in a shelter belt, but is also configured to ensure that Bergen Creek would remain outside of the proposal's boundaries. Starting on page 185 of the agenda are images that were taken during the site visit. The photos on this slide show the approximate location of the proposal's north boundary. Photo A is looking towards the west side of the proposal and photo B is looking towards the east side. You can see how the boundary follows along a stand of aspen trees, which are proposed to remain within the balance of the corridor. Photo B shows the location of the dwelling site. The next slide shows images of the northeast and northwest corners of the proposal. Photo A shows how the boundary has been configured to ensure that access to the residential site would be contained within the proposal. Photo B shows the proposal's northwest corner. You may also notice how the area is more elevated and has a gentle east-facing slope. The next slide shows approximate locations of the proposal's south boundary. You can see in photo A that the boundary is located in an area that has a small division within the tree stand and that there is a gentle downward slope moving eastward. Photo B shows the approximate location of the proposal's southwest corner. This slide shows development within the proposal, which consists of a manufactured home from 2006, a small accessory building, a greenhouse, a few sheds, and a chicken coop. This slide looks at views of the proposed remainder of the quarter. Photo A shows the areas north of the proposal, while photo B shows the areas southwest of the proposal. And you can see that the quarter is suitable to be used as pasture land. Images showing the areas of Bergen Creek are shown on this next slide. Photo A was taken along the township road that runs south of the subject quarter, which is the boundary between Mountain View County and the MD of Bighorn. This image is looking eastward towards the more elevated portion within the quarter's southeast corner. You can see that there is a wetland area within the low spot, which is where the beginning of Bergen Creek has been mapped. Photo B is an image taken south of the proposal and shows that the riparian areas surrounding the creek have been fenced. Photo C shows the location of the creek just south of the proposal. You may be able to see how the proposal is within an elevated portion just north of the creek. This slide looks at access and sight lines. The left side shows access to the proposal from Range Road 60, while the right side shows access to the remainder from Township Road 312. Access and sight lines seem to be of no concern. This next slide evaluates the proposal against the policies of the intermunicipal development plan. The IDP states that applications within Mountain View County boundaries may be evaluated based on county policies and that all neighboring property owners need to be notified about new applications. The IDP does outline the need for potential environmental protection measures that should be implemented by the municipality that has jurisdiction and will be further evaluated when the subdivision application is considered. During the circulation of this application, the MD of Bighorn noted that the applicant's planning rationale provides justification for the proposed smaller agricultural lot based on the description of the operation and topography. They also stated that the proposed use is consistent with the surrounding agricultural land base and the design appears to minimize potential cross-boundary impacts. This slide looks at the agricultural land use policies from Section 3 of the MDP, as well as the applicable policies from the Bergen ASP. The subject lands are in a policy area that can consider a maximum of 4 titles within the quarter, and the proposal seeking to create the first parcel out. Policy 337 states that the minimum parcel size for new agricultural parcels should be 40 acres, and parcel configuration should reflect existing conditions and use of the land. Although the proposed parcel is smaller than the preferred minimum parcel size, the MDP policies may allow for smaller agricultural parcels. The application includes information about how the proposed 25.25 acre parcel will support existing agricultural operations. The proposed north and south boundaries follow established shelter belts and include a developed residential site with its internal driveway. The remaining agricultural lands contain larger areas to the north and west that can continue being used as pasture land. The environmental features within the quarter southeast corner that includes Bergen Creek shall remain intact and managed together with the proposed remainder. Development within the proposal is also well elevated above the banks of the creek and sufficiently set back from the riparian areas. Condition 13 for riparian health assessment or ecological enhancement will be considered for providing environmental protection of this waterway should the application be approved and proceed to subdivision. The ASP supports continued agricultural use within the land and encourages beneficial agricultural practices. The application states that the proposed parcel is a suitable size for grazing sheep and raising poultry while following regenerative agricultural practices which do not require large-scale acreages to remain productive, and that the smaller parcel size ensures lands remain actively managed. There are established approaches to both the proposal and remainder, and subject to approval. One condition of subdivision will be to ensure that both the access to the proposal and balance meet the county's current access management policy. Administration can support a resolution of this application, resolution of approval for this application. The proposals within the parameters described in the municipal development plan, the Bergen Area Structure Plan, the land use bylaw, as well as the intermunicipal development plan. During the circulation process, there were no letters of concern that were received from adjacent landowners or referral agencies. The MD of Bighorn, being the adjacent municipality to the subject quarter, did not object to the proposal. Agricultural operations within the subject quarter are intended to continue, and the proposal should have a minimal impact. That concludes my presentation, and the applicants are available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do the applicants have any new or additional information they would like to provide? No, the applicants waive. Thank you. Is there anyone in the gallery who would like to speak either in favor or in opposition to this application? Is there anyone online who would like to speak either in favor or in opposition to the application? Administration is saying there is no one online, and so with that, I will open the floor for council to ask any questions they may have. No, seeing no questions, I will ask if, oh, sorry, Councillor Johnson. No, I will ask if planning has any closing comments.
No, I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. And does the applicant have any closing comments? No, the applicant waives. Thank you. So with that, I will close the public hearing and I will look for a motion, please. Councillor Johnson.
I would move that council give second reading to bylaw number LU 25/25, redesignating the lands within the southeast 1331 6th west of the 5th.
Thank you. Any discussion? No. And so normally I'm a stickler for the 40+ acre parcel, but I appreciate, I think there was great information within the package to support why a smaller acreage was included in this Agriculture 2 application. So I was satisfied with the way it was presented. So if there's no further discussion, I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. And Councillor Johnson, please.
I would also move that council give third reading to bylaw number LU 25/25, redesignating the lands within the southeast 1331 6th west of the 5th.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. And just want to give a huge shout out to planning and development. We have just gone through 5 public hearings in an hour. And I think that just demonstrates again how robust and how great the files are that are being presented to council with all of the information in those files. And we greatly appreciate it. I think it definitely streamlines our process, and it allows significant information out for the public as well. So thank you for all your hard work. Council very much appreciates it. So we, again, we have our delegation of municipal affairs at 1 p.m. So we'll try and get a few of the first readings done for the bylaws, and then we'll take a break. So we'll move on to 6.1. Councillor Lutz.
I move that council give first reading to bylaw number LU 25, redesignating the lands within Northeast 63255.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. And Councillor Lutz.
I further move that council set the public hearing for bylaw number LU 2925, redesignating the lands within Northeast 63255 for August 13th, 2025 at or after 9 a.m.
Thank you. I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. And Councillor Harris.
I'll move the council give first reading to bylaw LU 30/25, redesignating the lands within the northwest of 329 4 west of the 5th.
Thank you. Any discussion? I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. And Councillor Harris.
I'll move the council set the public hearing for bylaw LU 30/25, redesignating the lands within the northwest of 329 4 west of the 5th for August 27th, 2025 at or after 9 a.m.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. And let's take a break until 10:15. July 9th, and we will move on to 6.3, and that's bylaw number 1025, Natook Business Park wastewater services. Christopher, wow.
Thank you, Your Worship. So yes, before you on page 225 is bylaw number 1025. Administration had received some input that our bylaw may need some adjustments. So we did a comprehensive review of our bylaw, which governs how specifically the Natook Business Park, how they can access water, how they can dispose of wastewater, and how they can handle stormwater. We've gone through the bylaw with the fine tooth comb and have kind of made a significant amount of adjustments to it. A lot of formatting adjustments for readability, but also some content inclusions in the bylaw that weren't previously there. So we have provided a track change version starting on page 226. It'd be my recommendation, Your Worship, it might be easier for me to present it just going through the clean version beginning on page 242, section by section, but however you'd like me to do it.
I have all my notes on the track changes.
Okay, I can go through the track changes.
Is anyone opposed to going through the track changes?
Okay, so
Christopher, we'll
section by section, Your Worship?
go through section by section, if that's acceptable to council. Thank you.
Sure. So section number 1 is our authority section. That's on page 227. This just outlines the legislation which allows for Mountain View County to impose such a bylaw, specifically the Municipal Government Act. And as council is aware, we do own the water and wastewater infrastructure and therefore control it at Natook Business Park as well. So that's our authority under section number 1.
Is there any questions on 1? I think that's fairly straightforward. Christopher?
Section number 2 is our definition section. Nothing that really jumps out to me that I should highlight for you other than maybe the owner section, which does provide clarity that it may be the owner and occupant. So that would be the only other inclusion. And then Natook Business Park and the lots that are controlled by this bylaw are attached in Schedule A as well, which is highlighted in subsection G.
Okay, we'll move on to the next one.
So section 3 is water services. So this section outlines how an owner can access our water system and then what requirements they have for compliance with having a meter installed, allowing our staff to read those meters. It outlines in various sections here the authorization that Mountain View County has to be on property to be able to read those water services. And then as we start going down onto page 230 of the agenda package, it speaks around instances in which meters are found to be overread. So this is probably the, one of the sections that may require the most attention. Talks about that if there is a meter that's being overread, what the process is for requesting for the county to come in and do an inspection on that meter, to take it off, ensure that it's configured appropriately, and who's responsible for those types of costs. And it does have some provisions in here around ensuring that people aren't interfering with any of those meters or anything like that. All of this content, I'd say, is very consistent with what you would see in a typical water bylaw that you would see in an urban municipality. And we don't have a lot of comparable rural municipalities to look at because lots of rural municipalities don't operate water systems. So maybe I'll pause there, Your Worship, and see if there's any questions on this section.
Okay, Councillor Johnson.
Not a question, but a suggestion that on section 3.14, that we strike the words "as the case may be." It just makes it a little more readable and a little more direct.
Yep, administration would have no issues with that.
Okay, and so this is a bylaw, and so Councillor Johnson, I'm just going to ask you to make a motion for that, and then that's the only way we'll be able to change a bylaw. So if you could just make a motion for that.
Yes, I would move that in section 3.14, that we strike the words "as the case may be."
Okay, thank you. So I'll just ask Christopher, is there any implications or is there any unintended consequences from administration's position for doing that?
No, I don't see any, Your Worship.
Okay. So while Laura's getting that, I think the motion's fairly straightforward. Just any discussion on the motion? No? Then I will call, does anyone want to see the motion on the screen before we vote? No? Okay, then I'll call the question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Counselor Nixon, did you have a question on section 3?
I have actually just a clarification on the water and the water meters. So am I understanding the policy correctly that the owner or occupant of the lot, we'll call it, has to drill their own well and then pay or rent a meter from us to put on their well line?
Yes.
And the purpose of the extra expense for the meter is that, do we cover that cost or do we charge them?
We
for
charge
that?
them for it. The purpose of the meter is so that we can
Monitor the
charge
sewer.
them for the wastewater.
Right.
Yeah.
So if we're.
And the other purpose for the meter is that since we hold the water license from the Alberta government on that quarter section of land for all the wells, we also have to report back to the province how much water is being used out of the aquifer as part of the reporting process.
Okay, so if the meter is something that we require for our own purposes, why are we having them pay for it?
Because we don't want to pay for it. That's why we have required them to pay for it.
Just almost like a utility cost, I'm guessing. Is that correct?
Mhm.
Is it a monthly fee or a one-time? fee?
It's a one-time fee.
Okay.
The meters aren't very expensive. either.
Okay.
Okay, is there any other questions on section 3? No, then I've just got 2. On section 3.06, once the meter is removed from the service and sent to an independent testing company, do we put in a temporary meter, or how do we monitor the water, the quantity of water then?
So we can put in a temporary meter. What we have done when this thing's, because usually the company that does our meter readings is the ones that repair the meters. So they have other meters that'll go do it. Lots of times what we'll do is we'll just forecast out. Every month, this company uses this much water, and we'll just put a projection on the bill.
Okay, so is it just, I don't know how long it takes to send a meter out, get all the testing, get everything done. Is it worth putting something in this bylaw to say in the interim while the meter's being tested, water will be prorated based on historical uses or something to that impact, or is that not necessary?
Yeah, I'd recommend if that's the process, then we should likely have some verbiage in there on how we would deal with that situation. And maybe we would just build in the discretion that the county may choose to either place a temporary meter or forecast, project the water usage.
Yeah, I don't know how long it takes to fix these meters, but I know that sometimes when you send something away, it might be gone for quite a while. And okay, so I'll try and see if I can phrase this. And I would move that council request administration to add information on how water would be metered in the case of 3.06. Because 3.06 talks about removing the meter. Is that sufficient? Is that a sufficient motion, Christopher, to provide direction? Okay. Is everyone, is that motion clear to everyone? So the motion reads that council requested administration to add information on how water would be metered in the case of 3.06. Okay, so with that then I will call the question, all in favor? And that motion is carried. And then I just had one more thing, Christopher. I actually did take fairly good notes and then I forgot to save my file. So I lost everything. So bear with me just for a second here. I just had one question just for clarity and maybe just for council on 3.03. We state the county shall add new well to the existing provincial license to divert water. What is that quantity of the license? I know we speak further in this bylaw that the CAO reserves the right to reduce the water consumption in cases where it's necessary. Just curious to see what the total license is for the well and whether or not we would reach a maximum.
Yeah, we're just looking it up right
Okay.
now, but we can bring it back maybe for second reading, Your Worship.
Sure, I think that's more for information, but that's perfect. You don't require a motion for that, then it's not changing the bylaw, it's just information. Okay, is there anything else on section 3 that council would like to address? Councillor Harris.
Yeah, the last bit just raised a question in my mind, with no one, 3.03, no one, bring in another source of water. Does that mean somebody wants to install a cistern at their place and bring in trucked water, that they can't do that?
So there are numerous facilities out there that have a cistern on their property for collecting rainwater, for using it for other purposes. The whole point of this one here is you just don't want a secondary well that's not registered on there. Because if how this leads to is under the water provisions under the province, if you have a secondary water source in there, there's the possibility of cross contamination of the system of the aquifer. That's the real why those are in there, is just for cross contamination reasons, not building construction reasons. There are all kinds of allowances within building code that you can put in a cistern just as long as it's not reconnected to the rest of the system.
But it wouldn't backflow preventers?
They do, but they fail to. So those secondary connections to systems, you'll find them in every municipality's water wastewater bylaws. They're just standard.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lutz.
Just further to Angela's request for information, can we get numbers on what our current water usage is as well? Because I still get questions on, should Natook be connected to town water? It's still an issue for some, and just knowing what we have left on that license and what the projected outlook looks like, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Christopher, let's go on to section 4, please.
Okay, section 4 is our wastewater services section. So this begins on page 231 of your agenda package. So again, this section outlines all of the requirements around wastewater service lines, where the responsibility lies for any type of blockages or any types of issues, so that the owner is responsible for anything past the property line, whereas the county is responsible for anything before the property line, between the property line and the wastewater main. Same requirements in here that an owner is required to access the wastewater. It's in accordance with our fee schedule bylaw, which outlines how that would be paid, outlines the requirements for them to meet the National Plumbing Code. And then we start getting into the requirements for them to have grease traps, and then also prohibitions around what cannot be put into the wastewater system. So this is really the most crucial section of the bylaw, in my opinion, which outlines kind of our enforcement strategy for anybody that causes any type of damage or blockages to the wastewater system. As we scroll down onto page 233, we get into more prohibitions around individuals tampering with the system or illegally accessing the system without having Mountain View County's authority. And then 4.13 outlines the allowance for Mountain View County staff to be able to access the system or inspect the system or any of the facilities that are hooked up to the system at our discretion. And that concludes section 4.
Okay, is there any questions for Christopher on section 4? Councillor Johnson.
Not a question, just a couple of comments on 407 A. After it says higher than 75 degrees, do we need to insert degrees centigrade in there?
Yep, we can certainly do that.
Okay. Do you need a motion for that?
Sure, let's take a motion. It's a
Okay.
bylaw. Let's just, takes 2 seconds to vote on that, so.
Okay, so I would move that we insert the word centigrade after 75 degrees in section 4.07A.
Thank you. Any discussion on that? I'll call the question. All in favor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Harris, sorry.
Just for clarification.
Okay, Celsius is, yeah.
Is the
So
correct.
that would be correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. So let's just put that motion then on the screen. Thank you for that catch, Councillor Harris. Sorry, I got ahead of myself on that one. Okay. Okay, so Councillor Johnson, does that reflect your motion?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so the motion reads that council direct administration to insert Celsius after 4.07A after 75 degrees. Okay, so with that, if there's no further discussion, I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. Any other discussion on section 4? Councillor Johnson.
Just another very small thing on 4.07B. It says any gasoline solvents or similar spontaneous combustion material. And I don't know enough about solvents. Is the intent that this should be any gasoline, solvents, or does it actually mean gasoline solvents? I don't know the answer to that.
The spirit of the document is just to prohibit people from putting anything down the drain that we don't want them to put down the drain. So, the terminology used there, they're really just trying to be as encompassing as possible with gasolines and then solvents like paint thinners, things like that. Like, we were just making a remark about our grade 11 chemistry and like learning about solvents. We understand like that word actually means a lot more than what people think, but that was the intent, is just trying to capture as much of don't put stuff down the drain that we don't want you to put down the drain.
Okay, so can I just go back just 1 second? I have screwed up the entire process. I apologize to council. We do not have first reading on the floor yet. I am terribly sorry to council for my oversight. Could I please have a motion for first reading on page 225? Councillor Lutz.
I move that council grant first reading to bylaw number 1025, Natook Business Park, water and wastewater.
Thank you very much. So I will call to question on first reading. All in favor? And that motion's carried. And now we can properly debate the bylaw. I'm terribly sorry for my oversight. Jeff, just looking, so we've made a couple of motions to amend the bylaw. We didn't have first reading on the floor. Do we need to remake those motions, or we can roll those over?
No, I believe it'll be fine. We can proceed.
Okay. Thank you. And my deepest apologies to council for screwing up the process. Councillor Johnson, please, I cut you off.
No worries. This is a very small change, just that a recommendation on 4.07B that if they are separate things, gasoline and solvents, we'll just put a comma in between those two words.
So can we leave that with you for second reading for you to do just some research to check that out?
Yep, certainly.
Thank you.
All right. Is there any other questions? Councillor Nixon.
Sorry, can we just pop back to 3.03? Like to present a motion to add a word there because it's bugging me.
Okay, no, that's fine.
I would like to move that we add ground to the water, and I can spell out how I think that might work, and administration can tell me if that's going to work for them or not. So if we say no other well or other source of groundwater except a well, ... And then have that be added to that section. Just because that does read to me that you can't have anything other than a well. So you can't have trucked in water, you can't have a cistern, you can't have rainwater, you can't have anything like that.
Okay, so let's look at that wording.
So Councillor Nixon, just for Laura's benefit, you're referring to the blue section
blue
on
section.
303?
Yes.
And if we cut and paste that on the screen
Correct.
and add the word ground. Yep.
To the second line there of the blue.
Okay.
That makes sense, Laura.
Okay, we'll just pull that up so we can see the wording and okay, wait a minute, let's and then we'll get the debate on the record. Councillor Fulton. Counselor Nixon, does that reflect your motion?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion reads that council direct administration to amend bylaw number 1025, section 3.03 to read no other well or other source of groundwater except a well, and then continue.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And so, Christopher, on this, how does this, Councillor Harris just brought up the suggestion of cisterns in potable water. Does that still work if we add in groundwater?
So if you were bringing in a cistern and you were going to do your entire water supply from a cistern, then you wouldn't have a well. So you wouldn't be connecting to the system because you're not going to have both, right? Unless you have a water well that is filling a cistern. But if your plan for having potable water on your site is for you to have water trucked in, you're not going to have both, right?
But how would that work if you did, so we're allowing cisterns,
If,
Did I understand?
if they don't have a well,
right?
we can allow them to have a cistern.
And then how do we do the wastewater? Because the wastewater is metered off of a well, so.
And this is a problem that we've been discussing with the CAO on some of these external water things, because you don't have a gauge on, so you're just really charging them a flat fee. There are meters that we're investigating that do like ultrasonic meter reading on them there.
Mhm.
Right now, it's not a problem we've had to deal with because everybody is connected to a well. The only extra water that we're trying to capture is the rainwater they're catching for their wash stations. The wash stations aren't connected to their drinking water parts of their building, so they're meeting Alberta Plumbing Code for those attachments.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Nixon first, and then I'll go to Councillor Harris. Nope, Councillor Harris.
Yeah, I guess I could actually see people having a cistern in a well. I don't know what the production rate of the wells there, but if you have a low producing well, I could very well see them putting in a cistern to have that volume of water available if it's a low producing well. And then if it's goes even lower, they may have to supplement that water in that cistern by bringing in trucked water. And I guess like most systems, you would have a backflow preventer to prevent what's in the cistern from going back into the well.
So I know that this happens, like we have a water cistern here at the office. And we never get it backfilled with another truck. We pump out of a well, but if you are doing that at your property, you are putting your health at risk. It is a risk that you have when you bring any external water and put it into your system. It happens, yeah, it happens, but we want to try to devise a bylaw that prohibits you from doing those things because you shouldn't be doing those things.
Okay, Councillor Lutz.
Just a question following up on that. What if land use changes and they actually need like potable water because the well water wouldn't meet, you wouldn't be able to use it in a restaurant or something like that. So
So the water that's out there is potable. Groundwater is potable water. The
But-
water there, it tests it. You can
so
drink
why
it.
can't we drink our water here?
We
with our
can't
well
drink
water?
our water here due to some other supplementary tests that are in there, but we could put a system in here to make the water drinkable.
So you need a system to do that and you couldn't haul in
So,
chlorinated or treated water.
Like here, we have a UV treater, we have some other treaters, some filters, things like that. You can drink the water here. It's just not pleasant. That's why we put the notices up most of the time. But all groundwater has influence from systems. That's why you have filters on your houses. That's why you put carbon filters in, things like that.
So if they wanted to put a cistern and get town water that they wouldn't have to treat, that's not an option.
They shouldn't be connected to a water well then. If their whole purpose of their cistern is to bring external water in, we don't want that connected to the rest of the system. And it's different in this one here because of the wells being the main water source. If you were in an urban setting, it's like a flat no on having any sort of cross connection between a supplementary system and your main water system. Like it's.
Okay, so just because we'll look at this motion. Does this motion fit the intent? I will, and then we'll have to go back to cisterns, which seems to be a different thing that aren't addressed in this. Does this fit the intent of the bylaw, adding in groundwater Counselor Nixon has suggested.
I think, your worship, it'd be our recommendation that maybe the motion, if Councillor Nixon is agreeable to it, would allow for administration to do some more work and research on that prior to making an amendment to the bylaw, because I do think there are other implications to other sections of the bylaw if we were to proceed with this type of direction. So if you're agreeable to allowing us to do that before second reading, that would give us the opportunity to really flesh out whether this works and or what implications it may have for other sections.
Okay, so then just looking at this, because we would bring this back for second reading. So we're looking at maybe instead of saying to amend bylaw, to ask administration to consider the impact of this, or how?
Yeah, if Councillor Nixon would be agreeable, obviously there's a motion on the floor, but if she was agreeable, maybe just a request for administration to identify the potential of including groundwater within section 3.03 and any other implications it may have for the bylaw.
Okay, so maybe instead of changing that, Councillor Nixon, if you would be all right, I would ask for maybe an amending motion,
Yes.
because we've read this one in. So is there someone on council who would be willing to make an amending motion to this motion? I'm trying to.
Can I
again,
amend my own motion?
think is that?
Technically, I think I can.
Todd says no, but we, okay, so Councillor Nixon.
So I will amend my presented motion to have administration look into the possibility of adding a clarifier of groundwater to 3.03. And the implications that that may have. For review at second reading.
Well, maybe we'll just take out no, I'm going to leave it. Absolutely. Okay, so Councillor Nixon, does that reflect your motion?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion then reads that council direct administration to look into the possibility of adding a clarifier of groundwater to 3.03 and the implications that it may have for review at second reading. Okay, so Councillor Fulton, sorry, did you have a comment?
It's gone now.
Okay.
Did I take your comment?
Oh, no, that's all. It's the conversation covered.
Yeah, okay. Is there any further discussion on this motion? No, then I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. And so maybe then just on the bylaw, just to follow up, Christopher, how do we address cisterns and bringing in water from outside sources in this bylaw? If we don't want it, is it explicitly stated, or is it dealt with in this bylaw?
Yeah, and I think that's where administration would like to look at how that would be dealt with. Right now, it states that you can't use those. So if we're wanting to allow for that to happen, then we would open up more clarification around what that looks like and how that process works. Again, you raised the issue around wastewater billing. Right now, the bylaw doesn't contemplate at all how we would deal with a situation where everybody's just completely using a cistern, but still disposing into our wastewater system. So those are the types of things we're going to have to look at and come back to you with.
Just one more question, then I'll get, where does it say in the bylaw that, where would we find that where it states you can't use cisterns? It doesn't seem to be explicit.
anything.
It's in here somewhere, you're saying, Christopher.
Well, I think in the track change section, right there in 3.03, it says that no other well or other source of water can be used in Natook Business Park. So I would say that's a cistern is another source of water.
Or
Okay.
some sort of a holding tank, because if we're gonna allow people to truck water in, then this says, no, you can't.
Okay,
That's correct, yeah.
okay. Councillor Fulton.
I guess my question that comes back to the rainwater situation, if potentially if somebody wanted to gather rainwater for the wash bay or even watering some of their greenery, shrubbery, whatever they have, as opposed to using their well water to do that, if they were trying to capture rainwater. I don't think we want to inhibit those uses, but there is a potential that some of that water from a wash bay would also end up going down and out through the wastewater system, so that's not captured as well.
Okay, so I'm just looking at council, before I make a motion on this, is it worth asking administration, or maybe asking Jeff and Christopher, is it worth council asking administration to address cisterns directly in the bylaw. Because it's indirect now, but maybe, because the use of cisterns is something that is widely utilized.
So I maybe just want to clarify. I think there's a couple of different ways cisterns are being referenced and used in the conversation.
Okay.
So one, you can have a well with a cistern that is used as a large holding tank,
Yep.
but it's not an external water source. You're still relying on your water well. Your cistern is just part of your water delivery system for your business. The second part of the conversation that I'm hearing is that there's a external cistern that's filled from external sources, water being trucked in. And that is what I believe we're saying you cannot do. There's nothing wrong with having a cistern or a bigger tank that's connected to your well, that's part of your delivery system. So
Yep.
I think we just need to have some clarity from council on what your intent is on the use of the word cistern and how it relates to the water delivery system. I think the premise behind this is Natook is a municipally provided water and wastewater service, and so you want to eliminate all other sources of water and wastewater so that as a municipality, we can manage the system, which is the intent of the bylaw.
Right, and I think from council's perspective, from what I'm getting, is it's not clear enough that cisterns utilizing or anything utilizing water sources from external sources are not acceptable. I think there seems to be not enough clarity for council on that. And I'm guessing if there's not enough clarity for council, it may get lost in this bylaw. But just looking at council, whether or not that's my opinion or whether or not that's everyone's opinion. Yeah, Councillor Fulton.
Well, I don't want to discourage someone from trying to collect some rainwater to use, for other purposes, like it's not tied into the water system. It's used for washing, it's used for watering. Like, I think it's not a good use of groundwater, well water to be watering the grass or some trees. I think if they can capture water is a better use. So I think there should be some contemplation in there about that. And then if there is water, let's say in the wash bay situation, how is that accounted for on the wastewater side?
Okay.
Or the potential of?
Jeff.
So just a comment on the collection of rainwater. I know it's a major problem for urban municipalities that manage water and wastewater systems, because you're now putting water that doesn't need to be treated into the sanitary system that requires treatment. So your costs spike, your volume spike. So I think we have a method in place now that through the development permit process, there can be isolated approvals for collection of rainwater for washing and those kinds of things. But as a general statement, we do not support it and do not want rainwater entering the sanitary system because of the inefficiencies of treatment and all of those issues that I'm sure our wastewater commission can emphasize the concerns with that contamination.
Okay, so maybe there's two things coming out of this that council would like to direct administration on. One is somehow including verbiage on how we want to handle cisterns for external water sources other than coming from wells. And the second one is maybe we would like administration to consider some sort of verbiage in this bylaw on collection of rainwater and uses of that collection. Perhaps it's covered somewhere else, but then at least we can see where it's addressed. Do those two things, have I captured and then we'll have to make a motion for it, but have I captured that from the conversation correctly? Okay, so.
Just for clarity's sake, I think when we rewrite it, it's gonna end up looking extremely similar to what Christopher already wrote, where we want to prohibit those systems. It's not like a system on a farm. It is a system that's connected to a bunch of other systems. That's why those prohibits are in there. And like what the CAO mentioned about having a cistern on your property to fill the water, that's plumbing code stuff. That's not wastewater collection stuff. And we need to be really careful when we write a bylaw, we're writing provisions that we're not trying to allow things that aren't allowed in code that we don't have any control over.
And I think that's fine. And so I don't think we're going to try and direct wording at this point. I think what council's saying is we don't understand it well enough. So we would like administration to go back and tell us how cisterns for external water sources are either, should they be included in this bylaw, or are they captured somewhere else? And how is rainwater, the collection of rainwater and utilization, should that be in this bylaw, or is it addressed somewhere else? I think we're just looking for more information on those two items. Just looking for, again, at council. Okay, so just looking whether or not someone would like to move the recommendation for council to address the cisterns for external water sources in either the bylaw or something else. Councillor Harris.
Oh, I was gonna move it if you worded it.
Oh, so Laura, can we look at that council direct administration to bring back information on cisterns for external water sources as either inclusion into bylaw 1025 or elsewhere in other policies? Does that make sense? So if we have it somewhere else and we've already covered it, then there's no reason to put it. If it's in provincial legislation or as you're saying, Ryan, then there's no rationale to cover it, but at least we should know where it is. Councillor Harris, if you want to change that, change it.
So moved.
Okay. Is there any other discussion from council on this one? Councillor Lutz.
Yeah, just, you would think that we would want to encourage collection of rainwater. And so coming back with the same thing, so maybe it's what, if you do collect rainwater, what you can do with it. To water trees and stuff, if it's not going in our wastewater system. But those are big buildings that could collect a lot of rainwater, correct?
The collection of rainwater is a trickier one than what, we actually don't have all of the sway on. We can't tell people how to collect rain. That is still a provincial thing. If you get into an urban environment, there are extremely austere rules on how you collect rainwater, what you can use it for, because it gets into the whole environmental argument about that rainwater isn't yours, it's everyone's. It needs to go into the system. It needs to go into nature. You shouldn't be collecting it, storing it. It gets into a really dark hole. Collecting rain, you are 100% correct. Collecting rainwater to water your grass, to water your trees, it does not go into the wastewater system, so it's not covered under this bylaw. That'd be more back into building codes and that sort of arrangement. So you can collect your rainwater and use it for doing landscaping work, nothing to do with this whatsoever. But if you want to collect rainwater and you want to run it through your building and run it through the system, then we have to start creating rules around that.
So maybe as part of this then, maybe would it make more sense if I amended this to say, if Greg amended this to say external water sources that tie into the collection system? That may tie into the collection system, because you're saying, Ryan, we're not going to worry about anything that's not being tied into the system. That shouldn't be part of the bylaw. So, Laura, can we just include that external water sources that may be tied into the wastewater or the water system? Does that make more sense then, Ryan? And then,
I think you understand where administration's coming from
Yeah.
on this. It's just about what goes down the pipe and how you get it.
that's all this bylaw is concerned about.
Yes.
Greg, does that reflect your motion?
It does.
Okay, so the motion reads that council direct administration to bring back information on cisterns for external water sources that may be tied into the water system as either inclusion into bylaw 1025 or elsewhere in other policies. Okay. Any further comments on that? That was great discussion, Councillor Nixon. Thank you for bringing that forward on the water side. All right, with that, I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. Councillor Lutz, would you like to make any other further discussion or motions on rainwater? Even if it's just bringing it back for information where else it's covered? Is there anything you'd like to address on rainwater?
I think we've got it. That's a good explanation that you gave me, that we are encouraging it for trees and stuff like that, so, yeah. I'm
Okay,
good.
perfect. So is there anything else on section 3? No, then we'll continue on section 4. Is there anything else on section 4? Christopher, maybe I could just ask you to explain 4.06 to us. I was a bit confused as to what that means.
So typically, there would be one connection to the wastewater system for each property. 4.06 allows for the CAO to allow for multiple connections from one property to the wastewater system from a self-contained building. So in the event that there was a business that had 2 different buildings on their property that both needed an access to the county wastewater main, that property would be allowed to have 2 services to their property instead of only the one.
Okay, and so I guess I got confused with at their discretion. So would this not be part of a development permit for a second building? And if that development permit was approved and but the CAO still could say, no, you can't connect?
Margaretta can correct me if I'm wrong, but the development permit wouldn't take into account any type of utility connections. It would just take into account the development on the parcel in accordance with the land use bylaw, which doesn't have any verbiage around wastewater connection, but Margaretta can jump in.
So the development permits in the 2 crossing will have a standard condition that says that you shall connect to the water and wastewater system as outlined in the bylaw. So sometimes it happens that there's more than one business that runs from one property and maybe within more than one building. So again, if there's a development permit issued for both businesses and buildings with one development permit, it's only the one condition. But again, the bylaw will then allow for each of those buildings and businesses to have a separate connection.
Okay.
So, excuse me, just
Right,
just for
Councilor.
clarity then, so potentially you could have 2 wells and 2 wastewater connections, potentially, right? Like on one lot, you had 2 buildings, could you have 2 wells or no?
This provision is just for access
Just
to the
on the
wastewater system.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, it's cool. Thank you.
Okay. The way I read 4.6 doesn't really reflect our conversation, but I'm going to leave it to administration. If that reflects the intent, then it did. Okay, perfect. Nope, that's good. That's good. Okay, all good then. Is there anything else on section 4? If not, Christopher, section 5, please.
So section 5 is our stormwater section. Oh, no, sorry, that's our wastewater connection repair. So this just outlines, like I had previously said, who's responsible for the wastewater system at what point in time, whether is it before the property line, after the property line, and what's the process for going through that. So 5.04 is probably the most important section, which just says that the responsibility and cost of unplugging, thawing, or repairing a service will be borne by the owner if it's located on the owner's side of the property line. Or if it is on our side, but it is due to negligence of the owner. So those are the 2 requirements. So that's more of a conflict mediation section there, so that when it does come up, we can accurately identify who's going to pay to have the service line repaired.
Okay, is there any questions on section 5? No? Then question, section 6, please.
So section 6 is our storm sewer. So this is content that's already in our water and wastewater bylaw. So there's no new changes to this other than some changes to the numbering. And this just outlines, again, just prohibitions around people disposing of material into our storm sewer system. So we do have a stormwater pond that's located at Natook, and we don't want people putting oil and stuff down the storm sewer system that would then contaminate that system. So that's what this section outlines.
Thank you. Any questions on that? No, then, oh, sorry, Councillor.
Section 6.01D. Do we really mean sheen and not machine on top of the water?
Yes, I would say so.
Okay, because that doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, no, I don't know what that.
I think that's just a typo.
Okay, we're just going to call that an administrative.
Typo.
Is that, because I think you can amend the bylaws for administrative typos?
Legally, but we'll go with it. We got it.
I
Nope,
can make a motion
no.
if we need one.
We have it captured, Your Worship.
Okay.
We understand.
Good catch. All right, section 7.
So section 7 is just a section that outlines kind of the general regulations around all of the systems. So how customers are billed, what happens in the event that they don't get a bill. The calculation of the wastewater utility billing is in 7.04, which says that we'll do it at 80% of the water consumption readings. Yeah, and then just stating a new inclusion there that the CAO or their designate may revoke or cancel any permit that is found to not be in accordance with the bylaw.
Hey, any questions on section 7? So just on section 7 point, I think 04, the 80% water consumption, I know that there's variations across the province where some charge 100% of the metered water. And I don't know if that's because of the infiltration and such, but just wondering where the 80% comes from.
If none of my colleagues know, I do know that that's fairly consistent with how our urbans treat it. So just with works with other water bylaws that I've seen, 80% seems to be the calculation that they determine. The remaining 20% is used as part of the production of whatever they are doing, and then 80% is the residual.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say from recollection, Reeve, it was past discussion with council. Council was part of the discussion. You are correct that other municipalities have moved to more aggressive recovery rates, and it does, it's a little bit at the discretion of council.
Yeah. So just looking at council, is this something that we would like administration to look into? I'm getting a little bit more familiar with water and wastewater now across different jurisdictions, and there are jurisdictions that do charge 100% of the metered water on their wastewater. Wastewater doesn't seem to recover the total costs because of I&I in some issues. And so this is a way that the county is not off any. You could argue whether or not I&I is the issue of the users or whether or not that's a county issue. But just, I thought I'd bring it up because I do know there are some that charge 100%. If council is comfortable with 80, that's fine, but I just thought I'd bring it up. Councillor Nixon.
To administration, do we know if the 80% seems to cover our expenses for the wastewater? Is that enough?
We don't cover all of our expenses with the wastewater on the billing. And a lot of that has to do with the upkeep of a large system and not all the lots being filled. We'd love to be able to provide that analysis when all the lots are filled with all the uses. And then the other one too is that there are lots out there that have been approved for development permit that don't have any connection to the system. The connection's available to them, but the use to which they're using the lot for trailer storage, for example, doesn't generate us any revenue, but it still generates us an expense.
Okay.
Councillor Lutz. Oh, okay. So just looking at council, whether or not there's any appetite to move to a more aggressive cost recovery on our wastewater. Something to think about maybe, and we can address it again at second reading if we choose to or not. Councillor Harris.
My only comment would be, I think we need to have some more substantive evidence to go up to away from what appears to be the standard to go to 100% without some evidence that it's actually going into the wastewater.
Okay.
Is this 80% also included in the fee? Is it part of the fee schedule as well, or is it this 80% only highlighted here in this document?
I believe it's mentioned in the fee schedule bylaw. There's certainly the rate in the fee schedule bylaw. I think it says in there 80% as well, but this is the bylaw we would point at to enforce it.
Okay. All right. Anything else on section 7? Councillor Lutz.
Just with that being said, do we need to put the 80% in there? If it's in the, maybe we should take it out and just put in that it should be calculated and charged in accordance with the fee schedule. Like that way we don't have to bring this back. It should be in the fee schedule, in my opinion.
Yeah, we can certainly do that.
That's a great idea. Councillor Lutz, would you like to make a motion for that?
Yeah, I would move that in section 7.05, I guess it would be, or 4, sorry, that we remove the calculated amount and refer charges in accordance with the county fee schedule bylaw.
Okay. So Councillor Lutz, does that reflect your motion? Yeah, so the motion reads in section 7.04 that the calculated amount is removed and charged in accordance with county's fee schedule bylaw. Perfect. And obviously, Christopher, we need to check and make sure that that 80% is in the fees, in the fee schedule. Thank you. All right, any further discussion on that? I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. That's a great one, Councillor Lutz, because that is brought forward to council every year. And so if we do get information that that 80 is different, then we can review that every year. Yeah, thank you. That's excellent. And I just had one more on section 7.06. I know that for those landlords that want to cut off utilities, it is prohibited. And so this section here gives the CAO an opportunity to cancel any connection. Is that actually legal? I just know that it's very difficult for you to shut off the utilities to a residential tenant.
Yeah, speaking administratively here, it seems that it's our opinion that that's only for residential properties, but we can look
Okay.
into it prior to bringing it
Okay.
forward as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Because it's not your, right, okay. All right, then we'll move on to section 8, penalties.
So no changes here, Your Worship. This is the current contents of the bylaw, just outlines that we do have penalties associated with any non-compliance with the bylaw. And then section 9 outlines the enforcement. Section 8.06 outlines the minimum fine amounts and the maximum fine amounts, but nothing that's inconsistent with our other bylaws.
Thank you. Any questions for Christopher on section 8? I just had one on 8.02. The county is usually fairly lenient on most things that we do in trying to get people into compliance. It just seemed like unpaid for more than 30 days seemed a very short time frame before you disconnect someone's services. Is that? So the way I read this is if you're unpaid for 31 days, we can disconnect your services. Yeah, it just, Christopher?
Well, if Jeff wanted to take it, I'd let him, but just chatting back and forth, it seems like it's consistent with how we would treat it in all of our other bylaws, and the May statement is the key that that allows for us to work with the landowner for
Okay.
compliance.
I think that if my recollection is correct, I think the, other commissions like the Waste Commission are very much more lenient on their 90 days and 120 days. It just seemed like 30 was short, but if council's good with that, then I think the May does give a lot of flexibility. It just seems pretty harsh in the bylaw when I read it. Yep, okay. Then we are on to enforcement, section 9.
So last section is just enforcement, again, consistent with our other bylaws, how we treat enforcement, that if there's contravention, there's an amount that would be owing for enforcement, allows for our peace officers to enforce it, place violation tickets through POPA. Nothing else really here that I would highlight, Your Worship. It's pretty consistent with what you'd see in our other bylaws.
Okay, any questions on that? All right. Thank you, Christopher. Is there anything else general?
I have nothing else, Your Worship.
Hey,
There are some changes to Schedule B, just some increase of fines. And that's just to align with the minimum penalty section that we just went through. The minimum penalty section outlines it as $300. So we've increased anything that was less than $300 to be that minimum fine.
okay. Is there anything else from council? Councilor Harris?
Just a confirmation, Christopher, does POPA allow for mailed service on this one? I know there's a bunch of bylaws that don't, because we had a resolution at RMA about increasing the number of bylaw tickets that can be mailed.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this one does. I can look into that as well.
Okay.
All right. So if there is no further discussion on this, then I will call for first reading. We have first reading on the table. We've made a number of amendments. So I will call to question on first reading. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. And we have a number of amendments, so I think it's appropriate to let administration bring those back at second reading.
Yep, that's suitable with us.
All right, then Christopher, on to 6.4. Please.
Okay, 6.4 is on page 253 of your agenda package. This is just coming forward for third reading of bylaw number 1125, which is the appointment of a head and establishing fees for the Access to Information Act. So as I've previously highlighted for council, the FOIP Act has been rescinded by the provincial government. They have replaced it through Bill 33 and 34 with the Protection of Personal Information Act and the Access to Information Act, which now requires for council to update our own bylaw where we previously had an appointment of a head and establishing fees for FOIP. Now we're looking to amend that to align with the Access to Information Act. Nothing really material in this bylaw other than you're granting the CAO the authority to be the head for the purposes of the act, and you're aligning the fees with the ministerial regulation, which may change from time to time. So other than that, there's been no changes since council saw this at second reading, and so now it's just being presented for third and final reading.
Okay, so if I could have a motion for third reading, and then if there's any further changes that council wants to make, we can have that discussion. Councillor Nixon.
The council grant third reading to bylaw number 1125, appointment of a head and establishing fees for ATIA.
Thank you. Any discussions or any further amendments? No? Then I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you, Christopher. 7.1, the directives. Page 258. Jeff.
Yep, thank you, Reva. I was just going to point out the
Sorry.
directives start on page 258, and I don't have anything additional to comment on, but certainly if council has any questions about any of them, we will endeavor to answer those.
Thank you. Our directives are getting very short. They're fitting on well within one page, so we need to start pushing out more direction.
We just keep changing the font, Reeve, so it'll always be on one page.
Is there any questions for Jeff? No? Then Jeff, is there anything that you would like to point out on the directives?
No, nothing specific to highlight.
Okay, thank you. It seems like we have quite a few that are coming back in planning and development services, so it's good to keep those on the list. All right. If there's nothing else, then there's a motion on page 257. Councillor Fulton.
I move that council receive council directives as information with the appropriate action to be taken.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I'll call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. 8.1, restricted covenant report. Margaretta or Jeff?
Through the chair, thank you. So on page 259 of your agenda is the report following the notice of motion that was presented to council on May 21st. So again, on page 259 is just the background information provided by Councillor Harris for that notice of motion, asking the question if there are any potential to use the restrictive covenant tool provided for in the Municipal Government Act to allow for an additional parcel in the ag preservation area, in particular where there is proposals for taking out a residential site and where there could be intent to keep the remainder of the quarter section in agricultural production without the ability to have any residences. So on the next page, we do give you some outline information on what is a restrictive covenant. So again, it is an agreement that is registered on the affected titles. There are a requirement that there be a dominant benefiting lands as well as servient burdened lands. It must be written in the negative, so it must identify what must not be done. And it also runs with the land. which means once it's registered, it can't be removed unless there is typically a court process to remove that. So again, restrictive covenants is a tool to limit the use and development of a property. Developers will typically use restrictive covenants as tools when they want to be more restrictive than what the county bylaws of the municipality provide for, typically the land use bylaw. And they will typically register those restrictive covenant on the affected titles within a subdivision before they sell those individual lots. The developers do not require the consent of the municipality when it is registered, and the municipality is required to adhere to those restrictive covenants when development then comes forward. We also highlight some of the limitations for the use of restrictive covenants in general. So the first item is that it is permanent. It runs with the land and continues to impact the land, even if the owners do change. And that will be indefinite unless the restrictive covenant is removed. For the enforcement part, any party that is party to a restrictive covenant can enforce a breach through legal remedies, which typically may include a court order. The removal of a restrictive covenant is typically required through a court application. A court will consider the covenant's impact on the parties involved, as well as the broader community. Successful removal often depends on demonstrating that the covenant no longer serves the original purpose and it unfairly restricts the property's use. In our land use bylaw, we currently have a section 9.4.2 that sets out how the county will deal with development when there are restrictive covenants that are more restrictive than our land use bylaw. The section is included as an attachment, but the bottom line is permitted uses become discretionary, and without the consent of all of those affected by the restrictive covenants, applications shall be refused by administration. Various examples of restrictive covenants throughout the county, mostly on residential and commercial properties, demonstrate the inflexibility of restrictive covenants compared to municipal bylaws that changes over time to reflect the strategic direction for the county. If there is council support to consider creating a second title, with the third as the remainder, within the ag preservation area with a residential parcel with an existing residence in the ag preservation area, while the remainder of the quarter section remain in agricultural use and restrict the future residential development potential through the use of a restrictive covenant, administration would recommend that that approach be reflected in our municipal development plan. We would also require some direction from council on additional policy criteria that may need to be developed, including what would be the parcel size, parcel design, and the total amount of residential acres from the quarter section. Administration do anticipate that there will be challenge with future landowners, 2-3 landowners down the line that are in ownership of these with restrictive covenants, and as well from future councils that may not support the restriction or enforcement of that restrictive covenant. We've also looked at alternative options. Those are also included in the report. If there is, again, still intent of council to consider a second title in the ag preservation area under the same criteria for residential existing parcel to be taken out, and that the remainder be in ag use with no ability for residents, that there be a policy created in the municipal development plan, and at the same time, a new agricultural district be created, that the remainder would then be designated as, with a clear understanding that there is no provision for residential use within that district. Council will then, when considering the second parcel out, be able to redesignate the remainder to this new district. It would be a clearer process for any new buyers to be aware of the zoning and administration to administer any questions associated with it. This alternative option, it is also recommended that it be a policy within the MDP, and whether the option is to use the MDP amendment with the restrictive covenant or the alternative for an MDP amendment with a new district, that either option must include some community consultation with the wider area, recognizing that it will impact a significant amount of land's development potential.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Margaretta or any comments? Councillor Fulton?
So in the top part of the report here, you say that the covenants usually have to be removed by the court. But in the MGA section there, it says in section C, may be discharged only by the municipality or an order of court. So the municipality has the power to remove a restricted covenant?
My understanding of how the process works is there may be a difference when a restrictive covenant is registered behind a caveat, or if a restrictive covenant is just registered on the title, not behind a caveat. The person that has the ability to do it under a caveat, typically the municipality, if it's that instance, and the municipality has the agreement of all the affected landowners, there may be potential to just discharge the caveat. If it is a restrictive covenant as intended in the Municipal Government Act, purely registered on the registration, it is likely a court order process to remove that restrictive covenant.
Councillor Harris?
So I'm in possession of a legal opinion from one of our residents, and that goes along with what Councillor Fulton was saying and contradicts the report. And I'm wondering if, for our own clarity, getting a legal opinion from our lawyers on how the restricted covenant can and cannot be discharged. The information I have is that it, like it says in the act, that it can be discharged by the municipality, by council. So I don't see any difference between it and the portion here that said permanency runs with the land and continues to impact the landowners. Well, indefinitely, it doesn't indefinitely. Council does have the authority to discharge it. To my way of thinking, it's again, a provision that would help us address those situations that exist. I'm not saying there'll be a lot of them, but address those situations where development over time, the farmland's been used, people want to retire, and we want to keep that land in agriculture. The restricted covenant allows us to do that from what we can see in the MGA. To be honest with you, in all the things we've sat in and reviews, I'm a little surprised. I don't ever recall this option ever being raised at our MDP reviews. So that's why I was a little surprised when I found out about it. I think it's one we need to explore. I think it's something that would meet our requirements as council of not having agricultural land have further subdivision and residences, but accommodates residents who have been there, worked the land, and now want to retire in place, but they can't because there was a previous subdivision taken out. I think it's a viable alternative for us to use and explore. I would like to see a legal opinion just to clarify, because I see some conflict with what I'm reading, what I was supplied, and what's there, and I'd like something from our lawyers to say, how would this work? And how would we do it?
Okay, any other comments? Councillor Nixon?
I would be interested in seeing what our legal team has to say about this as well. I'm not a fan of restrictive covenant that would go on title, that would prohibit activity on the land for the rest of the land's time. So if it's something that we could maybe look at having where council can remove under certain circumstances or enforce under certain circumstances, that would maybe be something I would be willing to look at versus having it on title forever.
Okay, Councillor Johnson.
I'm having a bit of a struggle with this, especially after the public hearing this morning, because I'm trying to always think about what's the best use of the land. And yes, the land is used by people, so we have to think about the people too. But my concern is that this is going to take us into the whole realm of estate planning and not land use for our decisions. So that's my concern.
Okay. Councillor Fulton.
Oh, I like the option that has been presented to create another zoning. Yeah, I think the covenant thing, I think could be, until we get a legal opinion back, but I think that's something that, would be more difficult for landowners, people trying to, find their way through our systems to make applications. I think if there was another ag district that, if you owned a piece of land and you were in a spot where there wasn't many options, I think that other district that people would be interested in saying, well, this is farmland and it should stay farmland and let's redesignate it to that. And I think that could stay, and then 20 years down the road, then that there could be application to change it to another district or whatever as time changes, right? I think that's something that we could be within control of, and the decision would be here as opposed to registering that on title. And then if it had to go to court, that was the answer, then, well, that's just another process outside of our process for a future landowner or someone to have to go through. So I would like to investigate the alternative they have there.
Okay. Any other discussion? Councillor Lutz.
I think the key on it is existing. So in my area, we definitely have lots that have been there for 30 years and they're stuck with it and they're stuck being landlords. So I just don't know if we have to go to this covenant, if we could fix it another way with the zone versus putting a covenant on. So I'd be more interested in that, because that covenants, we should be able to fix it easier than that, I think.
Yeah, I struggle with putting anything on. I mean, this council and all the previous councils I've sat on have been very, pro try and allow you to do as much with your land as you can. And trying to tell someone you can buy a piece of land, but you can't ever put a house on it. I struggle with that. We've always been under the premise of if you own a piece of property, you can live on it. And by taking that away, I don't think that's a solution I don't think that's a solution. I just don't. And people that buy properties that have dwellings on there that they know they can't subdivide, that's part of why you buy it under the current land use bylaw. This council and previous councils have always had the discussion every time we do an MDP review, do we want to increase the amount of subdivisions in the ag preservation area? And we've always said no. And trying to figure out how we do it for some and not for others. I also struggle with if it's existing, you can do it, because now if someone builds a house and they've had it for a year, do we say now it's existing? There's a lot of, there's a way bigger conversation that needs to happen, and there's a way bigger consultation that needs to happen with our communities before we try and fix something that maybe isn't broken and then have unintended consequences. So I think that the next council that comes will do another MDP review and determine whether or not the majority, this is where we have to really focus. Are we serving the majority of the residents, or are we trying to come up with something for a small minority, which is going to cause us more grief, not only us, but future councils? So Councillor Fulton.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think there's any urgency to try to move this along now, but I think we should, the next council should consider this information and look to take it out to the public when we do an MDP or the land use thing to see what the input is, right?
Yeah.
Like, we're aware of some situations where, there is a perceived problem or challenge, but that doesn't giving us the full landscape. So I think it would definitely have to be included in a future review. I wouldn't want to try to move this forward at this time.
Yeah. And with the restricted covenants, I'm trying to figure out why it would matter whether or not the municipality can remove it or the landowner can remove it through a court order. If the idea is we want this land to be only used for agriculture and never have a building on it, when would you ever run across a situation where council would want to remove the restricted covenant, or where would you ever run across a situation where you want the landowner to remove it? Because then it would just be up for development, and then you would have negated what you were trying to do in the first place. So I'm struggling with the use of it. Councillor Fulton.
Well, right now with our split within the county, but we cannot predict what 15 or 20 years from now, what the land use and zonings will evolve to.
Exactly. Yeah.
So if you had a covenant applied in 2025 forever that had very limited ways to remove it, and you move into a different time frame, or there happens to be, let's say along Highway 2, there's a big surge in potential development that's all in ag pres that has all these covenants potentially on it, well, then you can't
Yeah.
do anything, right? So that's why we're
Yep.
within the discussion of favoring another land use district.
Yep. All right. So we've had great discussion. So we have a couple of different motions here. I'll look to see whether or not someone wants to move any of those. Councillor Harris.
I will move the council defer the discussion to consider a policy that enables removal of a second parcel, creation of a residential parcel with an existing residence in the agricultural preservation area of the municipal development plan to the next municipal development plan review. I don't know if you want a separate motion, or can I include in this seeking a legal opinion?
That is up to you.
Then I'll leave that one there, and I think I'll make a second motion after this.
Okay. Thank you. Any comments on any discussion on the motion? No. So I'm not going to support the motion simply because I don't think it's this council's position to direct the next council to consider anything. I think it's up to the next council to do their homework in their consultation with their own residents, and maybe the next council will say, we don't have any support for this and we don't want to do it. We have to appreciate we're in July of an election year, and I don't think it's up to us to tell the next council to do anything. Councillor
So
Lights.
my 2 cents is, I think it's good to just have this as a flag for the next council, because it took me a few years to figure it out. So if we do have new council, it's good to know that this was something that we needed to look at, but because of where we are in the cycle, we didn't deal with it.
Okay. All right. Any other comments? I will call to question. All in favor? And opposed? And that motion's carried. And Councillor Harris.
I would move that council request administration to seek a legal opinion on the restrictive covenant report details and how that would fit into our municipal development plan and land use bylaw.
Okay, does anyone need to see that one on the screen? I think that's pretty, okay. So Councillor Harris, do you want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I think we've got conflicting information from what I see in this report, what we see in the MGA, and what I've seen in another legal opinion. And I think it makes sense that we go to our lawyers and get a specific legal opinion. It may or may not put this to rest. It may not, but it would be information that's valuable for the next council.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Councillor Johnson.
I think in the past, when we looked at hazard lands and so on and got a legal opinion, it really helped focus the idea about what is legal and so on. I think that having a legal opinion in this regard might help us decide whether or not we want to act on this. So I do think it's worth getting a legal opinion.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Yeah, I'm not going to support a legal opinion on this. I've been here now for 12 years, and anytime you try and put anything on someone's property that restricts them from doing whatever they want, whatever they think they should be allowed to do in future, never goes over well. We tried this with proximity to CFOs. We tried it with proximity to gravel pits and just putting instruments on title to make people aware of what was around them, and people got really nervous and really upset. And I just don't think this is the role of council, and legal opinions are expensive. And if the next council wants to do it, I just can't see a case in ever wanting to utilize something of this. Councillor Harris.
Yeah, just for clarity, the council cannot impose a restricted covenant in this circumstance on the MGA. This is the landowner asking for a restricted covenant. And for note, they can put it on without our permission.
Yeah, and so they can already do that. And so I don't know why council would want to enter into the realm of something that someone can already do. I just, I don't know why we'd want to do that. But anyways, we have a motion on the floor. And we have to, the other thing I really want to make council aware of is if you, and we have seen this historically, if we go to 5 different lawyers, we're going to get 5 different legal opinions. And so I'm always very cautious of getting a legal opinion and what we're going to use it for, because I think that there are a variety of different legal opinions out there. Councillor Nixon.
I just wondered, Jeff, if we have an approximate, or if you have any idea what this might cost.
I would guess, again, it's a guess, $3,000 to $5,000 probably.
Yeah, legal opinions are not cheap. Councillor Lutz.
I really like the idea of getting a legal opinion, but I just think it's timing. I haven't talked to enough residents, and I think we need a legal opinion after the next cycle, and if it gains traction after we talk to more people about it. So good idea, but maybe just the timing's not quite right for it.
Okay.
I'll maybe just qualify my statement, because I think if it's a very generalized opinion on general application of restricted covenants in the MGA, it would be obviously less work for them. If it's specific to embedding it into our MDP and our LUB, then it requires their detailed review of our statutory documents. And that's what would lead to the increased cost that I'm estimating. So just want to be clear that depending on exactly what we ask for and how I've interpreted the motion, because it includes interpretation application of our specific documents, it's no longer just a generic legal opinion. It is a very in-depth review that they'll spend a lot of time on.
Okay. All right. So with that, then I will, Councillor Johnson, do you have another comment?
Well, I'm just struggling now. I mean, at the outset, I thought it's a good idea. And now when you look at the cost of it and the remote probability that this is going to happen anytime soon, I'm reluctant to spend this hard-earned tax money for something that may not come to have much value to taxpayers.
Okay, so with that, then we have a motion on the floor and I will call the question. All in favor? And opposed? And that motion's lost. Okay, we will move on to new business, 9.1, payment incentive. Jeff.
Thank you, Reeve. So starting on page number, just got to fast forward my agenda here, 266. We have the preliminary results of our 2025 early payment incentive. These results are subject to minor adjustments as when the report was created. We still could suspect a few late process payments through bank transfers, and of course, anything that was already postmarked in the mail that we hadn't received yet would still be eligible. So there's minor changes could be made, but what we've experienced in the past is largely this number is fairly accurate and reflective of the uptake of residents on our early payment incentive. So you will see a couple of results I will highlight. The total tax dollars collected, we forecasted those at 62% this year, and last year we were at 56%, so a little bump from previous years. And again, if you look at a comparison of the number of rolls that participated in the early payment incentive, that's also up 3 percentage points from prior years. So again, this is just an information item for council, just so you're aware of how the program was received this year.
And it's a big number because that includes obviously the school tax. Yep.
That is correct. Yep.
Okay. Any questions for Jeff? This is a good news story for us, I think.
Yes, it's good from the perspective, it certainly enables cash flow. So we don't have any cash flow issues over the summer construction months when we spend most of our money, which then, we don't forecast the need to use our line of credit that council establishes through bylaw. And this early incentive is one of the tools that help us manage cash flows.
Excellent. If there's no other questions, we have a motion on page 266. Councillor Nixon.
I move that council receive the results of the 2025 payment incentive as information with no further action to be taken.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. 9.2, tax forgiveness request. Jeff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. On page 270, you'll see a request from a resident from the rural neighborhood of Jackson who unfortunately had a property fire and lost their home. And they are writing to council requesting cancellation of outstanding taxes. We have taken their request and provided the information for council on what's the municipal portion. And certainly if council has any other questions about the breakdown of tax information, I can do my best to answer that.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions for Jeff? Councillor Nixon.
I did have one question. In the amount that they're asking for, the $2,270.79, is any of that fees, like penalties?
No, it's my understanding their taxes were current, and so that's all 2025 tax year information or tax year amounts owing.
And so just to be clear, Jeff, they have actually requested the entire amount. Is that right?
Yeah, so you'll see in their letter, I think they've identified the entire portion of their taxes that they would like council to consider. That's the $4,661. And what we have done in the RFD based on past direction of council is we're only considering the municipal portion, and that's the $2,270.
Sorry, just for clarification. So the difference between the amount that's in the RFD and the amount in their letter is like school tax and things
Yes.
that we have no choice but to, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Fulton? Nope. Okay. Is there any further discussion? All right, then we have a motion on page 268. Councillor Fulton?
I move that council cancel the outstanding municipal portion of property taxes for roll 229352000 in the amount of 2270.79.
Thank you. Any discussion? I think this is very much in line with what we did with the residents that were impacted by the tornadoes. And I think this is a very solid request for support from one of our residents. So with that, I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. 9.3, road closure. Jeff or Ryan?
Last council, the new policy was passed on how Mountain View County deals with road closures. So these were two road closures that have come up to council in the past, and they're requesting their money back. So this 2234BZ was part of a file on the side of the county for a road that is no longer required. The road has been closed, and we're recommending that we give back the money as per the policy minus our fees of $182. So they gave us $1,000 to process it, council approved it, and now we're recommending giving them back the $817.50.
And Ryan, can you maybe just explain why we are recommending that we give them the money back if it's in policy? I'm just a bit unclear.
We wanted to make sure that we were interpreting the policy and council's direction correctly.
And so you think you haven't interpreted correctly as to why we're giving the money, but why you're recommending to give the money back? I'm just uncertain.
Mainly because these ones were to do with new subdivisions, and new subdivisions do create new land. And we wanted to make sure that under the act that we were doing this the way that it was conceived when we put it together. We're just looking for verification on this.
Councillor Nixon.
Two things. I guess my understanding of what council had approved is if the landowner or the occupant or the whatever, if the request was generated by somebody, not us, then they paid that fee. If we generated it, then we would give them back the fees. So in this case, did they generate the request?
In this case, they've generated the request.
Okay, so that was my first clarification. And then my second clarification is I also believe that it states that we did not, for lack of better words, seek repayment for the land that was given to them. It was just given to them without any monetary value attached to it on our part. So just to clarify, you're requesting that we pay them back the fees and also give them the value of the land with no consideration for what the county would be owed for that acreage.
You want to do it, Jeff? Sure, go for it, Jeff.
Okay, so from my perspective, these two items are grandfathered because they were approved by council prior to development of the policy. And when the surveying was done, I think the land has already been consolidated. So the individuals already have ownership of the closed right-of-way. And what we have brought back to council is under the fee schedule bylaw, it says there's $1,000 fee that the resident puts in, and it says that refunds may be requested at the conclusion of the closure. If council wants administration to handle this, you can delegate that authority to us, and we will just administratively do our best to apply the fee schedule bylaw and the request and make a decision. We brought it to council thinking that because it was in the fee schedule bylaw, council may want to weigh in on the fees that we refund to the applicant. So the way we have approached this is that the $1,000 fee is intended to cover all of the county's external costs, and we absorb all of the internal costs for staff time and such for processing these applications. But we ensure that the surveying fees, legal fees, any of those kinds of things are covered by the application fee of $1,000 that's identified in the bylaw. And that's where we end up with the recommended motion of refunding $800 because we've deducted the cost of surveying. The land, under the new policy, we would have to deal with the land as well, but because these are grandfathered applications in my view, they were approved by council before that policy existed. What's before council today is not to address the land, the distribution of the land that's part of the closed road allowance. That's already been decided and determined by land titles, is my understanding.
Okay. So in your opinion, Jeff, if this was administrative, you would do the refund?
Yeah, I would say we would only refund the part of the $1,000 that exceeds our external costs. And so the survey cost was 100 and whatever the number is that works out. And so that's why we've recommended council consider 817. I think the reason Ryan put this on the agenda is there was a bit of maybe lack of understanding from administration on how council wanted us to proceed with the $1,000 fee that we've collected and whether it should be refunded or not refunded. Whether it was collected and intended to cover off some staff time and processing time and the effort that it takes to move these files through council and go to Alberta Transportation and get approval and then engage the surveyors and close it off with land titles and sign off. Or was it council's intent to just cover external costs? And so that's kind of why we're having this discussion with council today. Hopefully I have clarified what our concerns are administratively.
Councillor Johnson.
When I looked at this example, it really made me appreciate the consideration that went into the new policy, because I can see that a policy is required based on sort of the assumptions that we're using in grandfathering these. So I'm happy to agree with the recommendation. But it makes me appreciate the policy and recognize that things will be different going forward.
So how would the new policy be applied to this? They wouldn't get their refund back? Is that what we're?
In this case, they would be required to pay for the 1.38 acres as
Right.
part of the application process, which may or may not, they may decide not to proceed with the request, knowing that they have to pay $6,000-7,000 for the value of the land.
Right.
If it's under an acre, then obviously then the policy contemplates that there's no compensation required.
Okay.
But there's still, I think this is something that probably needs to be addressed in the fee schedule bylaw, because I think that's where this, the refund may be considered. It just, it's not clear of whose authority it is to consider the refund.
Right.
And so we wanted to ensure we gave council the opportunity to provide us the direction to either just deal with it or council can deal with it today.
Okay. Councillor Lutz.
Just a question. I see a benefit to the landowner to get this kind of cleaned up, and to me, it is like a cleanup type thing. Is there any benefit to the county, really, if these are road closures happen or not?
Ones like this that are definitely driven by the landowner doing a subdivision, there's not a whole lot of benefit to the county on these. They've been in existence for a great deal of time, and you know, it does limit some liability that we have, but it doesn't really matter to us on how they're handled. When we're looking at them, like sometimes they come in handy having them, but most of the time they're just lines on a map.
Okay. If council has enough information, we'll look for a motion. Or once the motion's made, you can ask for more information. Councillor Johnson.
I would move that council approve the refund request for the road closure administration fee of $817.50 for the completed permanent closure of Road Plan 2234BZ under Section 22, subsection 4 of the Municipal Government Act, road closure by resolution.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I'll call to question. All in favor? And opposed? And that motion's carried. 9.4.
So the second one is under the same idea as the previous RFD. But this one is under 1 acre. So when we put these together, we just wanted to make sure we had it all covered, that we were interpreting correctly. The conversation is identical to the one that you dealt with on the previous item.
Okay. Is there any discussion on this one? Not, I'll look for a motion. Councillor Harris.
I'll move the council approve the refund request for the road closure administration fee of $817.50 for the completed permanent closure of road plan 10402AZ under section 22, subsection 4 of the Municipal Government Act, road closure by resolution.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I'll call to question. All in favor? And opposed? And that motion's carried. 9.5, sponsorship requests. Christopher.
Thank you, Worship. Page 280 of your agenda package, a number of sponsorship requests that have come forward since our last council meeting. So there are 4 golf tournaments that have requested sponsorship, as well as the 2025 Oldstoberfest sponsorship. So I guess I'll turn over to Josie and she can kind of run you through what the requests are. I would just highlight that we have provided at the bottom of the RFD the current budget implications. So there is $3,000 remaining in your council grants budget line. And then in our overall community grant program, there's just over $17,000 if council wanted to look for additional funds from another location. So with that, Josie, I'll turn over to you.
Sure. So the first golf tournament is the Sundry Elks Charity Golf Tournament. They have sponsorships ranging from $1,500 for their dinner sponsor to their prize sponsors for $75. The last few golf tournaments we've sponsored, that's been $500. So they have a $500 dessert sponsor option.
Okay, so how would council like to do this? Do you want to make a decision after every one of these, or do you want to go through all of them first? The background on all of them first. Councillor Harris?
I'd like to see all of them first.
Okay. Josie, take us through all of them.
Reed Ranch County Fair is hosting their annual county fair again this year. Last year, we sponsored them $700 for the event. It will be held on September 6th at the Reed Ranch School. They're seeking sponsorship to help cover the cost of insurance, equipment rental, prizes. The goal for this year is to offer a lunch at a reduced cost so everyone can come and enjoy the event. The Olds College Broncos is hosting a golf classic this year on August 22nd. Participants will be receiving green fees, power cards, golfers, gifts, and breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Their sponsorship packages range from $6,500 to $500 in cash or in-kind prizes. Then there's the Hugh Sutherland School Enhancement Foundation Golf Tournament. It's taking place July 25th. They are trying to raise funds for their overall foundation, which I believe will be going to their playground eventually. The town of Carstairs has committed $2,500 for their sponsorship of the tournament. And sponsorships range from $250 to $5,000. Lastly, there's the Oldstoberfest sponsorship. Historically, we have given them $3,000 the last 2 years for the shoot sponsorship, or the wristband, I think is also the same. So they have requested that again.
Thank you. And just before we start debating on that, Christopher, just a question. So policy 8003 has in there that county council shall establish a budget for donations and promotional items. Is that different than the $10,000 grant?
That's the budget that's being referenced.
That is the $10,000?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, okay, I just wanted to make sure. All right. So we'll, should we start with the Elks? So historically, Josie, you said we give them 500?
No, we have not funded them. I was just noting the golf tournaments this year, we've funded
Okay, so we've
500.
not
Yeah,
funded them before, okay?
correct.
So just looking for council consideration, to me, $500 to the Elks is probably a good use of funds. They're a great association that really support a lot of community groups. So I'll move that council approves the sponsorship in the amount of $500 for the Sundre Elks Charity Golf Classic held on August 17th, 2025. Is there any discussion on that motion? No, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. Okay, Reed Ranch Fair. Councillor Lentz.
I can speak to a little bit about this one. It is a really good event and it's really egg focused. There's butter making and preserves, and it's a county fair where they're judging vegetables and stuff like that. And it's really well attended. So I would move that council approves a sponsorship in the amount of $700 for the Reed Ranch County Fair held September 6th. And I hope you can make it too.
Just have one quick question. Was there a rationale behind the $700 versus like 500 or 1,000?
I didn't really see it in their letter on what, but to me, for what they give to the community back, I'm surprised they don't ask for more. And I think some of it is a water truck too. So they don't, I've encouraged them to apply for dust control, but they haven't. But I think that they use it for a water truck as well. So that probably is, maybe it's one thing. I think last year it was the dairy cow. They rented the dairy cow where you could do the milking thing, and it was $700, right, Josie?
I think that's where the
Yeah.
$700 came from last year. They didn't have a specific request for this
Yeah,
year.
I think that's how they came up with $700 now that I think of it.
Yeah, I think it's odd that they don't give a request for what they're looking for. Okay, so we have a motion for $700 for the same as the last year. Councillor Harris.
Yeah, I'm fully in support. It's too bad they didn't have a more detailed thing because I could see more going to it. I think promoting these community agricultural type events is so important to keeping communities together. Just a question, is the Reed Ranch, is it a community association that boards it? Because I'm thinking they would be eligible under the rural community grant.
I did talk to them and recommended that they do that. And it's a parent council, but this is a subcommittee, but it's kind of the same people. Josie, correct me if I'm wrong, but I called them twice on doing it differently. And I just think that it's volunteer burnout and they do what they can handle.
Okay, so is council looking to encourage them to be a little bit more proactive and apply for the community, for the rural community grant? Because we can ask administration to put that in our letter back to them, that it's more appropriate under that, and that we would greatly appreciate a more detailed submission for that rural community grant. Counselor Nixon.
For me, it's more so a next time you also can apply for these things.
Yep.
I'm willing to consider the 700.
Yeah, no, I think that was the feedback is we can include that. If council decides to support this, then we can include that in our feedback to them as these are other avenues that may be more appropriate and give us a little bit more of a heads up too. Okay, so we have a motion for $700 to this. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. And so we are on to the Olds College Broncos. Councillor Johnson.
At the risk of being the party pooper in the group, I was trying to see, other than Olds College being our good partner, how this would benefit Mountain View County. So maybe there's some information that I've overlooked that somebody could help me with.
I struggle with this one too. I don't see a role for Mountain View County to support this. So unless someone wants to make a motion for this one, we don't have to. Jeff, if we don't make a motion for it, then it's just not part of the, okay? So we'll move on to the Hugh Sutherland School. Again, my big concern here is if we start sponsoring all the schools, we're going to be in, it's going to be a floodgate, but Councillor Fulton.
Oh, well, this is similar to what happened in Cremona there. They need to raise money to replace some playground equipment in time is the challenge, and that's not funded by anybody else other than the town or the county or whatever. That's what it will be down the road. They have chatted with the town of Carstairs about that, and so I believe we briefly touched on it in an ICC thing. So I think this is their first attempt at having a golf tournament to start to raise some funds for future playground rehabilitation, I guess is the best way. So I would move that council approve a sponsorship in the amount of $500 for the Hugh Sutherland School Enhancement Foundation Golf Tournament.
A question.
Councillor Lutz.
Josie, do we know, or Dwayne, is the town also sponsoring something? Because it would probably not be good if we sponsored and the town didn't.
I think Josie, you said 2,500. Is that correct?
That's correct. And right now, I think it's just going generally to the foundation, but they are ending up, I think, a playground's in sight for them, so.
Okay, Councillor Harris, did you have a question?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I support it, but this is another case where if there's a foundation and they're looking for money, particularly like a playground as Cremona did, and I think as Reed Ranch did, then it would be better put, and we can get better details. This is very kind of pie in the sky dedicated to supporting this. There's no specifics, and it's a lot easier to donate. I mean, I'll support this one, but I think that feedback to them of other avenues that they can go, and then we get more specific information as to what the money's being spent on.
Okay, so Christopher, do you have something?
I was just going to highlight for Councillor Harris that there is a full package that's being forwarded to the ICC for consideration for the capital funding under our recreation program. So you will see their entire playground package that they're currently working on at ICC, probably in the next ICC meeting or the one following.
Yeah, and so I'm not going to support this because I think if we do have a specific request for a playground, then we'll handle it like we do all of our other playgrounds. But just to support a school foundation, we have so many of them in the urbans that, again, I want to make sure that we don't open the floodgates. I mean, we try and support the community groups. We try and support agriculture. If we get into supporting schools on top of it, just for fundraising events that aren't specific to a project, I think we're gonna have to really increase our council grant allocations. Councillor Johnson.
So if this doesn't go forward, is there an opportunity through ICC or through the grant program for it to come back in a different package?
I think Christopher's just said it will come through ICC, or it may come through ICC.
I think regardless, the plan is for it to come forward through ICC. Whether you sponsor this or you don't sponsor this, this isn't the last you're going to hear of the Carstairs High School playground.
And again, I don't see anything specifically in here. Maybe I've missed it, but I don't see anything specifically in here that says it's going to go to the playground. So I'd rather look at putting the money to the playground if that's potentially what it comes to. Anyways, we have a motion on the floor and I will call to question. All in favor? And opposed? And that motion's lost. Okay, and then we have one more under consideration, and that is the Oldstoberfest. So I know historically we have supported this, but looking at the package, I really do have an issue with supporting this in the fact that their 2024 payout was $71,000. So this is an event that they actually pay out. There's an economic impact suggested of $1 million, and I would think that the majority of that is going to go to the town as well. A $3,000 request is 30% of what we actually have for council grants. I don't know. I struggle with this. I know we support agriculture and we want to support agriculture, but holy cow, that's a big payout to competitors. Yeah. I'm just struggling with the continued support for $3,000 on this one. But I will look for a motion or for anything else. Councillor Nixon.
Does anybody recall what we did for the Sundry Rodeo? I look at this kind of the same. If that's what they're wanting is it's about the rodeo chute branding and things like that.
Jeff?
I think we send a water truck and we may have put an ad in something, Laura. Was that for the Sundry Rodeo or is that something else?
Yeah, we were asked for a Reeves.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
there was a cost of a few $100 for that, maybe, from memory. But I don't believe we put any other financial contribution in.
Council's approval wasn't for anything on the Sundry Rodeo. That was all done administratively.
Yeah, so which it probably was under $500 and then the water truck is in kind.
So just looking whether or not there's a motion for this one. Councillor Lutz.
I think the benefit is it is good to see our flag and have a presence there. You know, we do support other rodeos through providing land, and I would hate to not support it at all and not be there. And I know the networking is good because a lot of the ag businesses are in that VIP area, and there's been some really good conversations with other politicians and stuff there. So I do think there's value in going. But I do understand the struggle. It's a ticketed event and that makes it a little bit tougher.
Yeah, and if council wants to discuss of whether or not we will pay for councillors to go and purchase a ticket, that's something different as well. Then that's a conversation we can have. Councillor Harris.
Well, as is probably evident from my past votes, I'm a supporter of rodeo. It's another Western tradition that I think is worthy, even though it happens within the town. I think it's very much an event that our residents participate in and go to view. I think getting things like recognition on the chutes or the roping box it's widely seen. So I think if we need to have a discussion on this, maybe the next council wants to sit down and review our overall budget for sponsorships and that sort of thing. But at this stage and with it coming up fairly soon, I would support this. I think it's good exposure for the money.
And Christopher, does this not fall under any of our rural grants? Is that because it's in the urban center? Is that why it doesn't fall under our rural grant program?
Yeah, historically, we've thought this was a better avenue than our rural community grant, which is often oversubscribed as well. So I think the direction at that point was to pull it out of the rural community so that we can fund those organizations and then deal with it separately.
Yeah. So perhaps maybe what the next council wants to discuss too is whether or not we do the same thing with our rodeo groups as we do with our museums, where we say $2,500 a year goes to every rodeo, and this is our expectation that we have a sponsorship on a shoot or something. But I'm still going to struggle with this for this year. So I'll look for a motion though if someone would like to put one forward. Councillor Lutz.
Sorry, just getting to the page. So I move that council approves a sponsorship in the amount of $3,000 for the 2025 Oldstoberfest held September 11th to 13th, 2025.
And sorry, that was how much, Councillor Lutz?
3,000 for the shoot sponsorship and our package that we have been supporting them with.
Okay, and Christopher, would it be useful to say that would be funded from the community grants? Because we will be oversubscribed in the council grant, or will that be automatically done?
Yeah, I think it's all just, at the end of the day, it's one pot of
Okay.
money, but I think out of the council grants is fine. Then that gives us a better idea as well as to what our total
Okay,
purchase was for 2025.
okay, thank you. All right, so we have a motion, Councillor Nixon.
Just a quick question, sorry. Did they provide us with any other package options that would also have our sponsorship be like an advertisement of something somewhere other than the shoots?
They did provide their sponsorship package that Laura's bringing up. They just said, do you want to do your $3,000 sponsorship again?
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Is there any other discussion on the motion? Nope. I will call to question. All in favor? And opposed? And that motion's carried. Okay, so because we have to come back at 1, why don't we break until 5 to 1, and then we'll be back here for municipal affairs. All right. Of July 9th, and we are on agenda item 5.2. So we have Alberta Municipal Affairs joining us this afternoon. We're very excited. Before we start with the delegation, I will just go around and do introductions so you know who you're speaking to, and then we wait, and then we'd love to hear your presentation. I'll start with Ryan.
Good morning, Ryan Morrison. I'm the Director of Operational Services.
Good afternoon. I'm Chris Ratchin. I'm Director of Legislative, Community and Agricultural Services.
Hello, Margareta Bloom, Director for Planning and Development Services.
Jeff Holmes, Chief Administrative Officer.
Welcome, Greg Harris, Division 2 Counselor, and that's the area that surrounds Cremona and Water Valley area.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Lutz. I'm Division 7, and that's kind of old surrounding area out to our Nihil border. So, well, welcome.
And good afternoon. I'm Angela Albers. I'm the Division 5 Counselor, which is the area surrounding Sundre and the Reeve.
Hello, Peggy Johnson, Division 6 Counselor, Eagle Hill, Eagle Valley, and Westward Ho. So about halfway between Olds and Sundre.
Tiffany Nixon, I'm Bergen and Zella.
Good afternoon. Thanks for coming. Dwayne Fulton, Division 1 Counselor. So that's rural Carstairs area. I have some residents that kids go to school and partake in stuff in Cremona, and then south to Rocky View and east to Nihil.
Laura Catmans, Executive Assistant.
Josie McGillicuddy, Community Outreach Coordinator.
Hi, Shelley French, Communications.
All right, and now I will turn it over to you. Do you have a preference? Looking through the material, I think it's probably best if you do your whole presentation because I had loads of questions and they were answered at the end. So if council's all right with that, when you have questions, just maybe we'll hold them to the end and we'll let you go through your presentation.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for giving us time to speak to council today. We'd like to start by acknowledging that Alberta includes the traditional territory of the signatories to Treaty 6, 7, and 8. We also acknowledge the Métis people of Alberta who have a deep connection with this land. Starting off with introductions of ourselves as well, my name is Ross Zimmerman. I am a Municipal Viability Advisor with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs. And we lead the village's viability review and the vote of electors process for the village of Cremona. Professional, my background is in urban planning with experience working for municipalities across Western Canada, specifically in Saskatchewan and in Alberta. I'll be working alongside my colleague Dee DeVoe. If you want to introduce yourself. Yeah, okay. Dee DeVoe to support the village during this period through the VR process. Dee is a municipal viability advisor like myself, and previously, before joining municipal affairs, she spent 11 years as a CAO for a Northern Alberta rural municipality. Urban Northern municipality, sorry.
Get that right.
There you go. Together, Dee and I are part of the municipal viability team alongside 3 of our other colleagues, and we support municipalities with restructuring, whether that's viability reviews, which is what we'll be talking about today, also amalgamations, change of status, change of name. Really, whenever a municipality changes in some fundamental legislative way, we are there to provide support and advice. This presentation that we're going to be providing today will be very specific to Mountain View County and to the village of Cremona, and we really want to provide an understanding of the viability review process and answer any questions that you might have about that process. Specifically, we want to provide you with an overview of the VR, the viability review process, discuss the roles and responsibilities of the province, the village, the county through that sort of the next few months, as well as discuss next steps, including what the county can expect over the next little bit until the completion of the viability review with the vote on the question of dissolution. The presentation should take about 45 minutes, and we'll leave a little bit of time right at the very end there in case anyone does have any questions. Dee or I can provide as much information as we can, and if there isn't a question that we can answer right now, we'll definitely write it down and send it to administration to pass forward to council. Right. Now, there you go. Before we discuss really kind of what a viability review process is and sort of detail and processes and steps, I kind of want to sort of provide a bit of a broad overview of what it kind of hopes to achieve and what it hopes to accomplish at the end of the day. And the first thing that I really want to talk about is viability reviews, or VRs, are ultimately a collaborative and community-focused legislative step. It's a legislative process that brings decision makers together. It empowers communities to make decisions about their own future. It engages residents, electors, neighboring municipalities like Mountain View County in providing information and data. And it includes several public engagement opportunities to give village residents the chance to learn and ask questions as they kind of work forward, ultimately culminating in a vote on the question of dissolution. As a result of all of this, the viability review is also intends and hopes to provide an objective and impartial accounting of the municipality. We focus on several themes and different results and information that I'll be talking a little bit about later. And after residents receive this information through a viability review report, they then have the option of voting on the question of dissolution, which has two sort of choices. The first choice is to remain an independent municipality and adopt directives directed by the minister. And the other option, or option 2, would be to dissolve and become a hamlet in the surrounding rural municipality. In this case, it would be Mountain View County. No matter which option residents choose, the status quo is no longer here. Whatever happens, there will be changes. Either they stay or they dissolve. And that's something I really want to emphasize, because I think sometimes people think, oh, if they vote to remain, it's going to be hunky-dory as it always was. It will not. Things will change, and we'll talk a little bit about that later. I feel like I was being very doom and gloom there, but things will change. Now, alongside being collaborative, community-focused, objective, and impartial, viability reviews are also very detailed and specific. Each municipality is very unique in its own identity and its own circumstances and contexts, and we really want to dive into those details, as well as how the village will kind of have that information presented in a way that's best suited for residents of the village. The review is also solutions focused, I would say, that enables the community to find ways to become viable into the future, either as a village or as a hamlet within the surrounding county. Now, throughout this presentation, Dee and I will refer to both viability reviews and dissolutions as sort of two separate ideas. Though connected legislatively, they do mean very different and specific things. So I really want to kind of make sure that we all have sort of a shared understanding and a shared language. Starting with dissolution, which, as we see, is outlined in the Municipal Government Act. It is the simple legislated process of dissolving a municipality, with the community becoming a hamlet in the neighboring rural county. While in some provinces outside of Alberta, dissolution is very much a top-down process, in Alberta, dissolutions can only be implemented, they can only be actioned through something called a viability review, which is what we're going through right now. As we've discussed, viability reviews give the ministry, the community, sort of interested parties, residents, electors, stakeholders, the opportunity to learn about the municipality by looking at kind of all of its contexts, all of its circumstances, so that electors can ultimately make an informed decision for themselves. It is a largely forward-looking document. We don't necessarily dive into the history of how we got to now. It's much more focused on what will happen or what could happen depending on how electors vote at the end of the day. When we're talking about viability reviews, they can be initiated in several different ways. They can be started because of a council request or through a petition. They can also be I guess, initiated by the minister if he believes a viability review is warranted. And in this particular case, the minister chose to initiate this viability review for the village of Cremona, and he initiated this VR because of serious concerns about the operation of the municipality, including the second loss of quorum in a year. There have been other minister-initiated VRs. Most recently, an example would be the summer village of Mamio Beach in 2023, which was initiated due to significant financial concerns. And other examples would be the village of Serial in 2018 or the village of Wababan in 2019. Now, we've talked a little bit about kind of the information that we collect, and I think Dee will talk a little bit about that in terms of next steps. And all of that information is put together into a document called a viability review report, which is the final deliverable, you could say, that is shared with residents of the village and that provides a detailed overview of the municipality. The bulk of the information in this report focuses on 6 key themes, including community, which highlights the intangible elements of the municipality like community spirit, culture, community groups, volunteerism, history, and heritage. And this section in particular, we often like to highlight that even if the village does dissolve, the community of Cremona will remain. We also focus on governance, which focuses on municipal elections, council representation, public participation, bylaws, policies, long-term planning, regional services, stuff like that. Administration, which includes information about the municipality's CAO, municipal staff, office building and information, as well as communications with residents. We talk about finances, which looks at the financial position of the village, property taxes, how debt would be addressed if the village dissolved, and kind of all of those other financially related questions. We discuss infrastructure, which specifically looks at capital assets in the village of Cremona currently, as well as is very much focused around a document called an infrastructure audit, which is a third-party engineered study or report of all of the capital infrastructure in the village, as well as a 10-year timeline tied to budgetary amounts of how much that infrastructure will cost to maintain, cost to upgrade, cost to decommission as needed. Basically a long-term 10-year plan of what the infrastructure in the village will look like if things continue the way that they would. Last but not least, we talk about services, which would be utilities like water, wastewater, solid waste, and other sort of utility services that are provided by the village or by village entities. And as I mentioned a little bit earlier, once the report is complete, we at the ministry mail this report to all residents of the village so that they can review the information and make their own informed decision on whether they will vote to remain or whether they will vote to dissolve. And we collect all the information that kind of forms these different sections from both the village as well as from county administration as well. One thing I do want to kind of focus on, and it also sort of comes up as a little bit of questions, is the viability review does not look at matters, I should say, tied to management, administration, or operation of the village. Similar to how I said earlier, this is not a past-looking document. This is very much a forward-looking document. And we don't, as such, look at actions of conduct of councillors, conduct of employees. In the case of Cremona, because of the OA that's been appointed, we won't necessarily be looking at kind of the circumstances that led to how we got here. It's very much focused on kind of the future and those different options that village residents may expect. There you go, awesome. The way that the information itself is presented, so we have those 6 categories that kind of talk a little bit about what the current circumstance in the village is tied to community, governance, administration, et cetera, et cetera. And the information that is then presented based on those sections allows for a comparison that electors can use between what happens if the village remains and what happens if the village votes to dissolve. This information is collected from the village and the county from financial statements, municipal submissions, bylaws, policies, workbooks, the infrastructure audit, and other information that we collect as we're drafting this report. And in case of hypotheticals where there's not necessarily an existing answer in policy or bylaw, we very much look to what to expect, not what will happen. Councils are not bound by the decisions of past councils, so the information in the report is very much based on what we're able to collect. It's not based on when, if the village dissolves, this will happen, then this will happen, then this will happen. It's a lot more kind of speculative, you could say, based on what we expect to happen based on the information that we collect. You'll also notice, so we kind of talk about what might happen if the village remains, what might happen if the village dissolves. Another thing that we do not look at is a pros and cons list of dissolution or remaining. Because we're very much trying to be impartial and sort of a neutral third party in our review, pros and cons can be very personal. They can be very unique to each individual. And as such, we don't say, a pro of dissolving is this, a con of dissolving is this. Instead, we just present the information, residents read the report, pull out what they believe is important, and then we'll make a decision based on that. Now, talking a little bit about the actual process, viability reviews are a legislated process, and within that framework, we at the municipal viability team have developed, an overarching path for viability reviews, you could say. Now, unique to this particular viability review is that great big red box, the 2025 municipal election. In this particular case, because there is an OA appointed for Cremona, we are able to continue a lot of our work currently, sort of before the election time comes. However, after the election, that's when we'll be doing a lot more of our public engagement and kind of reaching out to the community. We don't want to do it right now because we're still kind of collecting that information that will eventually sort of form the basis of the public engagement and the basis of the report. But we are kind of holding off on some of those more public-facing conversations until after the election. After the election, as you can see, there is a series of public information sessions that are tentatively planned. The first session is planned for November of 2025, and that will be an opportunity to introduce the viability review project to village residents and the newly elected village council. Along with this initial public information session, we also have an online survey that collects information for our own, for the report as well as for future engagements. Once we've had an opportunity to review and analyze some of this information, we organize a mid-review, which is tentatively scheduled for February 2026, to share some of our findings, answer questions, and provide another opportunity for the public to provide input. And finally, once the viability review report is complete and distributed, we hold a final pre-vote public information session to review the report and provide information about the report to village electors. And the pre-vote information session and the vote on the question of dissolution is tentatively scheduled for April of 2026. Based on the result of the vote, as I mentioned earlier, the minister will either issue directives to the village based on recommendations included in the report, or will recommend dissolution to cabinet. And in that case, cabinet would have an opportunity to review the recommendation, and if they so choose, would dissolve the village to become a hamlet in Mountain View County.
I'm a little shorter than Ross. So here, I think this is an I. All right, so we're going to talk a little bit about roles and responsibilities. So at this point, you may have ascertained that the ministry guides the viability review process.
ensuring residents are informed and prepared to, for when they vote, to make a decision on the future of their community. So as such, the ministry leads the viability review process from beginning to end. The ministry informs residents and electors of public engagement sessions and events and opportunities, and organizes and hosts sessions where the public can ask and learn a little bit more about the village's viability review thus far. So Ross had mentioned several opportunities for public information sessions. So they'll be, you know, the village would be at a different point in the review along the way there. So it does give them several opportunities to ask questions and understand the process a little bit more and provide input. So the ministry also develops the viability review report. And it's based on information collected from those public information sessions. It's also information that's been shared by the village and the county, as well as information from other available sources. So at the conclusion of the viability review, Ross had also mentioned that the ministry conducts a vote of electors on the question of dissolution. So that kind of brings us to, you know, it takes us through what the ministry does, but the village and county also play a very important role in the review process. So for example, the village is currently, I believe currently working on an infrastructure audit, as mentioned earlier. And then the village and county will provide information through participation of different avenues, such as a workbook, which we'll talk about shortly here. This information will be on aspects such as municipal operations, services, governance, administration, et cetera. So additionally, both the village and county can assist us as well with communications to residents and electors about the viability review, including promoting public engagement opportunities, and to participate and provide feedback to the ministry through the viability review support group. So at this point, then, we will quickly talk about what the viability review support group is and what its purpose. So the viability review support group is an important way that the ministry stays connected to the stakeholders during the viability review process. And it's composed of members from the village, the county, as well as representatives from the applicable municipal associations. So Ross and I would represent the ministry. We'd be setting the agenda and chairing the VRSG meetings. The village and county will appoint a counselor, an alternate counselor, and the CAO. And then the association, so in this case, the RMA, AB Munis, ARMA, and LGAA, will each be invited to appoint a representative to the group. So we anticipate that this group will meet several times virtually during the viability review process. And this will be to discuss information that's been collected. It'll be to review content intended for the draft report and to provide input as needed. So the role of the viability review support group is to review information collected from the village and county, to consider the village's viability and recommend sustainable actions, and to review the draft report, as I mentioned. Additionally, their role is to otherwise keep the municipalities, for the group in its entirety, to keep the municipalities and association informed on what's occurring during the viability review process. Now, for outside of the VRSG, as counsel of the potential receiving municipality, you may need to also consider possible outcomes of this viability review for the village. So what I mean by that is to explore what it might mean for the new hamlet if the village were to dissolve into the county, and as well to you know, what is within the county's means to support Cremona in moving forward as a viable and, you know, in a viable and sustainable manner if those electors choose to remain a village. So it might be a good time at this point too to point out and remind everybody that This viability review is underway using current processes and programs, but it's always helpful, especially with this VRSG group having the, the village, the county, and the associations, to consider potential improvements along the way. And that way the associations can recommend improvements to the province through the appropriate avenues that are available for them. So such as they get the associations, there's a group that the associations get together with municipal affairs on a regular basis. So it's always good to keep that in mind if you have any thoughts along the way. Now we get to the fun part. Everybody wants to know about funding. There is funding available as part of the viability review process. So Ross had mentioned earlier, the village is, and myself as well, is working to complete an infrastructure audit. So funding of $120,000 was approved by the minister upon initiation of the viability review through the Alberta Community Partnership Program's restructuring study stream. If the village, it's a useful document for the village if they remain, but it's also a very useful document for the county if they dissolve. The county would receive that infrastructure audit, which would be a helpful tool for the county to incorporate the New Hamlet's infrastructure into the county's long-range plans. Also, if the village votes to dissolve, the county has access to funding through the ACP post-restructuring streams. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that, but I do want to say right now, the information that we have is for the 24-25 guidelines, which that the input for that is completed, and the new program guides haven't come out. So right now we're working on what was in the 24-25 guidelines. If anything changes, we can always revisit that and explain what those changes might mean, if any. So under the transitional stream, the county would have access for funding intended to support transitional actions. Some of those examples being legal and legislative costs, such as land title fees, maybe a boundary review or review of contracts, bylaws, and policies. Also integration or mitigation of administrative systems, such as accounting, financial assessment, communication, or records management. And even community engagement following restructuring. So those are some of the things that transitional stream can help cover. This funding has a base amount of 100,000 plus 500 per capita to a maximum of 300 persons or 250,000. Cremona has a population of 437 at the time. So it is anticipated the county would have access to the full 250,000 under the transitional stream. As well as that, the county would be able to access funding through the ACP infrastructure debt servicing stream. This funding can be used to make infrastructure improvements within the New Hamlet or to pay off the former village's non-utility debt obligations. Now, this stream's funding is a base amount of 500,000 plus 1,500 per capita to a maximum of 300 persons, or in this case, that would be $950,000. The county would similarly be able to anticipate having access to that full $950,000. So altogether, the county would be able to anticipate applying for full ACP funding, which is anticipated at $1.2 million. So when we're talking about funding, additionally, if the municipality dissolves, if Cremona were to dissolve into a hamlet, under the current LGFF program, the receiving municipality would receive the LGFF funding equivalent to the amount that the village is allocated formally as if the dissolution had not taken place. So in addition to its own allocations, the county's own allegations as well, this calculation would apply in the year the restructuring occurs, as well as the 5 subsequent years. After that period, the calculations would revert to the county as a whole, so whatever base amount plus the per capita amount, which would include the additional population. And also, any unspent LGFF funding from the dissolved municipality is anticipated to be transferred to the receiving municipality. And that brings us to next steps. So in terms of next steps, in the coming months, and Ross had touched upon this until the 2025 municipal election, the county will be able to support the viability review in several ways. So starting with sharing information for inclusion in the viability review report, so the development of that. Ross will be reaching out to administration over the coming months to collect information about the county. We largely look for information about county operations and administration within the urban areas, urban communities of the municipality. And I believe there are no hamlets in the county right now. So we probably will be looking towards policies, bylaws, tools that the municipality uses to support the hamlet-like areas. So such as Dog Pound, Water Valley, Winchell Lake, et cetera, or any other suggestions. While we're working primarily with administration, council has a role in reviewing and submitting via the CAO a workbook to the program area, us. And that workbook is a detailed question answer document that explores thoughts on how the county would manage a new hamlet should the residents vote to dissolve. In the past, what usually happens is administrators will draft answers to the workbook questions, which council then will review, have input into approve through resolution. Then this approved workbook is then sent to the program area, again us, and that informs us to help develop the report. The village will also be completing its own workbook, and the two workbooks in conjunction will help to create the comparative information that is included in the viability review report. County residents may have questions about the viability review process, and we like to ask that those questions be directed to us. We're here to answer the questions for them and ensure all stakeholders have the information they need to understand the process. Consistent information. Our contact information is also on the last slide here, as well as we've shared it with administration. So yeah, if people have questions, feel free to direct those questions to us. We'll try to answer them, and quite often those questions will help form some of the information that we'll relay through the public information sessions, because we sometimes we do see that sometimes one person has a question. There's probably several that have that same question, so. As well, we want to point out that the village does not currently have quorum. They're operating under an official administrator right now, so the viability support group would be missing an important partner. So after the election, the village and the county, along with the association representatives, will be invited to join the VRSG, or the Viability Review Support Group, as members and participate in reviewing the information collected so far, including the village's infrastructure audit, which we anticipate should be completed late 2025. And then at that point, we would expect progress on the viability review to continue as usual, with the vote on the question of dissolution tentatively anticipated for April 2026.
I guess that is all the information that we have to share today. If there are any questions, we went a little bit quick. Hopefully we got all the information that you needed, and if there is anything else, we have a little bit of time here. We also have our contact information on this slide, so if you have any questions, please, through administration, feel free to pass them forward to us, and we'd be more than happy to provide any additional information as well. So maybe we can kind of turn it over to the chair, and then we can kind of go if there's any questions that come up.
Fantastic. We'll take advantage of you while you're here and ask our questions. So I'll open it up to council for questions. Councillor Harris.
One of several, but many county residents actually own businesses in the village. And from what I see here, I'm wondering, where is their ability to provide input? They're not a elector, but they are a significant part of the village structure. So where do they get their opportunity?
Very good question. I have two answers, and I think the second one you will not like. The first question is through the public engagement sessions. Those are open to anyone. They're primarily targeted towards village residents and thus village electors. So county residents are more than invited. You're all more than invited to come to those public information sessions. They'll be shared with council through the VRSG to share their input, to provide their perspective, and to kind of have their voices heard through that process. However, when the rubber hits the road at the vote, they have no ability to vote. You have to be a permanent resident of the village to vote on the question of dissolution. So if you're a business owner, you do not live in the village, you will not be able to officially participate at that capacity.
It might be good too to make sure they know as well at the beginning of the public engagement portion of the viability review, there's also a public survey. And that's not just limited to village residents. That's for the public. So they can also participate in that public survey to express, some of the questions or concerns they might have. So that gives them an opportunity right off the get-go, so to speak, and then the continued participation through the engagement sessions.
Hey, Councillor Harris, next question, and then I'll move on to someone else, or do you have another question right now? Okay, Councillor Lutz.
Just on the 2025 election process, so you're looking for a full slate of councillors again, and what happens there? Do they create quorum, or do you still have the administrative person in place and the council's not voting on issues, or how would that look?
That's a really good question. I think I'm going to kind of half answer your question and then I'll answer your question. The beginning I'll start is that there is I'd like to say a bit of misinformation about the role of the official administrator in Cremona. Once, I guess, historically, if we go back to the beginning of this year when they did have a full quorum and the OA, council still had the ability to make all of the decisions that a council normally gets to make, as all of you would be able to make those same decisions. In that particular case, at the beginning of the year, the minister chose to keep the OA in place because of some of the challenges that he noticed with that relationship, I guess you could say. And there is, I guess, maybe the misinformation was Council of Cremona could always make decisions. It's just that the OA was there to support them. And I think there was maybe a bit of misinformation of some people believing that the OA was there to sort of oversee council. That was not the intention, and that wasn't actually the role of the OA. The OA was much more there to support council. So with that being said, after the quorum, if there is a quorum restored after the October election, the OA may stay in place, the OA may not stay in place. That would ultimately be a ministerial decision, and that's something that is far above the pay grade of D&I, sadly.
Councillor Harris.
I don't want to seem to contradict you, but I saw Minister McIver, former Minister McIver's letter. And the OA was specifically given veto powers over anything that the council decided.
Yes, yeah. Maybe I should have maybe spoken more carefully the first time. The OA through the Municipal Government Act does have veto powers, but that would be the case whenever an OA is appointed. It wasn't specific to Cremona per se. And the role of the OA in that particular case was because of some of that sort of relationship, you could say. The OA was there to support council, but also as a new council to kind of ensure that they followed the legislative rules of the Municipal Government Act. So there's a little bit of, maybe I should have misspoken. I shouldn't have misspoken the first time around. But in that particular case, that was kind of, it's not specific to Cremona that the OA had that authority. That's just an authority that the OA has in those circumstances.
Okay, so sticking to the viability review, my understanding is you're not certain whether or not the OA will stay in or will not stay in after the election. That'll be up to the minister to decide. Is that correct?
That will be up to the minister ultimately. to make their decision, yes.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions from this side? No, I'll go back to Greg. Councillor Harris?
So in the event that the viability review, the infrastructure audit finds that the condition of the infrastructure is far worse, what available funding is there for the county to cover those costs, if in fact they vote to dissolve?
In terms of the county available funding, there's I think it's the 950,000 that Dee mentioned a little bit earlier through the Alberta Community Partnership Grant. There's also the other funds that the province provides to municipalities. So that'd be LGFF, I guess the gas tax, whatever the new name for the gas tax is. So it's all the existing systems with that top of the 950 from the ACP funding.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is, having attended their meetings for the last 7, 8 years, if the infrastructure deficit is much greater than that funding, what is available, what avenues are available that county residents won't be on the hook for that money if they chose to dissolve?
So with the LGFF, there is that restructuring year plus the 5 years, subsequent years. So there's a little bit, there's extra funding in there because of course their base amount is still in there because it's done, it's calculated as if the dissolution hadn't taken place. So you guys would have your base amount plus your population calculation. And for that hamlet, you would still have that base amount and then their population calculation. So that'll be, for a time period, a little bit of a bump up than the ACP funding as well. The other thing to remember is the infrastructure audit takes an inventory of the infrastructure in that moment in time. So, and it tells you, it tells what what kind of where it is in its lifetime, et cetera, and what it would take to keep that infrastructure. So a lot of times it's a good moment in time for these communities to take a look at their infrastructure, regardless of whether they remain or dissolve, and take a really good look at infrastructure and determine what's essential, what's non-essential. So what do we need to have and what is nice to have? And there may, depending on where they are in sustainability, they may need to make hard decisions. So in the case of remaining a village, it would be that village council that would have to decide, some of those things. This is what we've got. This is what our resources are. Yeah, a lot of times it doesn't seem to jive. So sometimes those hard decisions, that really hard look and difficult decisions have to be made on that infrastructure inventory. It would be the same if they've dissolved. The county would probably want to take a really good look at that infrastructure and see where it's at and how how those expenses coordinate with the resources available to manage them and the risk. And sometimes it's just, changing the lanes a little bit. Maybe you don't have paved roads, maybe you have gravel roads. Maybe you have sidewalks on one side of the street instead of two sides of the street. There's some things that you can change lanes a bit on and adjust to reduce those costs. Other times there's things that maybe are nice to have, but you just can't afford them. So that's kind of what the infrastructure audit does, is it gives you a point in time inventory, kind of a realistic view of it, so that you can take that, whether you're a village or whether it's the county with a new hamlet, and see, what's the reality of that and how are we going to move forward.
So maybe just on that, if I can spin it around the other way. In the case that the infrastructure review is done and the viability review is done, I'm going back to the 2014 viability review, and I'm assuming that your team will have a look at that as well. It said the capacity of the village is effectively and efficiently managed, the capacity of the village to effectively and efficiently manage public infrastructure is the largest challenge and the viability risk, and that was 10 years ago. So in the case that your team does the infrastructure review and does the viability review and determines that the village is not viable because they do have a big infrastructure deficit that maybe can't be financially made, and the village then decides, it goes to a vote and the village decides not to dissolve, what happens in the case where they're not viable but they don't want to dissolve? What happens in that? Who helps them and who ensures that they become viable and get the financial supports they need to?
I'll kind of a lot of different questions there. So I can answer the first one just about the infrastructure audit in particular. And this is just, I think, clarification. We don't do the infrastructure audit. That is done by the village through its own hired third-party engineer. So we actually don't get involved at all in choosing the contractor. We don't get involved in kind of scoping the work of the infrastructure audit. That is the responsibility of the village, and then they provide us their final report. Of course, we may have questions or comments on the viability, on the infrastructure audit, sorry. And we might follow up with the village for them to follow up with their engineer. But it's not something that we necessarily we're not the project managers, we're not the supervisors. We just provide the grant sort of at the beginning of the day.
So maybe just on that, before you move on to your next point, wouldn't it make sense to have the potential municipality that they were going to be dissolved into also have a say in who that third party was, or is that not the case?
So, I don't know how, we did reach out to I believe Village reached out to county administration with the support of the RFP process. And then it's on the village. I don't want to step on any toes, but then it's on the village to kind of dictate how they want to involve the county.
Okay.
So yeah, yes.
Okay.
I can add to that too. Historically, a lot of the villages that were getting an infrastructure audit would seek the support of the potential receiving municipality. And quite often, those municipalities had worked together on that whole process. Because quite often those villages don't have a lot of experience with requests for proposals, et cetera, and vetting them once they come in. So it is helpful if the potential receiving municipality can help in that process. And it's an important document to them as well, so.
Any follow-up questions on that or?
No.
Okay,
Sure,
cool.
if-
I think the second part of the question was hypothetically, the infrastructure audit, I'm just going to throw out spitball numbers. Let's say the infrastructure audit says that the village needs $20 million in 10 years. Going back to something I mentioned earlier about the pros and cons is that we do not say the village is viable. We do not say the village is unviable. We say this is the circumstance. This is sort of what might happen if you vote to remain or what might happen if you vote to dissolve. So I just wanted to clarify, we never say the village is viable, you should vote to remain. We never say the village is unviable, you should vote to dissolve.
Okay.
With that being said, I think that the heart of the matter is if, let's say it's 20 million and village residents choose to remain, that ultimately is their decision. And there is support that we can provide in terms of making sure that they have their 10-year capital plan. Through the ministerial directives that are in the report, we often require that they conduct a strategic plan, that they have a 5 to 10-year operating plan. The report oftentimes has recommendations that become those ministerial directives that the municipality has to sort of work towards. Financially, there is no additional support. The 1.2 million that the county receives, if the village votes to remain, they do not get that money. That money is only available if they vote to dissolve. And as such, they don't get any additional funding beyond the gas tax, LGFF, et cetera, that they would normally receive.
Okay.
I just wanted to add too, in those directives, it's a 10-year capital plan based on the information in the infrastructure audit. And for 5 subsequent years, they're required to send to the ministry update reports on that. This is historically what's in the directives. We can never really say what's going to be in there. That's the minister's decision. But historically, that's always been in there. And in those 5 years of sending the ministry update reports, part of that is they have to have the budget, they have to have, funding sources and the expenses. Those can be updated depending on decisions that they may make for that infrastructure. But there is that oversight from the ministry that they're showing some progress in dealing with it and that they have a plan. That's for 5 years. That's intentional because a 10-year plan. After 5 years, when that support is finished, they have the 5-year capital plan that's required by the MGA. So the legislated 5-year capital plan. So there is oversight that they are actually looking at those items, dealing with them in some form or another, and that they're making some progress on it. And then support from us for, to help along the way, putting them in reach of not funding resources. I mean, there are funding resources out there that they can source, beyond the LGFF and that, but just, when they hit those hiccups and that to make sure that they have somebody they can call and get them, in touch with any resources that they might need.
Okay, and would you have a copy of the final RFP, or would we go back to the village to request that for the infrastructure review?
It is currently online. It is currently online, and you may want to speak to your administration to get that provided.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lutz.
So there's funding if it dissolves, but there's always resource limitations within Mountain View with staffing and definitely within Cremona. Based on your 2023, what kind of staff resources are needed to support this process? And is there any support if we have to hire contractors out to do backfill? What manpower do you think is needed to support this process?
So, just to confirm, are you talking about during the VR or after the vote?
During.
So during, there is no additional support provided. We acknowledge that there is lots of competing priorities. So we definitely try and give both municipalities plenty of time to kind of work through the information that we require. A lot of the information that we actually collect is just stuff from the websites and whatever you have online from your policies or your bylaws and stuff like that. So we do try and keep our requests of the municipalities sort of to what is essential or required. And we try and do as much of the legwork as we can, kind of based on what we have. And if we are missing something, we might request, do you have a copy of your utility rate bylaw? Do you have a copy of this? Do you have a copy of that? But there's no additional kind of funding to cover those potential requests sort of above and beyond what is already budgeted for in staffing.
Is there any other questions? I have a few more, so I'll just make sure the council gets a chance to ask. Councillor Harris.
Yeah, so just a comment and a question, but a comment. I'm struggling to understand why it's called a viability review if you don't actually at the end of it make a determination if they're viable or not. So maybe a name change.
That would be a fantastic thing to bring to your association.
So my question is, as the Reeve mentioned, there's been a viability review in the past, and a number of recommendations were made. The village did some and then stopped. So I'm wondering what the oversight is, what the review process is, at what point, if they're not doing what's recommended for viability, what are next steps? What authority does the minister have to not go to a vote and just say?
Yeah, I guess I can answer a few things. So in terms of sort of the immediate aftermath of the vote, Dee mentioned there's sort of that yearly review for 5 years where we look at their work plan. We look at kind of the documents that the minister requested, whether it's the 10-year, let's say the 10-year capital plan. Is their capital plan budgeted? Do they have the expenses from that capital plan in their budget? And do they thus have the associated revenue, whether it's through taxation or whatever else? So we do kind of follow up in that sense.
And specifically the action plan, within the action plan, they have to address the recommendations in the report. And that is also requires update reports for those 5 subsequent years. So, and then within those submissions, the minister has to determine whether the update report is sufficient. Section 130.3, I believe it is, of the MGA gives some some powers to the minister if he doesn't feel that the reports are sufficient. So I don't have that section to read to you, but I'll look it up.
Yeah, I know some of the things that the minister has the ability to do would be to withhold funding, provincial funding for a municipality, to appoint an OA, to remove bylaw granting authority, to remove land use and planning and subdivision authority. They can remove councillors if needed. They can, I believe they can remove a CAO. Okay, maybe not the CAO, but they can definitely remove councillors. They can agree or they can require another vote. They have a few different tools of varying severities, you could say, I guess. But one thing that they cannot do is they cannot just say you're dissolved. There always has to be a vote under current legislation.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Lutz.
Just because I think a lot of people are going to tune in and watch this at their leisure. Caroline did an amalgamation. And can you maybe tell our viewers and myself, because I don't really know the difference between like why amalgamation is off the table, or is it?
Thank you. So right now, we don't do two processes at the same time, but there is a difference between amalgamation and dissolution. So dissolution is a ministry-led process. Amalgamation is a municipal-led process. So in that case, there's probably nothing stopping them from looking at that at this time, but there is funding available for that process, which then that kind of might slide it back into that two processes at the same time. So yeah, there is a difference there because of who leads it, and the viability review has more of a structured process that's led by the ministry, whereas the amalgamation process led by the municipalities is up to them. You know, there's some requirements that the minister would be looking for, but really it's up to the municipalities on the discussions, how they're going to manage that, et cetera. So does that answer your question?
So maybe just one more question. In the case that we were to go through, or Cremona were to go through a dissolution and Mountain View County would absorb them as a hamlet, currently we don't have serviced and unserviced, our municipalities generally unserviced. How do we account for that? Is there subclasses of residential that we can do through the Municipal Government Act? Is there split mill rates? How would we do that?
I think, yeah, Dee can maybe talk a little bit more about the assessment side of things. In terms of the taxation size, you can apply special taxes. You can apply special taxes to a particular area for services that are provided only in that area, not to others. And subclasses as well. Yeah, sometimes, I think there was an earlier question about kind of the cost of infrastructure. That is one way to pay for those additional infrastructure costs, is you could have a special tax that applies to beneficiaries of that infrastructure. So there is some tools in that sense. I think it is something as well, especially considering the viability review vote isn't until April of next year, that might be worth considering kind of having some discussions both within council and with administration about what that could look like. Assuming it votes dissolve. If it doesn't, great, you have a bunch of documents that you can kind of put in the background until you eventually, if you ever need them. But that is something to maybe consider, is sort of what that could look like.
Okay. And the last question from me, just on looking at policies, bylaws, once you transition again from a village to a hamlet, what's your experience with the transitioning of bylaws and policies and the governance? I know you talked a little bit about it, that it was covered by that $250,000 grant, but actually in practice, do you essentially have different policies and bylaws for serviced versus the unserviced again? How does that work?
Obviously, I wasn't paying attention when you showed me which button to push there. So bylaws, policies, et cetera, all those when if the village were to dissolve, those would all those bylaws and policies would become bylaws and policies of the county for that specific area. And then what a lot of the receiving municipalities will do is sometimes they know things that they need, you know, they have policies that would cover, especially rurals that have hamlets already, have those urban areas. They might already have bylaws in place for those things that are specific to an urban environment, right? And if not, those old village bylaws would still be in force until the council reviews and determines whether they want to, you know, amend it or rescind it and put a new bylaw in place, et cetera, whatever works best for them. So those bylaws, if you don't have bylaws in place for the dissolving village, those bylaws would come with the village and become part of your bylaws until you decide what you want to do with them.
Okay, so there's no governance gap then essentially for that aspect. Okay,
Yeah, no, they continue to have an effect. For example, just off the top of my head, if we're talking about LUBs and MDPs, those will continue to stay in effect until they get repealed or updated or amended. And that applies across the board to all bylaws and policies.
okay.
So just in follow-up, under 130.3, further actions of the minister. So if an order of the minister, which the ministerial order for the directives is not carried out to the satisfaction of the minister may do one or more of the following. And there's quite a few of them. There is A to I. But yeah, some of them are more severe. I think the final one is to hold an additional election. We did do that for Halkirk, but that was on a request of the village as well. But they can, he can make an order dismissing the council or any member of it and or the chief administrative officer. So like I said, there's several of them in there with different levels of, I guess, what you would call severity. And it probably depending on the situation, but you know, it's extraordinary measures, right? So.
Okay. And maybe my last question on governance is just, so it's possible then in the dissolution process for a municipality then to have two municipal development plans and two land use bylaws within the same municipality for different areas?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It's very specific to the dissolution process. Like
Okay.
we wouldn't say, oh, you can have one MDP for the west and one. It's very specific to the ministerial, I guess, the order in council that dissolves the municipality.
Yeah.
And just in the past, generally, if we're talking about MDPs or LUBs, the receiving, so in this case, Mountain View County would spend a bit of time, look at their land use bylaw, the village's land use bylaw, see, oh, we can copy paste this land use designation and stuff like that. So like you can have two very different that apply to specific geographic areas.
Okay. And do you have a time frame as to when you have to combine them into one? There is no set time frame of transition.
There's no set time frame. It's really whenever the county's kind of able to get around to it. We do recommend it's done sooner rather than later because you don't want to be 30 years down still using two separate MDPs or still two separate LUBs. But generally, it's just whenever you would naturally review your nuisance bylaw, naturally review your MDP, you kind of fold it in at that time.
Okay.
Sorry, we should clarify. Yeah, it's addressed in the order in council that dissolves the municipality. So at this point, historically, there's been no time frame, but we can't speak for future orders in council, right?
So it may come in, that direction may come again from the minister. Okay. Okay. Interesting process. How many has the province gone through since the new legislation has come through for this type of event?
Since, when you say the legislation, do you mean kind of what's the starting point?
Well, I guess, like, again, looking just at the 2014 viability review is very different than the way they're done now. So I guess I don't know when the new process was adopted since 2014, but have you gone through many? I know you've just mentioned a few names of villages that have gone through this.
Yeah, all of that information is on our website. So let me do a quick count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Holy cow.
19.
You're counting a lot.
Yeah, there have been 19 since
Okay.
2016. And if there's any before that, they would have, previously it was called a viability study, not a viability review. And I think that that's what the language,
Prior to that, it was a dissolution study, I believe.
Right, okay.
which maybe answers even more of the question of a viability review. But yes, there have been several different names sort of as it's gone on.
Okay,
Yes, maybe, yeah.
excellent. Is there any other questions? All right, well, thank you very much. So after the election, then we can look forward to a counselor from Mount View County and our CIO being included in the VRSG and yeah.
Yeah. And an alternate as well, counselor.
Right.
And then just one, I think when Dee was mentioning the last thing as well, we will be reaching out specifically to administration probably in the next 3 to 6 weeks with a section of the workbook, which is that Q&A document. We're splitting the workbook up into 3 chunks, dealing, I think the first one deals with community and administration, and we'll be giving the county 1 full month to provide responses to that. So that is just something to keep in mind. We'll be sending it directly to administration. And then, as Dee said, generally what's happened is that administration provides sort of the answers, gives it to council, council adopts it, makes changes by resolution, et cetera. But that's something that we'll be chatting with county administration about that when it gets around to that. But that can be kind of, we're expecting to be ready for sending it out to the county probably in early August.
Okay, so I'm just looking at the minister's letter. It says in here that the viability reviews typically take between 12 and 18 months, but your timeline is much more aggressive than the 12 to 18 months.
Yes.
Okay. We like that. Quicker is better. So I'm just looking one more time. Don't want to miss any of my counselors for questions. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for answering all of our questions. And yeah, I'm sure administration will help you with what you need and keep us abreast as to how much time, as Councillor Lutz has said, how much time this is actually. With the election coming up, you can imagine our council is very busy as well, trying to create packages for onboarding and all of the great stuff that they do to make sure we do our jobs properly. But good luck.
And we do say tentatively because we do understand that, you know, there's a lot of catch up and work to do sometimes after election. And we anticipate that in the instance of Cremona situation, so.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. And again, thank you for joining us, and we hope you have a wonderful rest of your afternoon.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. Getting back to this. So we have a motion on page 195. Councillor Nixon.
I move that council accept the Alberta Municipal Affairs presentation as information with no further action to be taken.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. Okay, we're on to 9.6, Westward Ho Campers Association. Christopher, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. We'll jump all the way down to page 313 of your agenda package. So the Westward Ho Campers Association obviously has an agreement with Mountain View County to operate the Westward Ho Campground. As part of that agreement, they're required to provide us an annual report, which includes their price listing and their annual summaries of finances. The Campers Association has done that for the 2024 operating year, and we have attached it for council's review and for your information. If there's any questions resulting out of the report, we could certainly direct them back to the Campers Association, or I'm sure Councillor Johnson may be able to answer some of them for us as well.
Okay, does council have any questions? Councillor Lutz.
Yeah, I didn't have time to go back and look at like past reports from them, but I thought their balance sheet, it doesn't really say what they're collecting for revenue overall. I couldn't see that. So it doesn't, and my question is if there's a huge revenue source and then they're paying a lot of staff, like we're not really seeing the whole picture with what they presented. And I didn't know if this is just the standard that we get every year, if we could ask for a little bit more.
I think it is fairly standard. I'm not a corporate services junkie, but on the page 319 at the bottom, there is, which drew my attention, their profit for the year they have highlighted. I think they're at $11,000 is their profit. So I'm not sure if that's what you're looking for. As to
Well,
what
their
their-
profit is one thing, it's just their expenses. So I mean, if they're, I'm interested in what kind of revenue they're generating. So, because you can make expenses look like whatever. So to get a full picture of what they're doing, I think knowing what the revenue is would be helpful, not just asset.
Christopher, I can't remember. We had all the audited financials from all of our organizations, and I don't believe we get, I don't know if they go through a full audit or if it's note by reader or whatever it's called. Do we get those from the Campers Association as well?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Councillor Nixon.
So just to clarify, Jen, you're looking for more like a profit and loss statement?
So could be, yeah. I'm thinking of my profit loss, what's in that, but I guess what it is I'm interested in the revenue and then their general expenses. So not making any accusations because I just don't have the information, but you know, if we're paying a camp, you know, the salaries, we don't know what salaries are or anything like that with this model. So I just don't know if we're doing due diligence on approving this with the information that we have.
Councillor Johnson, do you have any information on budgets or anything that you could share or?
I don't have any more information than is here. And I think it's a really good question. I know it's a shame that Councillor Miller isn't here because based on his camping experience, we've looked at the charges, in particular on page 318, the yearly charge of $1,350 for 12 months of leaving an RV in place. And certainly with the board, I've had some discussions. If you look at what it costs to just to store your RV somewhere, then perhaps this looks pretty reasonable. When it's discussed, the Campers Association is very adamant that they are there to support families and that not all families can afford a whole lot more. And so that's how they get to that number. And it has inched up by a few millimeters while I have been part of sitting at the table. But yeah, it hasn't increased very much.
So Christopher, is that what it's called? Or maybe Tiffany, you know, Councillor Nixon, no, you don't, if you don't have a full audit, you have a note, is it a notice?
You can have a review of unaudited financials. So every year you would have to have that.
Right.
Yeah.
So is that, if we got something like that or requested something like that from Westward Ho? I mean, it's in Mr. Stray's email that's, or in his letter that says if you have any additional questions. So if that's something that council would like to see, then I don't see any reason why we couldn't ask for that. If it's not a document they have to produce, it should already be there.
Yeah, and it's more of a suggestion for next year. You know, I just think it's good practice to get more information. So I'm not trying to pick on them, but I think going forward, it would be better information to have a profit loss or.
Okay, Christopher?
We can certainly look at the contract that we have with Westward Ho and what their obligations are for providing information to us. I would say that we're limited to specifically request those types of documentation. Everything else would be a request from them, and they would be up to them whether they would want to provide it to us or not. So myself and Chad can go through the contract again in preparation for their 2025 report, which is going to be upcoming here very shortly. And we can highlight for them if there's any discrepancies in what they have provided for us, which is what the agreement or versus what the agreement would have requested for them to provide.
Okay, as a non-for-profit, wouldn't that be open information though there? No, I don't know.
Yeah, if it's a not-for-profit and they have an annual report that they provide to the corporate registrar, anybody in Alberta can request that document from the corporate registrar. So it would be publicly available.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Johnson.
One of my questions, Christopher, when I looked at the report was, my understanding is that the contract is up for review soon. And can you tell us when it's up for review and just maybe the process of how that works. Because I'm assuming that that's an administrative task, that isn't generally something that council gets involved in. But I'm wondering if we can have some suggestions for the park, or perhaps how we could be better partners working together, although there's no doubt that the campers there are very happy and are very happy with this board, I think.
Yeah, so to answer your question, December 31st, 2027 is when the term of this existing contract is up. I believe there's a clause in there that we're required to begin or provide notice of renegotiation a year before then. So that would be at the end of 2026 is when we would say, hey, we're interested in doing this, or hey, we're not interested in doing that. So certainly the new council will have a involvement in whether they wish for us to enter into another contract with the Campers Association and on what terms and conditions. I believe the contract states that we can mutually agree to just extend the contract under the existing provisions for another 10-year term period, or we can renegotiate any of the terms of the contract after December 31st, 2027. So that'll be a 2026 project for us.
So as part of that renegotiation, would that be a time that council could make suggestions for maybe what some conditions could be going forward?
Yeah, absolutely. So I would imagine that in 2026, my team will bring forward an RFT to council saying, hey, be aware that our 1-year notice period is upcoming. Does council wish for us to provide notice to the Campers Association that you want to renegotiate? Or council may say we want to run it ourselves, or we want to do whatever they want to do. New council can provide that direction, and then we would at that point in time take any input as to whether we're going to proceed under the current terms of the agreement or offer that to the Campers Association, or whether council wishes for us to approach the Campers Association with some amended terms to the contract.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no more questions on the report then, so I'm guessing there isn't any actions coming out of this. So we look for a motion on page 313. Councillor Lutz.
I move that council receives the Westward Ho Campers Association annual report and supporting documents as information with no further action to be taken.
Okay. Is there any other discussion on this? No? Then I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. 2025 land lease pre-tender considerations. Christopher.
Thank you, Worship. So we're on 320 now of the agenda package. So prior to us tendering out lands, my team looks at all of the lands that are set for tender for that upcoming season. And as past practice has dictated, we bring forward any lands where we think there needs to be further consideration before we go out for tender. Council has the ultimate direction to let us know as to whether they wish for some lands to not be tendered out or to go under policy and just tender out all lands, which is, I guess, status quo. So there are 4 parcels of land that are up for tender beginning next year. And so the current direction would be for us to tender out all 4 parcels of land unless council provides us alternative direction. We have highlighted 2 properties that we feel require further consideration. So I'll let Chad walk you through what those 2 properties are and what considerations administration has highlighted. And then there are subsequently 2 further conversations about parcels of land in the overall package around the potential for fire smarting / selective logging of one of the parcels and some consideration around water issues on another one of the parcels. So I would recommend we start with the discussion around the 2 parcels of land, get direction from council as to whether those 2 will be withheld from the tender package. And then we can have the conversations about the other ones if that's acceptable to you, Your Worship.
So Christopher, just wondering, why is this not in closed session? We normally do the first discussion on land lease issues in closed session.
So it's my understanding and recollection that we usually have any discussions around the actual leases in camera, but because none of this information is confidential, it's all publicly available information, that it's perfectly fine to be in public session. Plus, we had the additional consideration around the selective logging and the water considerations that we wanted to make sure were captured as well in the public eye.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah. So Chad, maybe I'll turn it over to you.
Sure, thank you. So the first property we have is the southeast of 2029-5, west of 5. This is southwest of Water Valley. It's a quarter section. It's been leased by the same family since about 1996 or maybe earlier than that. But it did get turned over from Crown to county land in 2014. Currently, it's 34 animal units at $25 per animal unit month, so that's $850. Access to this property is limited and consistent through the leaseholder's private land to the south. Another concern with this one is limited water. Over the last few dry years, the leaseholder has had to water out of his own property as that little tributary is dried up. And as Christopher had mentioned, this is also the property that we received a request to log on. So we just wanted to bring this one to council's attention. I can scroll through some photos, maybe. So you can see it is quite forested. There's subdivisions on the north and east side. Grass is in pretty good shape. We want to discuss both of them or this one first, one at a time?
Let's discuss this one. Councillor Fulton.
Can we go back to the first slide there? And so is there, what's the access? Does this have legal and physical access from anywhere or no? And what's the fencing situation on all four sides?
So the fence is good on all four sides. It has been replaced over the last 10-ish years. There was one side that was fenced before my time here. There is kind of a driveway trail on this side to get to this acreage here you can see in this property. Other than that, there isn't much. That's the main issue. We have replaced this fence last year. The leaseholder worked with us to get the south fence replaced 3 years ago.
Okay, so I'll go to Councillor Lutz first and then Councillor Johnson.
Can you just tell me what the process looks like for logging? So is that revenue generating for the county, or what does that look like if he's requested logging?
Christopher.
Yeah, so I think it would be a similar discussion as to what we had on the Water Valley half section. We haven't had a formal inspection on this property to say how much merchantable timber there is on there. It looks like significant. So we would expect it would be a similar type of proposal as to what we had on the other one. But we would propose to go through the same process and put it out for tender as we did on the Water Valley half.
Okay, Councillor Johnson.
So back to the access question, I still don't understand that. So how is it that you can't get cattle in here, but you're going to get in logging equipment? I'm trying to understand that. Is there no roads as the green line represents? Do those roads not exist at all?
Chad?
So the green is just a boundary marker to kind of highlight the quarter section for council.
Can you walk us through the access one more time, Chad? Sorry, please.
So there is a road that goes through this subdivision to the north and comes down here and is a driveway to this property and this acreage. It doesn't access into the quarter itself, and any logging that would happen would come through the private landowner to the south, as I'm sure we wouldn't want to haul logs through subdivisions.
Okay,
So that would be
there's just no approach then coming from that east side there? Is that what you're saying?
Correct, and it's quite treed. There's no clearing to get into there. I'm not even sure if there's a gate on that side. I was jumped the fence to go and walk through it, so.
Okay, Councillor Harris.
As to the logging, the request has come from the leaseholder, who's one of my residents. My biggest reason for supporting it is on the north side is the upper and lower ridgelands, which contains hundreds of county residents, and to the east, if a fire started in there, everything we can do to prevent that or fire smart it with, much like we did the other one, an 85% marketable timber, would reduce the fire risk substantially. Given that if one started with the prevailing winds, it would be very difficult to even fight the fire before it got into those subdivisions. The second thing is it would drastically improve the grazing performance of that quarter. As you can see, the number is like 20. That's ridiculous for a quarter section. The owner is, the person that's leasing it is willing to let the logging come through his quarter because there is access obviously to his quarter from the south.
Okay, so can we just deal with the, I think we're looking for the lease right now. And the request is whether or not council want to enter into a lease with the current leaseholder or whether or not we want to tender it out. Is that, my understanding, is that what we're being asked for?
Exactly. So
Okay.
policy right now would tell us to tender this parcel out. However, because of the access constraints that Chad has highlighted only through the existing leaseholder's property to the south, administration has highlighted that it may not be possible for us to tender it out without other improvements being made to the parcel first.
Okay. And the second thing, Chad, just so I make sure I get all the information out, the second thing is you're saying that the water source that's currently on this land has dried up, and then so the access to the water source is on the current leaseholder's property. Is that correct?
Correct. There is a tributary that cuts through north to south on this. At times there is water there to water cattle out of, but majority of the last 5 to 7 years, they've had to water out of their own system to the south.
Okay, so let's deal with the lease then first. Is there any, we have a motion. I think currently it's at $25 an animal unit. Is that correct, Chad? And the recommendation is for $25, or what is the recommendation? I don't.
So
Go ahead, Chad.
we're leaving that to you. I guess in the RFD, there is some background information regarding some of our recent tenders.
Right.
So we've seen bids from $27.90 to $75 per animal unit month. Last year, council may recall, we had 2 that we just negotiated renewals with. Those went from $25 to $37.50. And I believe the year prior, we had one that had similar water and access restraints that we left at 25, just to give council a bit of background on where we're at.
Okay. Councillor Johnson.
So, if, I'm still hung up on the access idea. Are those undeveloped road allowances on at least one side of that quarter?
I'm assuming if there's residences down there, they're not undeveloped. They must be developed. And an approach potentially.
Gate and an approach. So you can see here, there is a road down the right side that is essentially for 2 driveways. I don't think I have a picture of what it is. It's gated. There isn't approach into the property.
Okay,
So you'd be hauling through those 2 subdivisions to get in there.
So for want of so there is a road, but for want of an approach and because of the uncertainty of water, then the consideration is that it should continue to be rented to the present leasee because he has adjoining water sources. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Letts.
So I'm thinking that we could be missing other folks that may have water access like Duval or whatever, but the other part of the picture is you want to work with this landowner if we're gonna log it, because the logging would be better. Because I'm thinking if we're getting some money from logging, we should put a gate in, because that's pretty easy. And then if we could clear a strip because we're logging it anyway, but to facilitate the logging, is that why this is another factor on why it came forward?
It's mostly around the access and the water. It was just the logging request came from this leaseholder and we wanted it as a discussion at council. So we wanted to make sure that you were aware of that as well. And that any logging access would be through that person's property as well.
But I'm guessing council would have the option if we decided not to go with this landowner, you could put in the next lease if it went out for tender that the consideration is we would do logging. And so that's the premise you would take the lease under. So I don't think the Christopher, am I wrong, or Chad, am I wrong, that I don't think the logging is that much of an issue? It's more the water.
Yeah, that's why we've kind of tried to separate the conversations, because we do feel that we could tender it out and say in 2026 or winter of 2025, council intends to selectively log this bid appropriately, knowing that that's what's going to happen. So I don't think that that's the constraint that we're looking for necessarily. We would have to get more creative with the access for the logging trucks, et cetera. As Chad highlighted, there would be probably some issues hauling through the subdivision there. But certainly it could be possible as well. So I don't think that it's necessary to move forward with the existing leasee because of the logging. It's because of the other constraints that we've highlighted.
Okay, so maybe we'll just, if we can have the conversation as to whether or not we think that going with the current leaseholder is appropriate, and then we can have the next discussion on what dollar figure we think. Just looking around the table as to what the direction is, tender or go with renew the existing lease with the current leaseholder. Yeah. Okay.
I think that we want to be careful that if we tender it this time, that it would be the last time. Certainly with the intent that it would, moving forward, we would include the appropriate access to this land, and that the current leasee would be notified that that going forward, that our intent would be to tender it as our policy suggests.
Okay, just looking if, put on your mic.
A lot of work on that policy, so I hate to slip back on reasons that aren't super strong. Like the access. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Greg, just looking for direction, otherwise we won't discuss the dollar amount. It sounds like collectively we're kind of in the direction of, yes, we're going to go with the current leaseholder.
Current, but can I just add it's not as simple as building an approach. Chad, can you bring up an aerial view of the thing showing the actual topographic view?
Well, it looks like we're going in the direction of of going with the current leaseholder for for access issues and water issues right now. So are you okay with that, or?
Oh, absolutely. It's
Okay.
it's not as cheap as just building,
Yeah.
because the road doesn't go all the way through. There would be a degree of road building that from that subdivision into that quarter that would be required.
Right, okay.
So
So now can we go back to what price point we want to land on? So currently it's $25. Chad has said we have done one that is lacking water that we stayed at 25, but we have done others where we went up to 37.5. Just looking whether or not there's any direction from council on maintaining the 25, or if there's any suggestions of going to a higher rate. Councillor Johnson.
So I did a bunch of homework based on the tenders that were submitted last year. The average, when you added them all together, was in the neighborhood of $55 a month. I did some online research and found an article in Western Producer that looked at Alberta rates from 2021 to 2023. And the average of those was $63.55. And the offers for in that area for this summer were from $200 to $250 per animal unit month. And when you have a 600-pound heifer, they were talking about yesterday on the radio, looking at $6 a 6-weight heifer selling at $6 a pound, you can see that a pound is worth a lot of money. So I think that it behooves us to consider this carefully, and that probably $25 is not an option.
Okay, so I'm looking for an additional number if 25 isn't the number. Councillor Fulton.
Well, I would suggest maybe we potentially go to $35 for this term, because currently with all the tree cover and lack of water, this is not a very valuable piece of land. It does not carry enough cattle to really make much difference. So after it's logged and there's maybe a well drilled and water or whatever happens in the future, but in its current state, it is not a high value piece of land for grazing.
Okay. Councillor Lutz.
So can we suggest 35 and do like a 2-year lease instead of 5, so we can see what's what the outcome with the logging and if we can do some improvements on the land. Because 5 years is, we went 5 years because it was a tender process and we thought that would capture the market rate. If we're kind of eyeballing what their market, I just think 5 years is too much.
Okay, so Christopher, there actually, am I not, there is no time frame in this, so is it contemplated that a lease renewal would be 5 years? Is that?
That's correct. So everything else we would go by policy, which says it's a 5-year term. Unless
Okay.
council provides alternative direction, which you can certainly do so.
Okay. So Councillor Harris.
Yeah, I'm okay with 35, but I think the longer term is necessary because any producer has to have room to plan and to turn around and tell them they only have it for 2 years. Doesn't give that option. And depending on what we decide with the logging, that's going to make a large areas of it unproductive for a couple of years. So.
Okay, so I am looking for a motion now. I think that we've got enough that we can go to a motion to debate. Councillor Fulton.
I'll move that council request administration enter into a lease agreement for Southeast 2029-5 West 5th with the current lease holder at a rate of $35 per AUM.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Any discussion? Councillor Johnson.
I concur with Councillor Lutz that I think, given the average last year of $55, that $35 is only a portion of that. And that if we are going to consider this, that we would need to amend this motion, that it would be for 2 years.
Okay, I will accept an amending motion if someone wants to make an amending motion. Councillor Johnson.
I would amend this motion that it would be for 2 years.
Okay. So we have amending motion on the floor. I don't think anyone needs to see it. It is to go from the 5 years to the 2 years. Is there any further discussion on the amending motion? Councillor Fulton.
So we haven't made any decision on whether or not it's going to be logged or not. We don't have that information of if there's any value to the wood. There's no water source. There's no plan for a water source. So anything that's going to happen is going to be 1 year, 2 years, 3 years out from now before we even know what the potential of this quarter could be compared to what it is right now. So a 2-year lease it's going to be basically the same state it's in right now in 2
Okay.
years.
Councillor Nixon.
And I would, in my opinion, if we do log it, we're going to destroy most of that grass, so it's not going to be very viable anyway. So I think that the 5 years is the way to go.
Okay. Councillor Harris.
Yeah, for the reasons stated, the 5 years, it's gonna take at least 3 before we know what it's going to be. And we owe it to anybody who's a leasee to have some predictability.
Okay, so we have an amending motion on the floor. The amending motion is to change, is to add a 2-year lease term. So with that, I will call to question on the amending motion. All in favor? And opposed? And that motion's lost. So we're back to the original motion made by Councillor Fulton, which is the $35 as per the agenda package. Is there any further discussion on that motion? Then I will call to question. All in favor? And opposed? And that motion's carried. Chad, will you take us through the next one, please?
So the next one we have is, sorry, the east half of 13228 west of 4, known as the Dick Pit. This one we brought forward, it's been with Jewel Farm since 2011. Current lease rate is $70 per acre on 37 acres of cultivated lands, and $35 per AUM for 145 animal units, totaling $7,665. This is the parcel that's in discussion with E3. The leaseholder has a good understanding of what E3 is doing and going through. And that the option to buy is out there, I guess. So we just wanted to bring this to council and see if it's one that we should tender or leave with the current leaseholder.
Okay. So let's do the same thing on this one, if council is all right. Do we want to remain with the same leaseholder on this one? Or do we want to tender it? And then we can go to the price per units. Councillor Fulton.
Question, just, within the policy, we can get out of the lease with 1 year's notice, correct?
It would be our intent that we tender this one specifically if council chooses to tender it with the knowledge of what's going on with E3. And that anybody that's bidding on the submission would be under the understanding that it could be canceled even with less time than a standard lease.
Okay.
Okay, so that would be written into the lease agreement.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. All right. Sorry, Councillor Lutz.
Chad, the 37 acres, that was reduced because it was first year hay, correct? Last year, wasn't it first year in production with hay?
I don't believe so. I think.
So is this cultivated? What's it
it's
in then?
barley this year.
Okay. So there's just nobody that would ever get cultivated land for $70 an acre. So I'm to tender this. We don't know what's going to happen with E3. That could be kind of a longer process. And I think it's a leasee beware thing that they could lose it. But I don't even think the current leasees would feel good about paying that because it's so undervalued. So I would say tender it.
Okay, so I'm just going to go around and see whether or not, unless there's any other questions for Chad, we'll just kind of get a feel for whether or not we're going to tender this or leave it with the current leasee. So I'll go to Councillor Nixon first.
Other than E3, is there any other restrictions to this piece?
No, there's a gravel pit on it that's in the process of reclamation in some way, I think. There is a partial that you can see the cows were on in the photos that was recently certified, so it would be continuing with that process, but other than having a gravel pit, no.
Thank you. Councillor Fulton.
So just with what Christopher indicated, that this lease would have information in it that if E3 move forward, that the lease would be terminated, that I'm fully for tendering.
You're for tendering?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, I concur. I think we need to tender it.
Okay. So, Jeff, is there any risk to, again, we have to look at the bigger picture. Is there any risk to tendering this with the discussions with E3?
Yeah, from my perspective, there would be risk. E3's put a lot of effort into working with the existing leaseholder. The existing leaseholder has been very cordial about working with E3 and accommodating all of their needs. Because of the type of project, there's a lot of environmental studies that need to be done and access given to the property. And so we just can't guarantee any leasee that they can have undisturbed access to the property with the option to purchase with E3, and then their need to do environmental surveys. And some of the environmental surveys have required the absence of livestock. So then we require the leaseholder to, not be in that area while they're doing their studies. And so it would create a lot of extra relationship building and work for E3 for sure. Certainly, I think we all recognize the rates can be modernized a little bit, but it would be better for the project if the current lessee was maintained, understanding that we anticipate we'll have more certainty on the E3 project in kind of the 1 to 2 year timeframe. And so certainly we don't need to enter into a really long agreement at this point in time. We can do a shorter one until we have more certainty on where the E3 project goes. That would be my recommendation.
Okay, and with the size of the prize of the E3 project, the extra value in potentially tendering pales in comparison, I would say, to this. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's all hypothetical, obviously, but certainly there's a lot more at risk than a few dollars for an agricultural lease.
Yeah, okay, and Councillor Harris.
Yeah, not in favor of tendering. I'm in favor of keeping the current lessee.
Okay, so just looking at the discussion then, Jeff, on this one, we may, if council decided to stay with the current leaseholder, we would do potentially a shorter term lease just to see.
I think it would be a year-to-year lease. that we'd maybe look at, just recognizing that if the option to purchase is triggered, and it can be triggered at any point in time, we are no longer in control of when it gets triggered.
Right.
E3 is going to need to do their own thing with their own lessee. And so my recommendation would be year to year until there's more certainty.
Okay, Councillor Lutz.
Yeah, thanks for the additional information. I wasn't aware that they might be moving cattle and stuff like that, so that does factor into it. So that's good information to share.
Councillor Fulton.
Yeah, I needed Jeff's input before I said, so obviously I think with the information that has been provided, that retaining the current leasee with a potentially different rate at a year-to-year contract would do better.
So I'm hearing then we will retain, council would entertain, of course, the motion's not set and you can vote in favor or opposed to anything, but I'm getting the direction that we may want to retain the original leasee for this. Looking at the rates and the fact that the leasee's got to have some flexibility on when and what they do. I'm assuming, Jeff, there may even be some access to the crop areas or is it predominantly just the grazing portion?
I think they probably have to do, like their surveys to date, I think have included the entire property, but the closer you get to that water body, the more, and it depends on I think cropland is different than rangeland, like the sharp-tailed grouse surveys, I think we're all focused on the native grasslands.
Okay.
And I think the environmental rules probably recognize that if it's cultivated land, that there's no point in doing a survey because the habitat doesn't exist. So
Right.
it really does depend on the list of surveys they have to do for the AER, and I'm not fully certain of what they are. I just know they've been numerous requests we've dealt with over the last 6 months, and we've had to accommodate between the leaseholder and E3 and try and balance the mutual needs of both parties.
Okay, and so looking at the crop, $70 per acre, just looking for some suggestions from council. Councillor Johnson.
Based on the tenders last year, I averaged them all. And so that was for last year, 2024, the average lease rate was $98.
Okay. And animal units, $35. Just, and then I'll look for a motion for someone, unless someone else has a different number to kind of spitball out there for the acres, for the crop. Councillor Johnson.
The average last year was $55.
Okay. Okay, so we have a current $70 per acre for the crop, $35 an animal unit. Councillor Johnson has thrown out numbers of 98 and 55, just looking whether or not we feel comfortable to put together a motion. Councillor Harris.
Yeah, I just want to take note that most of the cropland that we lease is farther east. And it's a lot more productive than where the Dick Pit is. So I think a reduction to say like 90 is in order. It's not as productive. So the average is kind of skewed. And that's where the majority of our acres for production are.
Okay. And so, Chad, just looking at the process here, whatever number what council puts in there, obviously the leasing has an option to say, no, that's too high. I'm guessing, is that correct or?
Yeah, that's what we've done in the past. When we were doing the renewals was we'd reach out to them with council's recommendation, and then I guess if they determined it was too high, we would go to tender.
Okay, thank you.
You know,
Councillor Lutz.
With the average sale of land over 8,000, I'm sure that there'd be a taker. So I would say for even numbers, $100 an acre, which was a deal. I think the more going rate out in our east country is more like 140 an acre. And you said 55? Yeah, so I could make a motion for that.
Sure.
So that council requests that administration enter into a one-year lease agreement for the east half 13228 W4 with the current leaseholder at a rate of $55 per AMU and $100 per acre for cultivated land.
Okay, And just looking at administration, so if we don't put in a lease term, you will just take that as the 1 year or however you have suggested, it won't be as per policy, or do you want that also in the motion?
Well, I believe Councillor Lutz's motion said 1 year.
Yeah.
So
Oh, did it say?
options
Oh,
would
sorry.
be, yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Well, I think 1 year is what she had mentioned.
Okay, sorry, I didn't see that in the, I. Thank you. All right, so we have a motion. So the motion is the council requests administration to enter into a 1-year lease agreement for the east half 13228 west the 4th for the current leaseholder at a rate of 55 per AUM and 100 per acre for cultivated land. Discussion. Councillor Nixon.
Just something to think about or consider quickly, because we'll have to vote on the motion. Do we think that the $100 per acre is a little bit high of a jump for somebody who's not going to have it for 5 years or only going to have it for a year? So there's no stability there to make up if you have a
just
failed
so
crop or anything
competitive
like
to
that?
get any kind of land out our way. That's why there's a quarter that was 2.5 million selling. So it's that competitive that is still a really, really good deal that I'm sure that Jewel Farms will be. And if they're not, I mean, they can put it, you know, there is other options, but it's tight in our area. So I think that's more than fair.
Hey, Councillor Harris.
Just a question, for administration, does at the end of 1 year, does this mean this is gonna keep coming back, or that will automatically be recurring until E3's thing is all settled?
So as I interpret this motion, it would come back again next year for decision by council. If the motion was amended to say, year to year for a period of 3 years or something, or whatever it is, then that would likely capture, the decision timeframe that we have been given by E3, which I think is kind of the 2 to maybe 3 year timeframe, but it'll all depend on the public AER process and how long that takes.
So I never thought of, I wanted it to be a year, but if I can amend that motion, because we haven't voted on it yet, year-to-year agreement for with extensions up till 3 years or something like that. However, because that makes sense. And it does give them some certainty, but I said a year because we don't know how long it is with E3. So year-to-year basis. That would probably make it more at ease for them too. That's better. Thanks, Greg, or Councillor Harris.
Okay, so does that reflect your motion, Councillor Lutz? Yep. Nope, still your motion. So the motion is that council requested administration enter into a 1-year lease agreement year to year with extensions up to 3 years for the east half 13228 west of 4th with current leaseholder rate at 55 per AUM and 100 per acre for cultivated land. Okay, any further discussion? Councillor Johnson.
Just that, for sure, all the local people will be paying attention to this and our phones will ring. There will be other people wishing that they were in, that this opportunity would come their way.
Okay, so any other discussions on the motion? Nope. Then I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. Okay, so now do we have, I don't see a suggested, there's a third motion here. Chad, can you walk us through the third motion, or Christopher?
Sure, I can do that for you. So there's 2 additional conversations here. So starting with the first one, maybe we'll start with the first one, which was the selective logging discussion. So the previous leaseholder on the Southeast 2029-5 had requested that the county consider that we do a similar project like we did at the Water Valley half to do selective logging of that parcel. Again, 85% merchantable timber. So we're looking for direction from council if you're interested in us proceeding with that. Timelines are pretty good right now. If council wanted to proceed immediately, we could RFP it out or procure it out and get a contractor ready for the winter season when they would likely look to start. So that's kind of the first conversation around the selective logging
Okay,
portion. So I'll stop there.
So let's deal with that one. We have a motion under the alternative options. Just looking for a motion or looking for discussion on a way forward. Councillor Harris.
Well, I'll make the motion so we can have the discussion, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
I'll move the council request that administration proceed with the selective logging in the southeast of 2029, 5 west of the 5th, following an 85% merchantable timber target permitted, that the project does not result in a net expense to the county.
Okay, and discussion. Councillor Johnson.
With the assumption that this is going to result in some revenue, would you be open to an amending motion that says if we log it, that we use the money to make this land more accessible, and that we would also put some water on it, and by reinvesting that money in this land, then we could tender it going forward.
So I don't think you need to ask. You can make an amending motion if that's what you would like to do.
We just created a combined reserve, which was the money that was received from the previous half section logging that's there. And I would suggest, rather than an amending motion to this one, bringing forward something else to council to identify projects for that reserve would, to me, would make more sense than selecting one and adding it as part of the motion.
So within the agenda package, there is something else that I think Christopher is going to touch on, and that is looking at watering systems and for each grazing lease. So maybe that will address, Councillor Johnson, your concerns, or you can make an amending motion.
I guess my concern is that by the time this gets logged and the money is in the bank, there might be other people in these chairs. And so if we're going to benefit from taking the trees off this piece of property, and we've identified that it's not tenderable because it's not accessible and it doesn't have water, that to me, it makes sense to take any revenue that it would garner and put it back into the same piece of land.
Okay, so we have three options here. We can vote on this motion. You can make an amending motion, or you can make a motion after we vote on this motion. So I'm just looking, if you want to make an amending motion, I'll accept one right now. Otherwise, we'll continue with Councillor Harris's.
Okay, I would amend the motion to say resources resulting from the logging would be reinvested into this land in the form of making it more accessible and providing water.
Okay.
With the view that it would be
Oh, I think your amending motion was perfect. Okay. Let's look at it, and then if you're not happy with it, then you can. If you've got part of it, Laura, you can put it up, and then Councillor Johnson can. Okay, so it would be a period after county, and then we'll start with the capital resources, and then that will define the amending motion. Okay, so Councillor Johnson, does that capture your motion, your amending motion?
Yes, we could just add on the end the phrase, so in the future, this land could be tendered. Thank you.
Okay, does that, that captures it?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so the amending motion is to add the resources resulting from the logging would be reinvested into the land, making it more accessible and providing water, so in the future, this land could be tendered.
Should we be saying some of the resources? We don't need to spend it all if we don't need to spend it all. And it's revenue, not resources.
Thank you. Yeah, revenue.
Okay, so we'll put that as revenue, Laura. Change resources to revenue, please. I'm going to ask Councillor Johnson if she wants to, based on that.
I think just leaving it revenue infers some. I think obviously we would only.
Okay, so you're good with the way the motion reads?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so the
Thank you
motion
for
reads that revenue resulting from, the amending motion reads that revenue resulting from the logging would be reinvested into the land, making it more accessible and providing water, so in future this land could be tendered. Okay, is there any discussion? Councillor Harris.
In the agenda, administration, we haven't discussed it yet, but one of the motions recommended and brought forward is that council asks administration to do a lands review that takes into account all of the lands and looking at the watering systems and who needs what. And rather than dealing with it on a one-off basis, if we do it this way, then I'd certainly immediately request that we put a watering system on the half section that we just logged. But I think administration's approach is wiser, that we do an overarching look and see what needs for water. We could add access and all that and make it part of one process rather than doing it as a one-off. So I won't support the revision.
Okay. Councillor Fulton, did you have something you wanted to add? Nope. Okay. All right. Is there any other discussion on this motion, on the amending motion? So we're only voting on the amending motion. Okay. So I will call to question on the amending of motion. All those in favor? And opposed? And that motion's lost. And so we're back to the original motion. Councillor Lutz?
Can I just ask a clarifying question on the original motion? When it says, provided that it doesn't cost, I was just confused by that because doesn't logging always generate money? So, sorry, I'm on the wrong page, but it's.
Yes, so the targeted permitted that the project does not result in a net expense to the county.
So is that a potential?
Jeff? Christopher?
Not from what we've seen. We've put that in there in the event that it does create an expense, then we would have to come back to council to ask for a funding source. So it's more of a safeguard for you that I'm not going to go and spend a couple $100,000 doing this if it doesn't generate revenue.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Jeff?
Yeah, and that's the correct answer. Historically, there was a property that was predominantly poplar that we tried to do some logging work with, and it was not revenue positive. So it is possible, depending on the type of timber.
Okay, is there any more discussion on this motion? No, then I will call to question. All in favor? And opposed? And this motion is carried. Okay, Christopher, walk us through the next thing regarding watering, please.
Certainly. So the last one is dealing with one of the lands that will be tendered as part of this package is the Water Valley half section. There was a request that came forward from that leaseholder that they're having issues with some water on that site. There is a dugout, on-site dugout on that parcel, and they have experienced that it has gotten dry in some past years. So they have asked for council to consider drilling a water well. It's not something that we've considered on any of our other parcels historically in my time here. And so as such, that's why you see the recommended action of if council is agreeable to looking into this, then it's administration's recommendation. We look at a comprehensive review of all of our lands, see which ones have water limitations and what that overall cost might be if council wanted to consider actually drilling water wells on these parcels. Or if not, then we would continue our practice of just tendering it out with the realities of we know of the parcel, and it's up to the leaseholder to figure out how they want to draw water to the site when they bid on the proposal.
Okay, and I love this because I think this does give a lot of credibility as well to the decisions we make where there isn't water, but there's an adjacent water source on another land. That kind of gives us a determination of what the value of a water source off-site of the lands we lease would be. So I think it's a great idea, but I'll leave it to council. Is there any? We have alternative motions or we have a recommended motion. Councillor Harris.
I'd be willing to make a motion, but I will change it slightly since there's been lots of comments about access. And I would add access to it. So I would move that council request administration bring a lands review sheet back to council, highlighting which lands currently lack watering systems or access or fencing, and estimated cost to complete watering systems, fencing, and access for each location. It's all.
Okay, so we have a motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councillor Lutz.
Just, Greg, do you have a timeline for this? Because that sounds like it could be a pretty big job, and I just wonder what the expectations were on getting that information, just so we're not freaking our administration out.
No, I attach no timeline to it in the motion.
Chad's not turning purple, so it's a question for administration. We always, I think as council, we should be very aware that our motions are actionable and make sense. So if that is too time consuming, please let us know and we could break it out into multiple motions, but I'll leave it with you.
Yeah, so it depends how the motion is actioned. It can be very complex if council wants detailed solutions down to the price for each individual property. However, the way I take this being kind of an overview, it's a higher level investigation, and Chad will have a pretty good handle on which properties fall into these categories. And then we can work within, operational services to identify potential access points. Things we won't get into is, the number of culverts involved or water course crossings and those kinds of things. Just whether it's relatively simple to add an access or it's a major undertaking, will probably be what we would bring back, and then look for more direction from council before we dove deep into what would be required for each individual property. So if everyone's agreeable with that and Chad's not telling me he can't do it, I think that's where we would start, and then take more direction on each individual property once we start bringing back some of that information.
I think that's fair, and then council could direct their priorities and then create a project sheet for a budget, because this will probably be a larger project than just saying go out and do it. It would probably require a project sheet. So that's I think that just looking around to council, if that is an acceptable way forward. Okay. Is there any other discussions on the motion that has been put forward? No, then
just, if we start doing water wells, there'll be maintenance, and just a consideration for what the whole cost will be, to winterize and all those things too, just so we know what we're getting into.
So I read it as watering systems, which also could mean dugouts, or that's how I interpret it, is not wells specifically, but entire watering systems. Is that, Chad, is that how you see this?
Yeah, I think it would look at whether there's water on site that we can put a solar watering system on, or that is there already that needs upgraded, or whether it is a well that would be our only option, things like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to capture the labor associated with it ongoing.
Okay. All right. So is there any other discussion? No, then I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. Christopher, is there anything else you would like us to add on to this?
I think I'm great. Thank
This
you. Your worship.
topic? You
Good, thank you.
You suckered us in thinking this was a short topic, and then you made us put 10 motions on.
It said land lease at the top, actually.
Thank you. Those were great discussions, and I think it's going to be very helpful for council moving forward on how we manage our own land leases. So thank you, Chad. We look forward to your report coming back. All right, 9.8 Regional Policing Study. Jeff.
Thank you, Reeve. So starting on page 323 is the report on this item. As council will recall, hopefully in November 29th, 2023, we passed a motion to participate in the study with some regional partners being Didsbury, Carstairs, Crossfield, and Cremona, as well as Mountain View County. And this was a study that was funded 100% by the provincial government through their Alberta Indigenous and Municipal Police Transition Grant. So the group of municipalities got together, we agreed to sign off on the grant. We each got our portion of the dollars, put it together. Carstairs managed the project and ended up hiring MNP to do the work. MNP has gone back and forth with the steering committee and has presented a final report, which is in your agenda today for your consideration. With the multitude of changes in policing at the provincial level, there's a bit of uncertainty on how we would proceed from my perspective. And so that's the basis for the recommendations in your RFD on page 323, essentially recommending that we likely need to obtain more information from the province before we can make a determination as an individual municipality on whether we are going to participate in furthering this report or we are not going to pursue the regional option that's identified. So I'll leave it with that. Reeve, yourself, and Councillor Harris were both part of the steering committee. So if there's anything additional either of you would like to add, I'll turn it over to you guys to add some comment.
Okay, Councillor Harris.
No, simply to say it's still, if we were able to attain a regional policing deployment model in the area, it would benefit the county probably a little more than some of the towns, given improved response times and 24-hour coverage. But the two questions that are posed there are extremely important, and without correct answers to those, we don't want to be paying double. So if we can direct our police, the funding model money towards it, it makes total sense.
Okay. And my only comment is we were very clear with our partners that we did not want to pay additional in policing. And so I think that's why the recommendations have come for 1 and 2. The MNP report fell short on a number of issues. We did convey that back, but at the end, it wasn't worth going back to MNP to request more information because it would have just been throwing good money after bad. So I think the report's useful. It gives us a direction, but there is much more work that needs to be done in order for council to make a decision. So that's why this is in front of you. Is there any questions from council on the report or on the recommendations? No? Then, Jeff, I think Didsbury has passed a motion to accept it for information and essentially move forward with continuing discussions. Carstairs has moved it. I don't know about Crossfield.
That's correct. I don't have any indication from Crossfield or Cremona what they have done with it, but you are correct. Didsbury and Carstairs both passed motions supporting further investigation of regional solutions.
Okay, thank you. All right, so with that, I'll look for a motion. Councillor Harris.
Can I get away with saying I move the recommendation, or do you want it all?
I will accept that.
I move the recommendation.
Thank you.
In its entirety.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Okay, so I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. 9.9 ACP grant. Jeff.
I'm still scrolling through the report. I'll get there. What page is it on, Laura? 428. Thank you. This is a request that we did receive from the Village of Cremona. They would like to proceed with applying for an Alberta Community Partnership Grant to pursue updating and reviewing their land use bylaw and municipal development plan. As council's aware, the Alberta Community Partnership Program requires 2 municipalities typically to support an application. So the village has reached out inquiring if Mountain View County would be willing to support their application.
So Jeff, just a question. Am I missing the letter that they have sent us requesting this support?
No, it was an email I got. That was 1 or 2 lines. I think it's pretty well summarized.
Fantastic. Just normally we get an actual letter from a municipality requesting what they want to do, why they want to do it, and why they would like our support. So I was just wondering where that letter was.
I will double check, but I believe it was just an email correspondence with the CAO. And so I've tried to capture that and put it in the background of this RFD.
Okay. Council questions? Councillor Harris.
Jeff, do we have any indication of how long the ACP grant would take to come through? And the reason for my question is I won't support this if it's going to be decided before they have an elected council. I think these are documents that need to be approved and come before an elected council, and I'm not comfortable with the current situation where we just have an OA.
The timelines for the ACP grant would be on their website. I don't have them offhand. Recognizing the type of work that's involved with this and the community engagement that's required to update a LUB and a MDP, I would guess it would be very difficult to complete this process, especially since you have to apply for a grant and be approved for the grant and then hire a consultant. It's highly unlikely anything would be approved before the election. It's definitely something that would appear to span into 2026.
Councillor Lutz.
Well, kind of along those lines, but I'm just wondering if this is premature with all the work that's going on with viability. And it just seems me, are they doing it because it's that far out and they're hopeful, or to me, it's kind of
Well, based
chicken
on
before the egg.
the presentation we had today, that Mountain View County will inherit their documents. There may be mutual benefit to us to supporting it. But doesn't mean we have to accept if the viability review ends in the position where the county takes over the village, at least we would have updated documents potentially to work with, or a process that's hopefully well underway to updating those. So again, I think it potentially could be mutually beneficial to both the county and the village regardless of the outcome. And there's no required contribution from the county to contribute to this. The funds come from the provincial government through the ACP program.
Okay,
All
Councillor
that's
Johnson.
required is our support for it.
Councillor Johnson.
Do you have any idea, Jeff, how many dollars we're talking about for this grant?
No, the scope of the price was not provided to me, so I would be guessing. So I won't guess. I don't know.
Okay. So I don't know if the timelines are the same, but the deadline for the 2024-2025 grants was February 2025. So I don't know when the next one would be, but I always think it's in the fall. It opens in the fall somehow.
Yeah, I mean, there's different components to the ACP grant. I know some of their programs decisions are made by March 31st of the program year. So, it's potential they would be applying now and may not get a decision until 2026. But again, I can go back to the village and ask for all of these extra details if that's essential to council.
Well, it would be interesting to see because the dissolution process comes with an ACP grant. I'd be curious to see whether or not you applied and you were successful in March, whether or not you get that ACP grant plus the other ACP grant. I'm guessing probably not. But I'm in the same school as Councillor Lutz. I think there's going to be a lot of information that comes out of the viability review that would probably be very useful for an MDP LUB review. So to be truthful, I would rather have this to be elected official driven. I would like the elected officials that are going to be holding council next term to be the ones to come forward and request this. But I will entertain a motion either way, whatever council would like. So we have a recommended motion or we have an alternative motion. Or make your own up.
Ooh.
Careful, Councillor Harris. Councillor Harris.
I'll move that council receive the Village of Cremona's ACP grant application request as information with no further action to be taken at this time.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? No? Then I will call to question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. So we will move on to 10.1 and we will start with the notice of motion. Counselor Harris. So actually, sorry, maybe prior to this, I just wanted to ask administration one question. Normally, when we get a redesignation application, we get a redesignation and subdivision application at the same time. Going back to the decision that council made on the direct control district and regulations in May, it was stated that there was a subdivision, the purpose of it was that a subdivision would be coming forward. Do we have an open file on a subdivision application right now associated with the notice of motion? Because it does refer to the DC decision?
Yes, so the application is an RDSD application, so the zoning, the amendment of the direct control district has already been considered by council. The subdivision application part has not been considered by the subdivision authority. So yes, there's an open application.
So if there's an open application, sorry, I just go back and I want to make sure that we do this correct as far as process, only because the notice of motion does refer to that decision on the direct control. Should we be considering this as I don't know if that subdivision is appealable. Should we be discussing this now, or should we wait until the decision on the subdivision is made? Just trying to make sure we get the process right.
So typically we would advise council to not be part of an application that's active, as council has a role with redesignation and a public hearing process. The subdivision part doesn't have the same requirement, while the approving authority, if it is Municipal Planning Commission, meets in public. They are not held to the same standard as a public hearing process would.
Okay, even though we have councillors that sit on the Municipal Planning Commission, we're good. I just want to make sure we're good with this. If you tell me that we're good with this, then we'll continue.
Yes, so again, the subdivision authority in this case could be ASDA. And again, the access issue that is defined in the direct control district regulation points to the development permit stage. The provision for legal and physical access will be a condition of subdivision.
Okay. Okay, so we're okay to carry forward. So Councillor Harris, please.
So most of
Oh, sorry, Councillor Harris, your mic is not on. Thank you.
Sorry, most of the information is explained. What we have is a situation where, and in the information I said it's been there for at least 40 years. In the interim of writing this, I was able to speak to an octogenarian that lives in Water Valley, whose family actually owned this land 80 years ago. And that road has been in position and used by the public for over 60 years. What we have is a situation where we have a road, and it is a road as defined by the MGA. When you look under the definition sections, it says a road. One of the explanations is a road that's used by a public road. And this is absolutely a public road. It's used to visit the transfer site as well as the two businesses. In the Water Valley Winchell Lake Area Structure Plan recently approved, section 5.5, it states, roads and utilities, the frequency and location of individual points of access onto county roads should be limited to maintain safe traffic flow and vehicle turning movements. Accesses shall be reviewed against county access management policies. Well, we have a situation here for lack of it being officially defined as a road. We're going to put two more accesses or require two more accesses onto Range Road 52, which is a very busy road. If you look at the second photo, you can see all the subdivisions, and I wasn't able to capture all of them, but there's even more to the north. There's hundreds and hundreds of people that use that. I mean, there's 1,700 people out there, and a lot of them are in those subdivisions. Budget wise, information from ops says they don't know when it was built, but they've been maintaining it forever. So it's not really a budgetary item because obviously it already fits into the county budget because we gravel it, we grade it, we snow plow it already. And putting that as a road segment will cease any problems that may come to rise. You can see the extensive industrial facility that's to the west. If they decide to do anything or say subdivide off their portion of the thing, then they come back into the same problem. They don't have legal and physical access. So with changing this to a road segment, it doesn't increase our budget. It's a paper, okay, there's a few dollars in doing the paperwork, but other than that, it just recognizes the road that's been in use there for 80 years is actually a road.
Okay, my only fly in the ointment on the discussion is, I know you've talked before about the traffic on that road, but going back to the Water Valley Winchell Lake ASP, I think if I'm reading this correctly, this portion of land where the DC is on is actually future business park commercial. And right across from where you're saying all the subdivisions are is business park commercial. And so the traffic and heavy truck traffic coming in there, the ASP group and approved by council is going to be significant in traffic, and not only traffic, but significant in heavy truck traffic, like the industrial park potentially west of Sundre. So I'm still trying to get my head around as to why we think that putting another approach off that is a safety issue when we've actually earmarked it for business park commercial.
Well, you've just explained my point. We already have a road there used as a public road, built to industrial standards. I know ops can't verify that, but if you drive that road many times a week as I do, or at least a couple of times a week, it's a heavy duty road. It was built to carry the truck traffic that visits the old dump and now the waste transfer station. And any elements of development in that as a business park would be able to use that road with no increase in entrances or accesses off of 52.
Okay.
So I think
Fulton.
part of the question or the information is that, so the storage is on the bottom, is on the bottom side of the road there we're talking about. So that is the only DC, and then the landowner turned the rest of the land back into ag, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
For now, it's back to ag. So there's no future plan for that right now. So according to our legal and physical access, and then, so where the arrow is would go away and he'd have to put an access into the storage and then another access onto the balance of the farmland. And it makes no sense right now at all. Like, cause there isn't the spurn of development. The road that exists there would be a perfect access road for the future if the balance of that quarter does develop over time, as opposed to punching out additional accesses onto 52. We're trying to limit the number of accesses.
So we have a motion. Does someone want to move the motion so we can have the debate? Councillor Harris.
I'll move the council request administration investigate converting the access easement road located at the northeast of 27-29-5 west of the 5th on county land next to and south of the Water Valley transfer site into a proper road segment and report back to council on any issues.
Okay. Councillor Nixon.
I was just gonna clarify, who owns the waste transfer site? Is it us as the county?
Jeff?
The land title is in Mountain View County's name.
Okay. So if we own the waste transfer site, we should probably make sure that the road is considered a road that leads there.
Hey, Councillor Lutz.
Yeah, I wanted to applaud Councillor Harris on this one because it's a good solution to help a business out. And I think this is something we can stand behind and say we support business. So good for you for bringing it. I'm supporting it 100%.
Okay, and it says proper road segment. Councillor Harris, proper road segment, what exactly does that mean? Are you looking at, because I know we've had the discussions on the industrial parks and updating it to an industrial standard what do you mean by proper road segment, just for direction for administration?
Good question, because I wasn't able to get a hold of somebody to give me a better terminology for it. So I know we talk about county roads as being in-road segments, so I would certainly be open to what the correct term should be to make it part of the county inventory.
But I think it's more important than that, because the standards for the industrial road is much different than for just like a chip sealed road. So Ryan, what would be considered, what did we do with the Sundre Business Park? For instance, when we went through and we did all the upgrades to the business parks, are those to an industrial standard? Like, are they, would they be up to an Acme Road standard, as far as weight?
No, they wouldn't be. So in the road construction policy, we have our roads, industrial, collector, those are roads are set by the MDP. So the council has to actually set that as a new road. So when we go and we do a road that's already there, within the policy, it allows us to design a road for what is actually there right now. So we would go into one like this, and I'd still be looking for direction on the level of the road. Like the road that's there right now is servicing both the RV storage site and the Water Valley transfer site. We're not having any complaints with it, but I do think that if something else was to come down the line, because like what's proposed there isn't a gigantic increase from what's already there. If something else was to come in, then that road would have to be paved and we'd have to change it because there'd be an impact to those two businesses that are already there. But for what's currently there.
Right. So what I'm hearing is that there is an opportunity to upgrade this road potentially for an industrial to suit the business park commercial future land use. So I know that when we did a lot of the business parks across the county, we didn't ask the developers to do it to a certain standard. And so we had to spend a significant amount of money to upgrade those in order to handle the heavy truck traffic. So what standard of road would you recommend if council went to the business park commercial, just so we get a feel for the difference? Like,
we would design a road for it is what we would do. We would design a road that would fit there. And if you were to put in more industrial commercial lots in there than what's already currently there, we would want it paved to a proper standard. We would determine that based on use and what was being proposed in there.
so just doing them in hindsight and going back and redoing a road, Councillor Harris, I'll leave it to you to say what, but I don't think the direction of a proper road segment is going to be enough for administration to figure out to what standard to develop it to. And that will have a huge cost implication. So Jeff, what would you recommend?
Yeah, maybe just a comment. The motion is worded that we're supposed to investigate and report back. So I think Ryan and Margaretta would need to sit down and identify all the different options, look at the area structure plans and come up with what the options are for council to convert it to a road segment. We're not actually going to proceed converting it to a road segment until we've had a chance to look at all of the data. And then we'll bring back our policies and identify where it may or may not fit in.
Okay.
But the purpose of this notice of motion was to action administration to look into it. So Ryan hasn't really had the time or spent the time looking into it because that's not expected for a notice of motion.
No, and I guess my question was whether or not a proper road segment was enough information to ask administration to bring the information back. But what I'm hearing is you would bring back a number of options on different road structures and road surfaces. Is that what if that's what I'm hearing, then that's fine. That's not what I heard Ryan say, so.
Well, in his investigation, he might determine there's only one solution. I don't want to preclude what he's going to bring back.
Okay.
But he'll look at our policies, he'll look at our statutory plans, and Margaret and Ryan will then action this item and report back to council before we spend any money pursuing it.
No, and I would expect that. Ryan.
I think when you asked the question, we were looking at it like as how operational services does the non-conforming road inspection. That's what I'm thinking you were asking me. So I was trying to explain that to council. Like we would look at it does it work for what's there? We would do the non-conforming one that we do with other applications, because there's different ways to look at it, and that's what we were trying to explain
Okay.
from my end.
So the way the notice of motion is, gives you sufficient information to do what Counselor Harris is requesting. That's all I want to make sure.
Investigate, yep.
Investigate, okay? Counselor Fulton,
Well, the first key is that this isn't actually considered a road yet. It's an access easement, so it has to go, they have to figure out how to take it from a easement to a road and then worry about what kind of road it is after that.
Right.
So we're long ways before we got any big decisions. They have to figure out the process of going from an easement to calling it an actual, identifying it as a road. And then the roads thing later, so what type of road later, so.
okay? Okay. All right, so is there any other discussion on the motion? No? All right, I will call to question. All in favor of the motion? And that's carried. Counselor reports. Counselor Harris. Oh, sorry.
Oop.
Yep, your mic's
Oh.
on now.
Thank you, Laura. On the 26th, Bear Smart did a presentation out at Camp Kindle for their temporary summer staff and regular staff. There was about 30 people. It was very well received. It was very interesting because they have a number of overseas students who come in to work at the camp. And so people from Australia, New Zealand, people who have no idea what a bear is. So it was very productive. And then a library meeting that night, 27th, the Canada Day breakfast was awesome. Thanks to Christopher, his staff, and all the staff in P&D and everybody that contributed. I think it was one of the best we've ever had. 30th attended a STIP grant announcement out at the Sundre Airport. It was short and sweet, but very effective for moving the airport forward. I think the support was great. July 1st, I once again cooked. Seems to be more of a counselor's job. Cooked at the Kirsten's house, playhouse building fundraising thing in Olds, with the most amazing group of people from the I always want to say Innisfail, but it's Arikana. Lions Club, great bunch of people. Then attended a virtual engagement on the 3rd for elected representatives on the police funding model review. Was able to pose some questions to the minister and then later to the MNP group that was doing the engagement. Went very well. I think I get the impression there's movement from government because it switched ministries. So now it's with Minister Ellis, whereas it was with Municipal Affairs before. And I think Municipal Affairs approach to it with things like using equalized assessment, et cetera. I almost got the impression Minister Ellis's people were puzzled. And so I think we may see a different, I'm not sure it'll cost us any less, but I think we may see a different type of calculation come forward. It's still early stages. And that's it. Water Valley Community Association meeting. I'm here, so it means I didn't get hung. And we're good to go.
Thank you, Counselor Lutz.
Yeah, I think everybody crams their meetings in right before summer, so it was a pretty busy time. I wanted to thank operations for keeping the roads in such good shape and addressing a few issues in Division 7. I know the residents really appreciated it. We have a new stop sign on Range Road 20 and Township Road 334 by Larry Mueller's place, and there's been lots of accidents there, and 2 paved roads, both with yield signs, and that got changed and just couldn't believe how timely that was. It took no time at all, so really appreciate that. And then wanted to thank Christopher working through those Olds Fire Department issues and getting some resolution there too. And I think that will come up at our ICC as well. That's scheduled for next week. We had a really good Olds Health Committee wind up. We had a bit of a celebration in June there, just going over what the accomplishments of the year and doing a bit of goal setting. And we're bringing a friend and trying to expand the committee and get some more energy there. So that committee's going strong. Attended the Canada Day breakfast as well and had lots of really good conversations with folks and great to connect. And quite a few Division 7 made it out to Bergen. So people travel for, I think it's a fruit, that we have fruit, not just pancakes. Had an MPC meeting that was about an hour in length, one file. Worked on, I didn't really do a whole lot of building, but I did a lot of painting for the playhouses. And that was a really great day. And I think they raised over 53,000 on that raffle. Angela probably sold about $5,300 worth of tickets. So good job, team captain. We had an EDAC meeting and they're still focusing on sustainability of what they're doing with Community Futures in the office there and the projects they're doing to help support business. I got to attend the Family Farm Awards and Harry and Verna's Unger's family were recognized, and Harry turned 97 this year and passed away not too many months ago, and he knew about the award and knew about the submission and was a part of that, and it was just really touching. I wish he could have made it there, but I'm glad that that family got recognized, and the BMO and the Stampede did a really great job of coordinating that. I went to the Alberta Crop Farm Tour yesterday with TTR Egg Service Chairman, and Dwayne was there, and there was lots of good conversation on just challenges that egg producers are seeing, and there was a senator there, some MPs, some MLAs, and just that dialogue with actual farmers. And that was one thing we heard is farmers need to come to the first meeting, not meeting 34, and get it straight from the horse's mouth. So that was a good day. And I just sent an email on Summer Synergy. It kicked off, and there's tons and tons of cattle and sheep that moved into Mountain View to show, and it's a great show for the kids in ag, showing off their projects, doing marketing and judging and all the things that they're doing. So if you get a chance, that is one event that we have sponsored. So I know that they would love to see some Mountain View County councillors there to see the kids. Sometimes we get invited to a supper. I don't think they're doing that this year, in case you're wondering where your invite was. But yeah, they're doing things a little bit different and doing a really great job. So that's what I've been up to.
Excellent. Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I attended by Zoom a PAMS board meeting and annual general meeting. As you know, the PAMS fees are paid by the emitters, so more emissions equal bigger contributions. As Tidewater Ram River shuts down, PAMS revenue is eventually going to be about $200,000 less. Based on requests for monitoring, PAMS is going to pursue asking the Sand and Gravel Association to pick up that tab. So we'll see how that goes. As of June 30th, the AER ended the limit on flaring. I'm not sure how this is going to affect PAMS. Certainly, we are having some conversations about it. It wasn't on the agenda for the meeting, so this is just conversations going on. We'll see how that goes. Thanks to Councillor Lutz, who provided the really good CBC article in that regard. I too attended the Canada Day breakfast. It was excellent. Hats off to all the staff and everyone that made that great. I volunteered with the Sundre Hospital Futures at a barbecue at Bergen Springs to raise awareness of the Sundre Hospital and to collect some donations from those good folks. We fed about 120 people and collected over $5,000 for the Sundre Hospital Foundation, so that was a good afternoon. As a subcommittee of the Red Deer River Watershed Alliance, I went to an all-day meeting with the Ghost Watershed Alliance Society. I had been to one of their meetings about a year ago. They continue to work on a draft public land use document. This year, at their meeting, the onus was on hikers and trails. I met a person there from West Bragg Creek, the trails development there. When we talked about the Bagnell Park submission that came forward, we identified that it has 6 parking stalls. The parking lot that was built to support the West Bragg Creek trails has 800 stalls, and it was overflowing within 5 months of opening. So we're going to, as the Bagnell Park project continues to define where it's going, it's probably going to have to define its capacity. The discussion around trails was that hikers and bikers should probably have separate trails, and that dogs, especially on-leash dogs, cause bikers to do face plants, and that's one of the reasons that they're not very compatible. Also there, I met someone who knows the capstone contacts person for SAIT. Through the capstone project that SAIT does, they have students that are looking for projects to do mapping. And so if Mountain View County is interested, and if they would share their list of our 2024 fracking sites, we could get the free mapping done to indicate whether or not there is any correlation between the November dry spots and where those fracking sites actually are. And that would be some really good learning for the students that are doing the capstone, and probably some really good learning for us as well. So I don't know if that's something people would want to pursue, but it's an option. I attended also the MPC meeting. I'm working with 2 adjacent landowners regarding the potential pasture rent of an undeveloped roadway, a bit of negotiation going on there. And based on still the AGM for the Watershed Alliance, I am hoping to garner enough information to bring forward a project sheet for the device that our farmers could access through the Ag Service Board in order to measure the static water level in their well. Hoping that the Watershed Alliance would create the public website where we would put that data. So that's what I've been working on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nixon.
So on June 27th, which was the day of the Canada Day barbecue, I couldn't attend the barbecue, unfortunately. That was also the Sundry Cap and Gown, where I was honored and able to speak, not only as a county councillor, but as a mother of 2 of the graduates. So that was pretty cool. And of course, seeing all the kids that graduated that you've seen grow up throughout the years. So that was absolutely amazing. 2 kids that were highlighted at the grad that I just want to highlight again that are from our county are Sam Batheris, who graduated while fighting cancer. I'm going to try not to cry. It's horrible. Sorry. And so far beating cancer. He also got 100% on 2 of his diplomas. He may have 100% on more. We only had 2 marked at the time. So absolutely amazing kid. He's going to do wonders for our county as he grows up. So it'll be amazing. And then the other one that was brought to attention that we all kind of celebrated was Dane Crouch. He was originally told, and his parents were told, that he probably couldn't even do school, never mind graduate, and he has graduated. So it's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome.
Amazing. And I think Sam Batheris actually was our award winner as well.
Yeah.
for the county awards. So
Yeah,
that's,
so it's pretty great
amazing.
to celebrate those kids and all the other kids. Some kids are gonna go into aeronautics and some kids are going into agriculture and some kids are going to university to do other things. It's just an amazing group of kids that are gonna hopefully come back to our county and or stay in our county and thrive here. And it's just great to see all the successes. On the 30th, I was able to attend the announcement at the Sundre Airport for the STIP Award that was presented by the provincial government. And I think that's just amazing that we were able to get that. And that just means that our runway lighting can be updated and upgraded, and then we can start doing some night flights or night landings when needed. So I think that'll draw some really great attention to our Sundre Airport. Then there was MPC. It's always fun at MPC. And then coming up next week is the Bergen ASP Steering Committee meeting. So looking forward to the correlation of all of the feedback from the community and the ideas from the area and seeing what that comes to as far as any changes that people want to see moving forward. So
thank you. Councillor Fulton.
So I've got to go back all the way to the 25th. After council meeting, I had Carstairs cap and gown. So the Carstairs graduates or the gym is full. The old gym is full. They got a Facebook simulcast. They're gonna have to move to a different facility. It's just too big. There's too many kids there. So that was great. I was able to bring greetings. 27th, the breakfast at Bergen Hall. That was excellent. Thanks to Christopher and everybody that was there to help make that work. The 30th, made it out to Sundre for the STIP announcement. July 1st, I took part in the Cremona Parade. I was one of two dignitaries. William Stevenson was there, and then I got to follow him, so that was quite good. So, and then yesterday, attended the Team Alberta Crop farm tour there with Councillor Lutz and Ticia from ASB. So I think they were hoping for a few more, or they had a few more invited for elected officials, but there was some people there from farther away and some other levels of government, which was interesting. So hopefully it'll just get better. Alberta Crops is a grouping of connected canola producers, Alberta Grains, sugar beet, irrigation, potatoes. So they've all come together to try to advocate all on that crop side. So very good. So.
Excellent. And thank you, Councillor Fulton, for stepping up at last minute when I couldn't make it. That's just excellent. I think it's always good when we are able to attend those sort of things. So thank you very much. I'll just try and touch on some things that haven't already been discussed. So again, I think it shows that the towns and the county are getting along better. And we have good relationships. I was invited to the Sundre Pickleball Court to do a funding announcement for the pickleball court, and it was great to be standing there with Mayor Warnock. And I did state to Minister Nixon that I think cost per capita and dollar wise, those smaller amounts in some instances are way more beneficial to towns on a cost per capita. Because they have 101 pickleball members in Sundre. So, and I'm sure Carstairs and the other communities have exactly the same amount. I was going to actually mention how, it's great that pickleball is actually helping improve, health in more aging people. But then I read on the internet that actually pickleball has increased the cost of the healthcare system because of broken arms and twisted ankles and stuff. So I stay away from that at that point, but yeah. And I just have to mention, Councillor Lutz mentioned the Project Playhouse, $53,000. Absolutely amazing. Rona was there on one team, and the Sundre Home Hardware was there on another team. 9.5-hour builds of those playhouses in 30-degree heat. All of the volunteers that showed up to paint, and it was really incredible. We were lucky that we had the opportunity. E3 showed up, so we had Chris Lee and Kevin show up from E3. They participated in the leadership challenge. We had Tara Sawyer, who showed up very briefly. We were just thrilled she actually managed to make the time because she's so busy now. So Tara Sawyer managed to show up. Judy Dahl came by. So really, just a really great opportunity. Other than that, it's already been mentioned, STIP Airport Grant, County Breakfast. We did have a Sundre Area Concept Plan meeting, and that is, I think it is our last meeting, and administration has done an amazing job of reflecting all of the input from the concept plan committee, all of the open houses and all of the opportunities to collect the feedback from residents and ratepayers. So really pleased that that's going the way it is. And I think it's 5 meetings, Margareta. We're kind of moving through these things at record pace now that we went through the old Stidsbury, tried to incorporate some of those learnings from residents and from the process. I think it's been very helpful, and it's gone very well. So with that, if there aren't any more questions on the council reports, I will ask for a motion to receive all those reports as information made by Councillor Johnson. I'll call the question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. And then we are on to correspondence. So we have 3 correspondence. We have a letter from AltaGas, again, AltaLink, sorry, with an additional engagement session planned for Wednesday, July 23rd from 5 till 8 in Torrington. There's some good information in that brochure, and I think they've really taken to heart the feedback they got from our council, specifically from Councillor Lutz and Councillor Miller, to ensure that they continue their engagement and their dialogue. So I think that's probably been helpful for not only AltaLink, but also for the residents. So thank you for that. And then we have 2 contact newsletters. Is there any questions on any of those information bits? If not, I will take a motion to receive all those for information, moved by Councillor Fulton. Any further discussion? Or call the question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. So that takes us to the end of our open session agenda. So I'll ask for a motion to go in closed session. Moved by Councillor Harris. I'll call the question. All in favor? And that motion's carried. Council is now moved into closed session, which will end the public broadcast. Any motions made following the in-camera session will be captured within the council's meeting minutes, which can be found on the county's website within the next few days. Thank you for tuning in.